Well, I think we're live.
Probably. I've
That
really
was-
never known YouTube to lie about that. They're
That
like,
was-
they're live, but they're
Well, I got kind of stuttery for a second on the one side of it, so I'm just gonna assume that we're
We'll just-
live. I need to
we'll go for
make
it.
sure that I load up the chat because I always forget that. And look at
Hey,
that.
look who it is. Look who it is. We were just
Speak-
talking about you.
Speak of the land speeder.
That's right. I'm gonna post on my YouTube. I want to make a community post. I never make community posts. I'm gonna make a community post.
They
do
say
it.
it's something that should be done. I've not.
Yeah.
I've never felt the inclination to do it. I should. I got a couple on there. But hey, everyone watching this, I should do a formal introduction while Mike is doing a community post.
Sure.
And I'll do a formal introduction to Mike being here as well. So welcome to Open Chat. This is sort of a spinoff of both Force 5, which is a show I do where I have wonderful guests come on. They pick their top 5 Star Wars collectibles from their collection. We talk about it, have a lovely conversation. It's also sort of a spinoff of A Bit of a Chat, which is a podcast that I did for, 10, 15 years with a lot of wonderful guests. And this is sort of a way of spinning those off into a live situation with engagement with you all and an excuse to open up Star Wars toys that I have remained unopened and taking up too much space. And so I figured I'd have to talk to wonderful people while I was doing that. And speaking of wonderful people, we have a return, not only Force 5 guest, but also an Open Chat guest.
I think I was on the first Open Chat, wasn't I?
I think you were
Or
on the
second.
second.
I
I
was
think
on
Ken
second, you're right.
Knapsack, I think, was
No, you're right,
the
you're right.
pilot for should I do this? Is this gonna work? Is this
Yeah.
And then I remembered it's YouTube and it doesn't matter. You
Doesn't
just
matter.
go ahead and do it and throw it into the void.
What I love about this is, transitively speaking, I've now been on the same show as like some very famous people, and that's all I care about. I'm just
Well,
using it for clout.
Just wait, because there are some special Open Chats coming up.
Oh man,
So just to, you know what? I'll hint for whoever's here, whoever's
Yeah.
watching it later. If you're a Venture Brothers fan, there might be a fun Open Chat coming up soon.
okay. Yeah, my friend Ryan is super into Venture Brothers. He might show up on this. He's like, I'm not gonna name drop or anything, but I don't know if you know who Ken Plume is, but you should come watch.
I mean, if you're a fan of John Hodgman, that
Yeah.
was kind of a weird, vague thing. Well,
A little bit.
I would say that keep an eye out. We're going to be
I'll
having
keep an eye out.
Hodgman is going to be, but right now it's Mike Kaess.
It's me.
Mike, thank you.
I'm just as cool as John Hodgman, and I'm according
You know what?
to
You're
the,
here. He's not here
It's true.
yet.
That's true. And according to the data on YouTube, I'm 3 times as cool as Bobby Moynihan, just in terms of views. So
Where do you rank against Luke?
I don't know. So I was just talking actually about this with Dan. I think he just sent
So
me a screenshot.
you and Dan Larson have been keeping.
Oh yeah.
Is this the race that's going on right now?
We have a little because like he asked me how long I was going to go tonight. And he told me that Robo has that 5-hour mark going on. I'm like, I'm gonna have to do like 5 hour 15 minutes or something like. Just
But
to
here's the
knock
thing:
Robo
that wasn't
down.
that was 5 hours and change of the episode. We
Right.
talked for an additional like 2.5 hours after that.
Oh jeez.
The sun was coming up when we were, and even then it was begrudgingly going. Mature people would probably say it's time to stop talking and leave this be. And then 15 or 20 minutes later, we actually did
You're
end.
still talking.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it was on my latest episode of Black Series Cantina. I'm dropping my podcast here. I'm plugging it here. You can find us
That's what
everywhere.
you should.
But we just had Gregory Titus as a guest, and he's the guy that did the artwork for
for the original Black Series run,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. And he's like, I thought he was going to be on for like 45 minutes. That's what most guests, like famous people, are like. Yeah, we'll give you 45 minutes or an hour. Like, fine. And it
I
was
would
like
have
an hour
given
and
you
a
more
half.
if you had asked. Jeez.
Right. Right. But I think he would have stayed like longer. He even told us like, yeah, anytime you want him back, I've got nothing going on. It's like, they don't,
And that's the message you've got for the past couple of
Right.
days. Just,
right.
I don't know. You doing anything tonight?
just messages from Gregory Titus like, you
Please,
up?
just anything.
Yeah.
Just need somebody. Just please. I just want to talk
Just so
Star
lonely.
Wars.
Him and his big Maine Coon cat. Oh man.
Did it cross the desk a couple of times during that?
Oh yeah, he picked it up. It's like half the size of him. I think it's gigantic. It's like basically a mini lion.
So we're gonna open stuff.
What are we opening today? I mean, like last time I got to pick. So
I wanted to talk. We touched on it briefly before we went live, because you brought it up, and it's sitting right here. The Jabeam Obi-Wan
right there.
That was announced a year and change ago.
Yeah, about
March.
I think last
March or April.
I think
because the show premiered by now. It was announced before the show. It wasn't. You're right. Because it was a surprise that he gets the Jabeam outfit.
Correct. Yeah, it came out. They announced it, I think, right around or just after Star Wars Celebration. No, it was after because the Star Wars.
So this was probably a late June announcement.
It was like a late June, early July kind of thing. Yeah, for sure.
But so it's been about a year.
Yeah, it's been a year.
But
let's call it.
Well, nearly every other Obi-Wan figure, certainly Obi-Wan, had come out.
Yeah,
including what everyone presumed would be, well, they're releasing 3 Obi-Wans.
Yep.
They're just going to reuse the head, because why resculpt Obi-Wan?
Right.
It's going to be boom.
He's the same guy, and
we'll get our Obi-Wans.
He's the same guy for all 3 figures, and they all take place at the same time. Like there's not a span of time in the show. It takes place in like 3 days. Princess Leia got kidnapped like 8 times in 3 days.
So I have a theory.
Okay.
And I don't know if this is my standing theory. Because it was weird that this thing just kept getting, like, it was the pre-order that just sort of sat there for the longest time. I would go through my Amazon pre-orders, and they would just be sitting there as the very last thing, as everything around it was fulfilled. And then I remembered the wonderful compilation video that folks can go watch on Lance Peter Luke's channel of folks reacting to their Star Wars figures.
Yep.
And Ewan McGregor having a not terribly enthusiastic response.
Didn't love it. Nope.
To I couldn't find my Wandering Jedi one easily, but I do have the
Tiburon
Station one.
Yeah, same head. I mean, it's the same figure. They just painted his shirt blue. It's like the same figure though. Yeah.
So there's that head. And
I don't think it's terrible,
but that's not the same head.
It's not the same head. No, it's decidedly a different head for sure.
So how often the only thing I can think of is that they clearly pulled it from release and went, we can't do it, or Lucasfilm went, listen, it's not good. He's like, can you fix this? Is there time to fix this? Because that's not, I'm trying to get this because I don't have a camera that will do zoom right now. But yeah, it's a completely different sculpt.
It's a different head,
the hair alone.
You know what's weird is they have the same hands.
Oh, so they just painted the gloves?
Yeah. But if you look at the other, if you know the gloves just aren't painted on the other one. They're there. If you look at the hands on the Jabeam Obi-Wan, they're there.
But I think their original plan though was to just reuse the head sculpt, because hey, we got a Ewan McGregor head sculpt from Obi-Wan. We're gonna crank these things out.
Well, let's hold on. I don't know. Let's look. Because I will tell you from my limited knowledge, because I am not an insider whatsoever, but I will say it takes them longer than a month or 2 to get a new head sculpt going. And I'm looking at the head sculpt from the first initial thing, and I do believe it is different. So I don't know if that was the plan or if this was planned the whole time.
If it was the plan, it's a weird plan to have the figure come out a year later.
I think what it is, and this is weird. It's a weird decision Hasbro does. I know this is a fact. If they have the budget, they'll do a new head. Like,
we've seen it on the archive releases as well. Yeah. I mean,
which was an even weirder decision, because they famously, with the archive, they're like, we're not changing anything other than paint. Like, it's the same figure.
We don't care how tall she is.
Yeah, except for Han Solo, he's getting a new face, and Princess Leia, we're chopping off her legs.
Yeah, that was weird.
It was a little weird.
Oh,
I'm not complaining because I think those are both.
I can
great
do one at a
decisions.
time. I can't do both at the same time. I can do one.
You just need a wider. We'll get you a wider magnifying glass.
Or a different camera. Hey, everybody, my birthday's coming up. If there's an Amazon wish list down there.
I was going to say, put on your Amazon wish list. Yeah. Put it on your Amazon wish list. That right there, that Tiburon Station one is my favorite of the three.
I like it just because of the blue shirt.
Same. But I also really like the scarf. I think the scarf works really well.
I mean, you can't say that while Luke is here.
I know he doesn't like soft goods. I try not to tease him too much about it, but like the other day, he's really into the Indiana Jones Adventure series, and Mezco announced their Indiana Jones, so I sent him a link. I'm like, "You buying this?" And
it's got a great head sculpt on it too. I mean,
it does.
I've been consistently less than enthusiastic about not the head sculpts, but the way just the face printing has been kind of wonky on the Adventure series.
I only have Obi-Wan, and I don't think he's bad, but I would say it's not great. Are you getting I'm sorry, not Obi-Wan. Are you getting the Indiana Jones with the articulated hat?
I mean, how can you not? It's the one action feature we're getting out of the line.
Just when they announced that, because I'm like texting Dan while they're announcing stuff. I'm like, I never thought I would ever see articulated hat as a feature.
Yeah, it's such a weird line, and it's weird what they're choosing. It's not weird. I mean, I can understand the sensitivities of what they're not releasing.
Sure,
and concerns around it.
You can't do generic Nazi soldier.
Yeah,
whatever. Because like we haven't seen Dial of Destiny yet. But my wife and I were going through the Indiana Jones movies, and we watched Raiders last night. And I was thinking to myself, I wonder if they'll do the outfit he's wearing while he's flying on the plane. Like, that's a nice outfit. He's just wearing a nice suit. He's got a nice hat. Like, how many outfits? How many just regular outfits are you gonna give us an Harrison Ford wearing?
Well, we haven't gotten straight on Professor yet.
Didn't they announce it?
No, we don't have a Professor.
I'm pretty sure they did.
No,
I'm pretty sure.
No,
hold on. I'm pretty sure they did. In Indiana Jones.
I don't think we're getting it. The Professor.
I'm pretty sure they did. Oh, where are we at? Where are we at? Indiana Jones. Those are the new ones. That's the Belloc in his pajamas. There he is. Indiana Jones Professor. He's got a book. Not wearing glasses though.
Oh, well, then he's not the Professor. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's not Professor Indiana Jones. That's a head reuse without bothering to do the glasses.
Here we go.
That's why I forgot.
He's got a bow tie. It's from specifically Last Crusades. He's got a little torch. He's got a bow tie. He's got the shield.
I have that one. That's not Professor. That's Venice. I would consider that Venice Indiana Jones.
But it says Indiana Jones parentheses Professor. Like
they can put anything on the box. It doesn't make it true.
Well, they got Club Obi-Wan. Indy.
And that's except that is. That's Club Obi-Wan except but that is right. Not Professor. He got no glasses.
Well, he does need the glasses. You're right.
And we need a William Hootkins and the other guy from Army
If they make a Porkins, not Porkins first, if they make Indiana Jones Porkins, I'm going to be so mad.
Oh, and then Luke gets to make a table for them all to sit at.
The top men.
Oh, with a little articulated pipe to put it out, and a weird. That's the weirdest pipe lip. That's the one thing that I always remember is the weird pipe lip that William Hootkins gets.
Like with the prop master, we're like, okay, choose a pipe, and he's like, this is the one, right here. I want that one.
Prop men.
Prop. Who? Prop men.
I mean, you can't really build this world out anymore. It's weird. It's weird that there's one character that's not represented by what I assume is the end of the line that makes no sense. But the bigger thing, and this is not a spoiler because it's in all the trailers and it's the name of the movie. None of the Dial of Destiny figures come with the Dial of Destiny.
They don't come with the Dial of Destiny. Yeah, that is a weird choice for sure.
And you've announced the end of the line.
Is that? Did they say that's the end of the line? Did
they showed no pipelines, and people were remarking that if you go back to their original announcement, that they said the line would be about 25 figures.
Huh. That and nothing from Crystal Skull. Absolutely zero from Crystal Skull.
That was a flex.
Yeah. Hold on. I mean, I kind of want a mutt. I want that.
But do you want him with the hat or without the hat?
Oh no, he's got to go full
Brando.
What's Marlon Brando? Absolutely. I mean, give us a Haslab mutt with the bike, like,
or just build out the visual diversity of the. Give us a Crystal Skull alien.
Yeah. Well, you know what's weird? I remember in 2000, because it was 2008 when that movie came out, right?
Yeah.
I remember
figure line.
I remember Harrison Ford looking so old in that movie, in that trailer, like back then. And now I'm watching like pictures from him and stuff. I'm like, he doesn't look that bad. He actually looks pretty good. And now he looks old.
Well, just wait for 10 years from now. I know. He's 90.
Well, he's got to be missing an eye though, right?
No, it's not canon anymore.
It's not canon anymore.
George took it back.
Oh, is this a special edition of the okay. He decanonized.
Greedo shut his eye out.
McClunky.
Now you know who McClunky is.
That's right. That was him. That was Mr. McClunky. So it's actually just MC. It's an Irish name. It's McClunky.
Mac Clunky.
Mac Clunky, right.
I'm gonna move these because we're gonna open something while we're talking. But this is another thing we were discussing.
Okay.
Because we were talking about, and we'll bring it up again now, the unwelcome surprise, I'm gonna say for me, of the Jedi Spirits set.
Sure.
Suddenly being notified from Hasbro Pulse that those were shipping, and we're shipping a lot sooner than folks thought, and they're not an inexpensive set. And it's not, it's not something I was incredibly enthused about in the first place. It was more like, oh, this is okay, and it'd be nice to have, and it's good that it's a ways off because it's a rather high price for 2.5 figures.
Right.
Two of which already existed in those spirit forms.
Yeah, although Yoda's technically a different skull.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
But you're right. One of the figures.
Then at least one of them is wholly already done
just
in the can.
Yeah.
And who knows how much reuse is in that Anakin.
That's what I'm interested in, honestly. That was what got me to get it. I'm like, I gotta know. I just gotta know.
And it's also, I'm not fully sold on the whole Disco Spirits, Xanadu glitter spirit thing that they're trying to pull the effect off with.
Sure.
As I'm kind of still on the side of just straight print it in like a textured blue plastic.
Kind of like
give me
what
something
they did with
I can underlight. Well, kind of like.
Yeah.
Kind of like they did with this.
Right. Just, exactly like that. Yes, exactly like that.
Because then you could light this and it looks a lot more like a trio of Jedi Spirits.
Sure. Or the three ghosts from the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland, where there's the hitchhiking ghosts.
So this was what, 98?
98?
98, because it was teasing coming summer 99.
Yep. And
if only he knew that his days were numbered.
Yeah,
in that
2004. That was when they changed that. Was the DVD release in 2004.
So the Jedi Spirits, I had to get this. I had never had this originally.
Sure. Yeah, originally. So the Obi-Wan was original. He was originally available as a mail away from Frito-Lay, but it was a different figure because that one didn't have any articulation whatsoever.
Yeah, it was basically a PVC.
Yes, it was. Yeah, exactly.
So I think that this set was probably about a $10?
I believe the
SRP
were $10. Yeah. They were $10 or $15, but they were not expensive.
And
of course, that was back when figures were $4.99.
And it comes with, it's not a railing, but it is a display base.
It's a floor. Yeah.
And it does have the slot where you can cut out the background from the box to display behind it if you would like. These are a little frosty from age, so it might need to be cleaned up a bit, but backlit. In fact, let me see if I can find a light and we can show sort of what this would look like. I mean, it's a little blown out, but even blown out, it looks pretty nifty.
Yeah, for sure.
But those new Jedi Spirits, do I have? Where's my Obi-Wan? Yeah, because the weird thing about the Jedi Spirits is they don't even go all translucent the whole way through.
Nope. They have
they have this weird fade.
Fade.
Where it starts with like a full paint job on top.
Yeah.
Like they didn't want to commit.
Yep.
To the spirit part of it.
I'm sure that would look so much better. Absolutely.
I would love to, and then have a nice base.
Mm-hmm.
Can you work? So now I want someone to print out, because I'm not a technical person in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Print out Luke's wonderful railing. Go check out Landspeeder Luke's Patreon. Anyone watching who hasn't, and go print away. But wire LED lights into his display, and just go ahead and resin print Force Spirits.
Yeah.
Because again, you're not needing the articulation for those.
They're just going to stand there. They don't. Yeah, I mean,
unless you're doing gag photography and need specific poses for it, you're not doing anything with them.
The most action any Force Ghost ever does, in the original trilogy, is Obi-Wan moves past a vine and sits down, and that's it.
Which is always a weird moment for a ghost.
Yes. He's physically moving,
and the fact that you can see the weight of an older Alec Guinness,
right,
really enjoying sitting down on that log in that moment.
I bet the direction George was like, okay, you're going to stand there and you're going to deliver your lines.
No, I'm not.
And Alec Guinness is like, no. I am sitting down.
You are lucky you got me back.
That's right.
I'm going to do what I'm going to do. You're going to let me sit.
That's
yeah, so I had to pick this up because it's also the next to last. This is actually the only figure representation in translucent spirit form.
Yes,
we have.
Correct, because they released him like a normal figure, like he never appeared in the movies.
Yeah,
both in the original and in the,
but not this. No. It's weird to see this as like the last sort of gasp of the early Power of the Force 2.
Yes, because
he's got the weird
same mold.
Like because he's got the same battles, the weird leg stands.
Yeah.
I
believe the Yoda's the same mold too.
Because it's not the second version they did with like the cooking pot.
Correct, and the rooted hair.
Yeah.
They're really grasping for straws. They're like, okay, we got to release another Yoda. What do we do? Well, you could give him a cooking pot.
Yeah, he had a cooking pot. Remember the cooking pot?
What if we give him hair?
You're crazy, but I like it. Let's do it.
I mean, they gave Admiral Mati like choking action. Like why not? They're going for everything.
I mean, the good news is we're going to be opening some Power of the Force 2 again.
It's the best one.
So we're going to move these spirits
away.
Whoa. And see what I'm just reaching because
keep them away from the Ghostbusters. Okay.
So I haven't really opened up any Power of the Force 2 since our episode.
Good.
Because you chose Power of the Force 2.
I did. That was my bread and butter.
We're dipping back into the Power of the Force 2 bag.
Let's do it. I'm so excited.
Something we haven't seen. So we're going to identify also, might as well, the stuff that we haven't seen in Black Series.
Yeah, that's important.
And this certainly fits in with that.
Ugnaughts. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's weird. I feel like there's just like Gamorrean guards, but I feel like Ugnaughts have been weirdly represented in newer Star Wars media. I feel like they've got they wanted to give them more expressiveness.
Right.
And so instead of basically just being like little people in costumes making pig noises, they actually, I mean, they're still little people, but like they're different. I don't know. Like they're different though.
Are you saying that instead of just doing some basic makeup appliances, they decided to make him like a fully animatronic sort of?
Yeah. Like Queel barely looks like an Ugnaught to me. Like I could tell, or like the Ugnaughts from that episode where they're doing the CSI.
Right. The Jack Black Luzo planet.
Right. Yeah, that one. Like sure, I could tell they're Ugnaughts. Just like I could tell Gamorrean guards are Gamorrean guards, but they're just there's something different about them. And I don't know if it's bad.
But I don't know how much of that is just our minds.
True.
That are locked into those original representations. Or like,
true.
Why are their lips moving so much? Like when you see the Trandoshans.
Yeah.
And their lips are moving. It's like, no, this should be like a simple hinge. It's just up like they're clams.
Yeah.
Why are their lips moving to make words? What is happening here?
Well, it's like I like that they Ithorians, they gave them little like projectors over their mouths on the side so that they can speak normally.
And also amplification. It's like the PA system.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Are you waiting for DJ Ithorian?
That's I want Doc Onder is what I want.
So how do you feel every time you see a new Lance Peter Luke video drop with all the stuff early? And he's just enjoying the heck.
Yeah, I joke all the time that he shops in the future, and
I think it's all just a black market connection.
Oh, it's 100%.
He just doesn't want to acknowledge. He's like, well, there's a secret place that we order these things from called, I don't know, Star Canada Action Source. So we got the cinema scene.
Oh, classic.
The freeze frame.
Yep.
So what do you think they chose for the freeze frame on this?
Gotta be, I'm gonna guess it's the one with C-3PO in that little.
Oh, no, it's him at the console
it's the console at the
carbon freezing chamber.
Yeah. And there's only one Ugnaught there, which is weird since there's two in the package.
Isn't that always? I'm sure the other Ugnaught always feels that too.
Yeah, he's always a little resentful of the other Ugnaught getting in there.
I know, that's why it's so suspicious.
Sure, Luke, we all know where you got it. Where you say you got it. No, but he has, like, almost every time something goes live, he will link it in our chat. Be like, hey, guys, I'm ordering this from here. It ends up being this much. Sometimes I take it up. Like, I got that last wave with the... Oh, he's all the way over there. With the Darth Malik, which I just recorded a video for today.
I know, but I'm blaming him for why the rest of us got that. It's going to be late notice.
It's going to be late because he bought them all. Yeah, he bought them. Yeah, he bought the only.
He hinted at it in the video, but we all know there's like 17 extras he got for the customizations. Every Ithorian we've ever seen.
That's right.
Him and Frederick's figures are right now repainting them all.
This is Mammon Naden. This is the Jedi Ithorian from the Clone Wars. This is the.
I mean, for the period, again, this is now late Power of the Force 2.
Good, yeah.
They're good sculpts.
Yep.
Like weird sort of butcher gloves on.
Definitely looked like he was just butchering like a pig.
And this is a sort of a weird gesture, unless it's just like hugs.
Uppy. Give me uppies.
But yeah, so this is the technician then that we see at the console. And then this is the accountant.
Johnson, I expected to have those reports on my desk.
We're not meeting expectations. I'm afraid there are going to have to be layoffs. I have spoken.
I have spoken.
And you're a dick. I have spoken.
Now toss me 3PO's head.
But this is only what? So we got the original Kenner release of Ugnaughts. We got
Yep.
these, and then we got
Yep.
only one more release, updated, I think around 2009, 2010.
Yeah. So that wasn't. I mean, that was
And that's it.
Maybe 10 years after these, and then there's been nothing.
No vintage
Ugnaughts
collection.
and
They
no
released
line. Yeah.
a carbon freezing chamber playset
Mm-hmm.
in the past couple of years, and no
Yep.
Ugnaughts.
No Ugnaughts.
Look,
It's weird.
I mean, I have to. Yeah, I of course. And they're gonna make amazing videos. I'm gonna look at and go, I wish I had a Frederick in my life.
Where do I
doing
get a
amazing?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Doc Ondar looks great.
Yeah, and my co-host Zach is sending me Luke's little display that the Doc Onders store that he 3D printed for me. So I'm looking forward to getting that.
Well, I'm very happy that at least I say at least. I mean, it was a tremendous surprise. Not only did Luke help me finally get an Afra and that maddening search, but also speaking to the last time you were on Open Chat, and we had a conversation about a snowy Chewbacca. Based on the Power of the Force 2. And Luke, in 5 minutes, made up Black Series snowy Chewbacca.
Yeah.
That looked brilliant. He very kindly sent that customized Chewbacca to me in the package with Afra. So
where does that display on your shelf?
It is right behind me on the on my piano shelf.
Okay.
On the wonderful keyboard that I bought with the intention of finally learning piano, I don't know, 20 years ago, and then it just became a shelf.
And now you go, hey Chewie, play me off.
Yeah. There's so many figures that have been played off there. So what do we have? So we had Ugnaughts. What do you think is next?
Are we sticking around the same time period?
This is all Power of the Force 2.
I'm trying to remember what we did last time. We did my Mothma. Pote Snitkin.
It is not Pote Snitkin, but it is another character we do not have in Black Series.
Okay.
So I will give you 2 guesses.
OT?
This is original trilogy.
Okay.
Because there was no other thing at the time.
Right. Oh, that's true. That's true. Duh. Oh my God. Remember those times, Mike? That was it. Those are just the 3 movies.
This is a Jabba's Palace character.
Okay, it's not reuse. I mean, I guess
it's not reuse. I will not count that as one of your choices.
That's one of my. That's okay.
So you have 2 more guesses.
I mean, is it a Bomar monk? That was a thing.
It is not a Bomar monk, which I would not have packaged outside of the box it came in as a mail away.
Because it's a mail away, came in a white box.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
But I do have a Bomar monk.
Well, then they re-released it or made a different one.
Well, they made a Creatures of Jabba's Palace pack. Yeah. I think was it Power of the Jedi?
I think so, something like that. There was another one at some point they released. Let's see. I'm trying to remember.
I'll give you a hint, but you only get one guess after that.
Okay.
And the hint is it's a droid.
Oh, EV-99 or 88.
You were incorrect. You would have been correct if you.
I was like, it's one of the 2. Oh, it's Matt Berry.
It is Matt Berry, and this is one that has never been done since.
Nope.
So this is the best we've got.
That's it. That's the only option.
Not that the Kenner figure was bad.
No,
it was one of the better ones. But
a droid torturing device.
It's a branding device. He works in marketing.
Sure,
he works in Jabba's marketing department. Why do you have to make it weird? He's a professional. He got a degree.
Yeah, because that gonk droid wasn't screaming in pain when he was getting branded.
He makes 6 figures. He was screaming for joy because now he was an influencer.
He's like, oh boy!
You know how many influencers applied to Jabba to be part of the branding program?
Hold on, 6 figures in 1983? That's pretty good.
Hey, Jabba pays well.
All right. I mean, that's some serious synergy going on.
It's the last job you'll ever have.
See, Eric, first thing, that's the torture droid.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes yes. You know what? Being an influencer can be torture.
Matt Berry he's a versatile person. It's so weird that they wasted an actor like Matt Berry
On doing
on 8D on a droid voice.
Also, I realized after the Ugnaught one, instead of having to pull out a flashlight to try and show the frame, it's just on the back of the package.
It's on the back of the box. Yeah.
The frame that they'd sewed.
There he is, branding the bottom of a gong.
The branding, the droid influencer who applied
Or
to
the little
Jabba.
Nike symbols. I just imagine it's a Jabba the Hutt in the shape of a Nike symbol.
It's like it's his tattoo. It's his clan tattoo.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you know that you're a brand influencer for Jabba.
Just poodoo it.
It's amazing.
Did you ever you're gonna get one of those sleeves to put all your little?
I have not gotten the sleeves yet. I do have the coin album for doing the 30th anniversary.
I really wanted the binocular projector thing that you could get to look at these. I remember really wanting that, but never getting it.
Well, you still could.
I mean, yeah, but at this point, why?
I mean, I think along the lines of everything I do every day now. I think
it's true.
But why now? Why?
But why now?
Why?
Well, that's what happened. I just bought a knockoff set of Ninja Turtles off eBay. I've been looking at them for almost 10 years on eBay. Like they've been sitting there, knockoffs. No, like they just keep making them. They're not going anywhere. I don't know why I chose to get them now and not 10 years ago when I was looking at them too, but I did.
Because eventually you'll give in to all of those impulses to.
Yeah. Well, I'm collecting a turtle collection of different styles and sets, and that was a specific style I wanted.
I like how the silver paint is a little bit reflective.
Does he have light piping?
He does.
He does. Look at that. He does.
I think all of the figures from this period still had the light piping.
I know the Jawas did.
I mean, he's a good sculpt. This would be something that, again, speaking to Luke's influence, you could do like a wash on to really bring out the details of the sculpt in this.
Well, you know what's funny to me though is the little droid device is hollow, and if they release that now, people be like, "Oh, Hasbro's cheaping out. Look at how hollow it is. They didn't used to do this."
There we go.
But they always did it. I like that. Light piping is great. That's one of my favorite
simple,
toy features.
Wonderful effect.
It really is.
Every figure should have light piping. The Emperor should have light piping.
Just imagine Luke Skywalker with glowing eyes.
I did repurchase the Emperor in the archive. Not the 40th anniversary release.
Okay, yeah.
They got me on because my original Emperor in the archive release, which is the first time I was able to get him, had the weird cold miser blue nose. Like what about the figures in that period that just
I don't know.
had
Bib Fortuna was kind of
this massive use of blue, so it just looked like he was a cold old man.
Sure.
And they seem to have corrected that. So I had to get the 40th anniversary just so I no longer had.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, it also just kind of looks like it's like a gym set.
There you go. Yeah, he's got to do his droid crunches.
He's having
fun. You gotta get another droid kind of sitting behind him awkwardly, like waiting for him to finish.
I mean, it looks like the Ugnaughts are waiting for him to finish.
That's true.
They booked the machine.
Yeah. And they're just waiting for EV or 8D8 to get off. Like he won't even wipe it down afterwards either. He's that kind of guy.
Oh, it's covered in oil.
Yeah.
I mean, as accessories go, I mean it's
nice. It's
big. Perfect for the character. Yeah. Looks great.
If Hasbro released that with a figure now, that would make it automatically a deluxe figure.
If they were to do him now, do you think in Black Series they would include this?
I
or
would
would they
want them
just
to.
release him? But do
I
you think they would do it? We won't want them to.
Yeah,
But do you think that would be the?
I think it would just be 88, no accessories. Absolutely. Hands
So
down.
yet again, this would be what Luke would be.
Yes.
adding to
Oh yeah,
his-
100. That's yeah.
For everyone who
Definitely.
picked up their 88, you can
Yeah.
now print out no supports. But yeah, well, I mean, I had to pick it up
Yeah.
as
Can you put a little Ugnaught on there upside down by his shoes?
the accountant has he been
Yeah.
strung up?
Yeah.
Let's see. If this is how I break this,
You're not blaming me. You're doing it.
I totally am going to blame you.
I'm not doing it.
You said to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, if I told you
His
to jump off a
shoes
cliff,
do
would
not
you?
fit, and this is brittle enough
Okay.
plastic that I'm
Okay,
afraid
don't do
that.
it. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
But you know what? We have the conceptual joke to carry us.
That's right. In theory, that would have been funny.
Also, maybe the Ugnaughts are from HR coming down to talk to him
Oh, that's
about his need for a fourth employer.
true. It's true.
What else do we have? Oh, well, speak of the Jedi.
There it is. There's the rooted hair. Oh, and the little lamp thing. That's right.
The lamp, little cooking pot is caned,
Yep. That's
and the
that's an
flashback
important
photo
in the flashback card,
which is now
Yoda.
another outdated.
It's that awkward, gross, like the model, the puppet Yoda that would look terrible.
Look at my old photos. You will not.
Oh man. You know,
Awkward it was.
there aren't many changes they've made to Star Wars, but replacing that puppet with a CGI one in episode 1 is the better of the choices that they've made.
Yeah, this most of this wave was a do-over wave.
Yes. Yep.
It's like, please just listen, we acknowledge maybe you don't need to get those anymore. Just here's we're gonna make Luke so skinny.
Floppy hat, skinny Luke. And then there was the Obi-Wan with the hood up. They were like, oh, finally, a hood up.
And the Darth Vader that's advertised as now with inner cape.
Yes, because he didn't have one before. That's right. He just had the old.
It was such a simpler time.
Yep.
And the Kmart price,
Oh,
$5.99.
$1 more than I think they were retailing for, but that's Kmart for you.
Can't wait to see this rooted. He looks kind of like Doc Brown.
Great Scott.
I'm about to see some serious shit.
Some serious shit you will see.
Marty, gotta save the galaxy.
It's your kids, Luke.
What about my kids?
You don't got any.
Oh, geez. Okay, getting this open.
You getting it? You want to slice your fingers off?
Well, remember, it's a letter opener, not. I will not going to use a razor blade.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past you. Still,
listen. There's mistakes have been made in the past. Doesn't mean they have to be carried through. It also doesn't mean I can't stab myself with this with a blunt.
I was gonna say, it doesn't matter how blunt it is if you do it enough force.
Well, we learn that every day on Twitter.
That's right.
Okay, there we go. See, once you make the initial, because you don't want to push all the way through and potentially tear more of the inner image. So I do halfway, and then once I've done the halfway and assure the outer edge, I'll go back in, pop, and then I can push out towards the edge. Listen, it's a lot of sad energy to preserve what most people would throw away.
Just recycle straight up.
But I like keeping them.
Sure.
Do you still have your Black Series boxes?
Yes, I do.
So you keep them in storage. You open
They're in bins in my garage.
You don't robo
And
it.
No. I am thinking about getting rid of them though. Like I'm at the point where every year I add a new tub to the collection, and it's starting to get to be a little too much.
So will that be a day that you delight in?
I don't know yet. I think if I ever do get rid of them, and it might be after whenever I move again, like whenever that happens, that'll probably be afterwards. Like once I've moved, because what'll probably happen is whenever I'm packing up, I'll put them all back in their boxes, and then after I move and I'm setting them up, when I take them out of their boxes, I will start recycling the boxes. But it's come in handy because as I've replaced figures, I put them back in the box, and I can now sell them. They're not mint and sealed box, but they're still
But some people who would be opening them anyway, appreciate having the box that they would keep themselves.
Exactly.
Or sometimes you can realize later on that you accidentally left an accessory in there, and if you would throw it out,
that's 100% why I haven't now, because there's definitely accessories.
I'm now super paranoid about the windowless every time, because now it's just continually haunted by Luke's throwing away of the staff of Ra.
The staff, yeah. And then I think someone else threw away the blaster that Cal Kestis came with.
Look at that rooted hair.
That's certainly rooted hair.
He basically is a little space Danny DeVito.
That's it.
Like It's Always Sunny Danny DeVito.
Little Frank Reynolds.
He looks drunk. He looks drunk and surly.
That's it.
I don't know how Danny DeVito manages to do that with his hair. It is. But that's totally. I feel
like at some point you just don't care. Like you just don't do anything with your hair, and just how it is how it is. Hey, there's Zach.
Hey, Zach. So now he'll corroborate everything you said about him, right?
That's true.
Zach, is it true? Is it true all the things you didn't hear?
I said a lot of things about you, Zach. I've talked a lot of crap.
Yes, there is a very troll doll.
Yeah, you have to get into what is it, the toll troll? You have to pay the toll troll if you want to get in the boy's soul.
Is that what Yoda says?
That's what Frank Reynolds says. Everything that you've read about me is true. That's true, Zach. He does look high, though. He looks high or drunk.
There are a lot of long nights on Dagobah.
What else are you doing in Dagobah? I'm sure there's some species of snake.
I'm sure there's a lot of mushrooms about that. I think Yoda is cooked most of the time.
Like, seriously, what was he doing for most of his days? Like, there's no garden there. He's not watching TV.
He doesn't have Tears of the Kingdom.
Right.
He's not finding Korok seeds.
No. There's 900. I got to like 130 and stopped. Okay. I just stopped caring.
I think I'm sitting at 700 and something right now.
Dang.
Oh, I'm going to finish it. I finished it in Breath of the Wild, so I have to finish it in this.
Oh, you got the final poop?
Yes. I got the final seed, please.
The final seed. Yeah. I did not. And man, I don't know what happened. I was loving Tears of the Kingdom, but I just got to a point where I'm like, I'm just gonna beat it. Like, I just don't want to do any of the other stuff. I don't even think I went into Terrytown like once.
What?
I didn't even go there once. I didn't do it. I didn't do all the things where you're supposed to go. Did you build
Link's house?
Yeah, I didn't build Link's house. I didn't do any of that stuff. I did all the shrines. I did all the shrines. I did most of the shrines. I got 3 rings of stamina, and I think.
Now, did you choose stamina over hearts?
I went stamina first and got to 3 because I saw online, and this is true, that if you're at full hearts, nothing can one-shot you. So as long as you have food and you're eating, you can survive any hit, no matter what enemy, what it is. So I did 3 stamina wheels so I could climb and swim and not have to worry about anything like that. And then I started putting them into hearts after that.
Oh
And I
yeah.
got
Oh
to,
yeah. No stamina when it comes to exploration
yeah, because that's what I cared about most.
is key. Oh, and I love the
Yeah.
introduction finally of the froggy
Oh,
armor
yeah.
in Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep.
To
love that
finally
too.
be able to climb on wet surfaces.
Yep. That was fun.
That alone.
And I upgraded most of the suits. Like I did a lot. I'm not saying I didn't do anything.
I have every suit.
Mhm.
I've upgraded everything fully.
Skipped all those
but I have not
fairy
finished the game.
videos.
I'm refusing to finish the game until I've fully explored. I've lit every
That's
light
fair.
route.
Okay. Yeah, I did that. So I built my little sky cycle thing, and then I flew around. Like I think I ended up getting like all 8 batteries, but then I started doubling up. So I think I got 3 more on top of the 8. So I got 11 batteries.
Yeah, no, I mean my first goal always for those games is unlock the navigation, so the map, just get that sorted out. But this is a massive game.
It's a massive game.
This is when people call like Jedi Survivor open world. It's like, no.
Parts of it are kind of open world, but no.
But you are very much on guardrails still within that game.
Yeah, even on Kobo, which was big. There was a large area, but there was still a part of the map where like
you could not access, you could not do anything. No, I love the stumble nature of these 2 Zelda games, where you see something out of the corner of your eye and you never thought you didn't have an intention to see anything out of the corner of your eye. You're not looking for something actively, but you notice something weird, and inevitably it is something. It's like it's always a Korok seed, or it's something to a chest or some encounter. That is, and I love just riding around that map.
Yep. I liked putting on the wingsuit and going into the labyrinths and just kind of flying around. Like it's kind of fun.
It's just a great game to tool around in.
Yep.
Or if you just want to do menial tasks.
Yeah. I just got to a point where I'm like, I just want to beat it now. I guess I'm just done. Like I'm not going to do everything because I got other stuff I want to do. Like Final Fantasy 16 was coming out, and I wanted to play that. So I just was like, I can't put more time into this.
Well, that's why I beat Survivor. I 100%ed Survivor just to get it out of the way, just so I would have no concern with, because I knew this was going to happen. This happened on Breath of the Wild.
Yep.
I think I have like 2,000 or 3,000 hours in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I'm super glad that there's no motion puzzles in Tears of the Kingdom, and that fact alone makes it a superior game in my eyes.
So, did you play Skyward Sword?
I did not get a Wii U. I do have Skyward Sword,
the
remastered one on Switch. I've gotten to the first dungeon. I just really don't like.
Once you play Breath of the Wild, now, because I played it on the Wii U when it came out.
Yeah,
and it is so reliant on motion controls and blowing into the controller, and like they really wanted you to engage with that pad in your hand. And it just got to, there's one section of the game, I never finished it, as I got to a point where I kept hitting a wall and could not get past. There's like this one a portion when you're in like this alternate world with these guardians that you have to avoid detection.
Right.
And make it through. And I just kept getting caught. And when a game reaches a frustration point where you're like, I'm done with this.
Right.
If I paid money for a game, a not insignificant amount of money, I should have an option to go, you know what? Skip this or consider this completed. I tried. I just want to get past it now. This is stopping me from advancing in the game I paid for.
And it's not fun.
I should have that option. Like, you know, I don't care if you put like a red flag next to the thing that goes, he's a skipper. Fine. I don't care. I want to experience the rest of the game, but don't hang me up on this one section, which is obviously kicking me back.
Yeah, one of the things they did in Final Fantasy 16 that I think is neat is there's no difficulty selection, but there are accessories you can equip to make the game easier. Like they automate some of the like dodging or attacking things that if you're not super good at
Right.
those kind of action games,
Like
you can equip
reflexes
them.
or
Yeah. You can equip them and make the game easier for you, and
and
it
I'm
has a
fine with
little
that.
icon.
And
Yeah,
call me like, he played it on baby mode. I
yeah.
don't care.
I don't care.
You
Yeah,
can't shame me when I just want to enjoy it. Like
yeah. I
Jedi
want. I just
Survivor,
want.
I
I want
played
to
it
know the
on story
story.
mode.
Yeah,
That's all I
yeah.
wanted.
Yep.
I don't need to spend an hour and a half on a boss fight. That's not enjoyable to me. For the folks who love that challenge, aces. Keep going.
Yep.
You're excellent.
You're those Dark Souls players that love getting punished.
It just, yeah, I can't deal with that. Like, people playing on the whenever the was it the Jedi Grandmaster level or whatever the thing is.
Yeah, will not ever.
And it's like,
I don't even
no,
want to do it. Yeah.
why would I do that to
Look
myself?
how yellow that bubble is. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, it's not the worst.
No, the
I've
internal,
seen.
the tray inside.
Oh, the tray. Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's been smoking in there.
Are the Colt 45 cans like?
Yeah. Oh no,
clinking around?
this is Lando's been partying in this thing.
You know that
Come back and join me in my bubble.
Hey, I hate that this figure has such a bad reputation in the Black Series because
of Hasbro's overproduction.
Yeah, it's legitimately a good figure. like
It's a great Lando. It's a great representation. It's a great sculpt.
Yes. It's just it's so.
But then they went and did the same thing with the archive release, and then tripled down on.
Yeah. It's like, is it a joke? Are they doing it as a joke now?
I mean, if they are, then even worse.
Yeah.
I realize he has the blaster, but the blaster's still in his holster.
He has it in the holster, and then he's also carrying it. Just so you know,
a little bit of overkill.
Yeah, he is buff though, man. Look at that chest.
Yeah, I think this is just when the transition. When is this?
Yeah, it was like 97, I think. Maybe.
Well, he's the freeze 98? Frame, so it's probably it's 97. So yeah, this is just when, because we still had the buff Gamorrean guard.
Yeah, it was just on the cusp of things changing over.
That's still somewhat awkward. Endor Leia.
Yep.
And the Tarkin, the super
the
buff
first
Tarkin.
Time ever, the first figure ever that they made, and it was on the package.
And it was a loss. Oh, and I just do not like the weird posing they did for these things.
That weird.
The stances.
It's not even a stance because it's like it's wider than an A stance.
It's a flying V stance.
This is why Lando's fly together. You know, you
ever seen that scene in The Big Lebowski?
In my figure reviews, I took something from another toy reviewer who passed. His name was Glenn Webb, but he always did, this is their legs like widest apart with the feet flat on the ground kind of thing.
Right.
That's what that is basically. It's
like the how wide the widest.
The widest.
In fact, you could probably duplicate this with the modern Black Series.
Oh, for sure,
version
absolutely.
Of this.
Yeah.
That is very awkward.
Yep, very awkward.
What do we have next? I have another Mon Mothma. Oh, well, you know what? I have the other one we were talking about.
Oh, look at that. That's the Darth Vader now with undercape.
Boop.
Oh, little Annie. Little Annie.
Boop, 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 boop. Guess what?
I'm cold, sir.
Haha. So am I.
He would be cold. All of his nerves got fried off.
Still don't like. Oh, when sand gets caught up in your suit.
You think he's got a bunch of like filters to keep the sand and particles out.
Also bought at Kmart, $5.99. Oh,
Two
when his suit
galaxies
gets all
everywhere.
gritty.
Ugh.
When I ripped my pants.
I just couldn't imagine like just wearing all that all the time. Just like all the time.
Do you think his Tazy just like wants to stay in the tank?
I would. Like
Just,
I'm
just
not getting
chill
out of the
out
tank
with his
today, guys.
hate and
Yeah, I'm not getting out of my tank today.
tell the Emperor I'm not here.
I'm calling in.
I heard that through the Force, Vader. Oh, damn it. Hello, Vader's not here right now. If you please leave.
I think he just has like a screen so you can like, watch reruns of like Three's Company or something.
Wedding video.
Yeah, or that. Yeah.
Oh, that DJ.
I'm just imagining Darth hanging in his back to tank. And he's like, put on Golden Girls next.
Oh, that Blanche.
I want to watch The Sandlot. That old junk dealer's got a nice voice.
And Field of Dreams next.
He's just watching old.
Oh, Simba. I was a Simba once.
I was. Is there a comedy Coming to America? Sounds fun.
Sneakers. He's in that too.
A bunch of James Earl Jones videos. What was he in Sneakers?
Yes, he's the NSA agent at the end.
Oh, that's right.
Muck
he was.
Giving
that
you
was
a Winnebago.
I just yeah.
Yeah,
I just
great
can't,
at the end.
That was Sidney Poitier, right? Too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Poitier. Yes.
Poitier. And my French is terrible. Pardon my French.
Yeah, Robert Redford, Dan Aykroyd.
Yep.
Speaking of Indiana Jones, River Phoenix.
Oh, that's true.
Sneakers, great watch. Anyone who's never seen Sneakers?
No, I had never heard of it, and we were going through like iTunes has sales or whatever, and we're just kind of scrolling through, and my wife was like, "Sneakers is only $4. We're buying it. I love that movie." And I was like, "I've never heard of Sneakers." It was
your wife sounds nothing like Mark Hamill. What are you doing?
She's the same. No, I'm telling you, she's the same person.
Sneakers is great. We've got to see Sneakers.
I will say is I've never seen my wife and Mark Hamill in the same place at the same time. Okay.
I was talking with Harrison the other day. He told this great anecdote about when we were with Carrie.
So how's the undercape? Is it good?
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, it's definitely an undercape. It's a cape that's under.
It's got a bit of a bustle to it.
All right. It's like someone at Kenner or Hasbro was like, yeah. I just imagine someone at Kenner or Hasbro. They're like, "Oh man, he does have a cape under there. What do we do?"
I mean, he's got that weird Rob Liefeld muscle shelf.
Yep.
So it's still in the awkward period. They're moving away from it.
I mean, you gotta have some kind of there's a evolution. You know, you don't just go switch off. You gotta have to build.
And they're still doing the fixed stances.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I mean, it's not like it's still 5 POA.
Yeah.
There's no knee, no elbow joints, so I guess it is more dynamic on the shelf if you're going to display it and you want an action pose. It's just locked into that one action pose.
I hope you'll really like that action pose.
Yeah,
that's your choice.
That's what you get.
That's why have to buy like 8 different Vaders, one for each pose.
What's weird is now it's Lando's like, you know, I'm not really this short. I could stand up straight and I'd be a lot taller than this right now.
It's true. He's lost a good 5 inches because he's standing so weird. It's like he's trying to get on the same level as like someone else. So he's just...
I don't know why you do this to me. Do you see what they did to me?
Oh, there we go.
So this
why did she come with that blaster?
well, she picked it up and then she put it back down. She's like,
She's like, "Hey, hon, is this your blaster?" Oh, okay.
that's a weird choice. There are better frames you could have picked to highlight her.
Yep. What's that? Ishy Tib on the back?
That is Ishy Tib on the back.
Ah, look at me.
Along,
I remember
along with
names.
the blast shield helmet Luke.
Blast shield helmet Luke, yeah. And the removable helmet Vader. So that would make this 98. If I remember right.
You are correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right before they would have started advertising the episode 1 and before they switched to the flashback frames.
The flashback cards, yeah. I think the flashback cards was only like 2 waves at most.
Which also, I think in the last ones we opened had like the spoiler one for Leia that shows Padme.
Yep.
It's like, well, that's a give.
That's a weird part of episode 1 where they're trying to trick you into like which one's Padme and which one's not. But I feel like there's no real rhyme or reason to it sometimes.
To when it happens.
Because like, at no point in that red dress with her like weird hair, that was never actually Padme. Ever. That was the decoy the whole time. I don't know if it was Keira Knightley actually portraying her, if it was Natalie Portman in there. But ideally, like, is story-wise, that was never the actual queen wearing that. So it's just weird how they call that Queen Amidala. But then also, Padme is just using her actual name.
Yeah, who's known to have become the queen.
Yeah, like Padme, like, same name as the queen? Same person?
People on Naboo are not terribly bright.
No, they're not. They're not smart. Well, my favorite was at the end when she revealed herself. Like Obi-Wan gives that side glance, like, we knew the whole time. We're so smart.
Whereas Qui-Gon went, wait, what? No.
Yeah. No, I think it was more like, you owe me $5.
You don't want the money.
Well, he is a cheat, so don't let him gamble. Qui-Gon is.
Oh, I dropped the frame again. There are so many frames on the floor right now.
Just you should just like tile one of your rooms, like your bathroom,
in these the freeze frames
with the freeze frames.
Have like a backlight behind them.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a lighted mirror kind of thing.
Like a lighted mirror. Just turn them on. You get a bunch of really cool.
That's what you do with a guest bathroom, right?
That's right.
Isn't that what you?
Yeah.
When you just I'm not using this.
Yeah.
She's got a weird stance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like weird duck feet. Like,
yeah. I mean, it's not, considering how bad they did previously, it's not a horrible.
Well, it's
still not
Leia.
Quite Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
It looks more like is it Jen? Who's the female from the Dark Crystal?
Oh yes,
the Gelfling.
Yeah, that's exactly who it is. 100%. That's who that is.
Yeah, so not quite there. And yeah, for some reason has Han's blaster. Yeah, and oversized.
It is. It's so big. Yeah, it's so big.
I mean, I will give it to them. They did. This is an overlay on the vest, so I'll give it to them on.
Yeah, it's an extra
experimenting,
piece. Yeah.
And it's not the weird. Like they got the body proportions closer to actual human.
It's a weird hand gesture though. Like on.
Oh, this one. It's sort of like.
It's like waving, like hi.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the Grail Knight at the end of.
That's exactly what
Last Crusade.
It's the Grail Knight pose. I'm dying now.
He's like, you come and really effed up my ass here.
Thanks
and
for stopping by.
You were supposed to be the replacement. This was
you wrecked my whole day. Thanks.
What's great is you should see in his other hand, he's holding his suitcase because he was prepared to leave after he'd finally been released from his service.
Finally go back to Venice.
Check in on my kid. Oh no!
How long? It's been how long? You
I
know,
but money's still in my account.
we were watching Raiders last night, and I just never noticed how much Karen Allen sounds like Carrie Fisher or looks like Carrie Fisher. Like there's a lot of similarities between Karen Allen.
Well,
and Carrie Fisher.
that whole crew in that period, because they all sort of hung out together. Carrie Fisher and Karen Allen and Margot Kidder. They were all in like a friend group. They were all.
They would have been on a same text chain if it were.
Yeah, they would have been in the same text group.
Yeah.
Little WhatsApp group.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Does anyone know where the cigarettes are?
Where's the cocaine?
Well, we have another one.
Okay, good. Hey, wow. Oh, Biggs. Oh, so fun story about this. I'm going to go get another drink. I'm going to get an actual drink. I'm a little toasty right now. But my mom, one time we were watching Star Wars, like Star Wars. And Luke says, "Blast it, Biggs, where are you?" And she hears, "Blasted bitch, where are you?" And my mom, being the super conservative Christian woman, goes, "Did he just say bitch? I let you watch this?" And I'm like, "No, Mom, it's Biggs. That's his name." And so I had to use this toy specifically to show her that his name was Biggs. Because, like, subtitles weren't a thing.
Did you have
VHS.
it still packaged? How did you... It wasn't like you just called it up on the internet.
I saved all those little cut up.
Oh, so you saved
things.
this.
I saved that. I cut those all out. Saved them in little baggies. Yeah, absolutely.
Like I did with my G.I. Joe. So you rushed to like, no, I can still watch this.
Yes. Because she was okay with Han Solo saying hell in Empire Strikes Back. That's not a big deal. But for some reason, bitch was a big one.
The power of Biggs compels you.
That's right.
Also, we could see the price increase, or at least how much cheaper. So Walmart was selling this for $4.76.
Less than
and we're up to $5.99 the following year.
Yep.
It's almost like there's always been price increases.
Oh, there definitely have, but it's also been different for different stores. Because I worked at KB Toys, and ours were always $1 more than everyone else.
Well, the KB Toys mall prices were always nuts. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let you go get your drink. I'll wait to open this.
Okay, give me like 2 minutes. Not even that. Yeah.
While Mike is grabbing his drink, if anyone has any questions in the chat, hello everybody. Hope you're enjoying this. Remind everyone to hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. I think there's a tipping link. Since the channel isn't monetized yet, there's a tipping link down below if you'd like to do that, or an Amazon wish list. And if you'd like to get an early birthday gift, maybe I'll have a birthday stream. That'd be nice. July 10th coming up. Yeah, I'll do a live stream. Maybe I'll have a special guest. We'll do a live birthday stream. And potentially open up if anything is coming for my birthday. I know I'm getting some stuff for myself for my birthday. So we'll see what happens on July 10th. And we're going to open this Biggs in a second. What do we have in this line? So this has the Lando. This must have been a mixed release of characters with these waves. What was on the back of the card for Lando? Yeah, so this must have been just a wider... That must have been the full wave then. Of the Snow Trooper, Luke Skywalker in ceremonial outfit, Grand Moff Tarkin, Princess Leia in Ewok celebration outfit, Gamorrean Guard, Nine Numb, Bespin Luke Skywalker, Weequay, General Lando, and the Emperor's Royal Guard. And that's the vinyl folder that Mike was talking about for these freeze frames that you could get, which is just a cheap plastic folder, little plastic sleeves to put these in.
Okay, I'm back.
I was just showing them on the back. They mail away to get your freeze frames. Yeah.
I was actually surprised at how far these headphones were. I'm like, good. Downstairs.
See, I heard it all.
Yeah. I want to make sure you weren't talking about me while I was gone.
Totally was.
I know. I could hear.
So this is collection 2.
Mm.
Okay, so so was collection 1 then?
You know,
ripped
I
off the
never
part
noticed those collection things when I was a kid.
on
Never,
the
not
bottom.
once. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you didn't care. All you looked at was the back to see what
That was
other
all I
figures
cared
were
about.
available.
Yep.
Once we knew that, we didn't need to know what wave it was. What was in the
I don't
case
even know what those
assortment.
collections mean. Like, how are they? Are they divided up? Like, how are they divided up? Like,
Do you remember an
it
age
seems
when
arbitrary.
you didn't care about a case assortment? All you cared was what the figure you wanted was in the box that might be sitting in the aisle and they hadn't put on the shelf yet.
Exactly. You know, I miss those days. I really do. I miss the days of not knowing. Where you go down a toy aisle and you see new figures you've never seen before suddenly one day, and that's it. Like, oh, cool, new figures.
I miss the days of not feeling like everything was going to be so limited, sold out, or understocked, or underproduced,
or
that you never get it, never see it, not know about it till later.
Well, you know, I'm surprised at how many times I've like talked to people online where they just don't know what I would consider basic stuff. Like someone I was talking to yesterday on Reddit, they were like, "Well, what vehicles have come out in Black Series?" Like they were challenging me on the fact that there were vehicles in the Black Series, and I just listed off all the big ones, and he's like, "Oh, so they never made a speeder bike?" Of course, Hasbro never made a speeder bike. I was like, the speeder bike was the first one they made. I just didn't mention it because it was like the most popular one. I figured you knew. Like, so weird.
So was this someone who was trying to somehow defend TVC over Black Series?
It was a Haslab discussion over whether or not Hasbro needed to do Haslabs, and my argument was every big vehicle that that Hasbro's done in the Star Wars line has lost money and not performed like they wanted. Like they've tried, but it just didn't work. Like nobody wanted the TIE Fighter. And that was before the whole controversy of, you know, the sequels and all that stuff. Like
or the end of Toys R Us. Which is the biggest factor, I would say, in the modern scale and economy of toys.
Toys R Us is where you went for big shit.
That was like that, or had sort of the ability to stock, without it taking up super valuable shelf space.
Target's not going to stock a freaking, you know, like I'm trying to think of something big. The aircraft carrier from G.I. Joe, like, they don't have shelf space for a 6-foot aircraft carrier.
You know, pilots with their 2 blasters.
And so you can
the fact that they so overloaded how many blasters, and he's still buff. We're still in the buff period.
Yep. Yeah, they really just needed to give them as many blasters as they could so you could play with them.
They gave Tarkin a blaster. It's just like, come on, stop. But there we go. Shout out to Alex Damon.
That's right.
Team Stash.
I was really glad they put him back in for the special edition.
Yeah, and had that beat make a little more sense.
Hey, why does Luke suddenly care about this random guy?
Rando, no.
Right? Although I'm glad they still didn't put the beginning in, like the whole with Cammy and Fixer.
No, because that's just it's not the best acting all around.
No, but even outside the acting, it's just a part of the story that just it's not necessary.
Yeah, it is wholly useless.
Like Star Wars is a slow burn enough to get going. Like you don't even meet Luke Skywalker,
but it's not a slow burn with that start.
True, no, that's true. But I feel like it would have been more of a slow burn.
Oh yeah, if you just cut away to this long sequence.
Of more Luke Skywalker.
Luke, you go to the academy?
Jumping ship. I'm wearing. Although I will say, Biggs' cool cape. Like, yeah. I do want that figure. I want that figure of Biggs.
in his cape for Black. Well,
Mm-hmm.
have we gotten a Biggs and Black series? No.
No. Oh, we have Wedge. No, so we don't have Biggs.
Yeah.
No.
And please, if they're not gonna, just we need a different X-wing scale body.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
Poor Dave Filoni standing
He's
next to Jon Favreau.
What they need to do is get a new body, okay? Just a whole new body that you can swap different heads onto, that we can take that Dave Filoni head off of and put on a new body.
Yeah,
Let's make like a troop builder style, so you don't mind buying a couple.
Like have Biggs, like have a named character that's a known character who would be taller than Luke.
Yeah.
And although you know what, and they'll sell them. Just make a new Luke X-wing.
Yeah.
He needs to be updated anyway. Retire that body. Yeah. Scale it to the scale that you have for all the 57,000 Jedi Lukes that we have.
Yeah.
Just make a new X. You know, they finally are getting everyone to rebuy every astromech droid that they ever bought.
And I'm going to willingly do it.
So that's the next campaign is new X-wing.
Well, what I wanted for the 10th anniversary, I was really hoping they were going to re-release the first 4 figures they did. So the Darth Maul, that Luke, the R2, and the Sand Trooper. But with like all new bodies, like all new style, like because the R2 is already there. The Sand Trooper, they've got mostly a new body, you know, with the new style of Stormtrooper.
Right.
But they could have given us a whole new Luke and a whole new Maul. But like the same accessories, same look, just with new construction, just for the 10th anniversary of the line. I thought that would have been a cool way to celebrate.
The choices and process within the Star Wars line right now, just some of it just baffles.
Yep.
Compared particularly with what Marvel's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Dan.
Dark Trooper for $20.
Now that is not the cheapest Jar Jar I've seen, though.
It's not. That's true.
Because didn't Best Buy get down to like $10 at one point?
I think it was
for their edition.
All right, I'm looking at this 4th of July sale. Look at that, $20, 43% off. That is
what's their shipping?
Deal.
What's the shipping threshold?
They have a flat rate of I think it's $5 shipping, $4 shipping.
So they don't have a over so and so.
It's a flat rate $4 shipping for anything. So if you buy multiple things, it's always just $4. So Big Bad Toy Store's bread and butter is their pile of loot, where you buy something and stick it in a pile, and then when it gets so large, you just ship it all for $4.
Now, what's the longest you've let it go?
Like, I think the maximum is like the maximum is like 6 months.
And what's the shortest you've let it go, where you just finally something came in, you were like, I got to have this now?
Oh, yeah, instantly. Instantly.
My pile of loot is one item. Send it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. Jar Jar's 45% off, because that is another deluxe figure, so that makes sense. Oh, got some SH figure arts on there.
Got his survival pack.
Gonna share this with the boys there. Little Spider-Man action. All right. Oh, so there's the Endor Trooper. I loved that figure.
This is the closest we've gotten to a G.I. Joe figure.
100%. Yep.
In the Star Wars line. I mean, this straight up could just drop in with your Joes, other than the lack of articulation.
Call him Grunt.
You know what? It looks like the off-brand G.I. Joes.
Oh, the core. Yeah.
That you'd get.
Mom, can we get some G.I. Joes? We have G.I. Joes at home.
Those aren't G.I. Joes. Those are just army guys.
That's the brigade, Mom.
Ugh. They don't even fit in the vehicles right. And they don't wear the backpacks. The holes aren't the same.
So what do you think of the new Endor Trooper coming out for Black Series?
I like it. I think it doesn't qualify as deluxe. I would love to know the internal calculus for what
I'll tell you
exactly.
It's paint. That's the budget cost. It's the paint. It's the pants. It's specifically the paint on the pants. That's what it is. And it was a cost they couldn't cut, because if he didn't have pants that looked right, people would be like, that's not an Endor Trooper. So they came to a point where they're like, we have to either make it deluxe to fit in budget or not make it at all.
But that's when the calculus falls apart for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I think, okay, but if you lower the price, this is an army builder. You're specifically selling this as an army builder.
Yep. You're going to make your money back.
You'll make your money by the volume of sales, because people will buy the second one they wouldn't otherwise buy because this is too expensive. Like that's the weird consistent calculus that's killing me on the line right now, where it's like you're shooting yourselves in the foot by not giving an inch on these prices.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying I
no, and I understand that is their calculus.
Yeah, that's their calculus, and I agree. It's not great. Shadows of the Empire. There we go.
And what? Oh, we got a new. This is from Hills.
Now I bought mine from
486.
I remember buying that one. Yeah,
the Kmart of the South.
The Kmart of the South. I was visiting my grandparents in South Carolina. Sorry, I have to say that South Carolina. And my grandfather had to go shopping there, and he left my brother and I in the arcade and gave us like $10 each. And he's like, go buy or go play games. I'll come back in like a half hour to pick you up.
But that's a fortune.
Yeah, it was. And my thought was, I've got $10 right now. There's a Roses in the mall.
Yeah, how do you see a $10 bill in your hands?
Right? So I left my brother there, and I walked,
also another sign of the times.
100 feet down the mall.
Just left two children alone. Then one of those children leaves the other child alone.
Absolutely.
Just wanders off to another store.
Well, I got in trouble for it. So I got, I used that $10. I bought that specific Leia right there because I was super excited to get her. And I got back to the arcade before my grandfather came back. So I was in the clear.
Which arcade was it?
Oh, I don't remember, honestly. It was just some arcade. But I remember I had $1. I had a couple dollars left over, so I'm putting some quarters in. I'm playing Die Hard, the arcade game, and I was playing the X-Men arcade game, of course, because you got to play that as well.
And you had enough money to play it.
I had enough money to buy a $5 toy, and then yeah. So I'm playing the game. My grandfather walks in. He's like, "We got to go." So, look at that Outrider. I love that. Anyways, long story short, I got home. I was super excited. Yes, please. I was super excited to show my dad the Princess Leia figure I bought. And he's like, where did you buy that? And I was like, at the mall. And he's like, did they have that in the arcade? And I was like, no, I went to Roses. And I got in trouble for leaving my brother alone in the arcade by himself.
But they didn't take the figure away, right?
No, they didn't take the figure.
Okay.
No, yeah. I just got in trouble. Yeah, and
if it wasn't in the mall you bought it, was it a KB? Oh, it was Roses. You read it Roses.
It was Roses. Yeah, it was a Roses.
So you could have bought two. Why didn't you buy two?
I mean, because
you couldn't do the math in your head at that point to think if the taxes, if it would cover.
Yeah, well, I just knew I really wanted that Princess Leia.
And you're like, I'm not getting Xizor.
So I think I already had,
or the weird Luke. In his Imperial.
I think I already had the Snuva and the Xizor. I didn't have the Luke at the time, and I don't think they had the Luke on the shelf. I think they only had Xizor, the Chewbacca as Snuva, and then this Leia.
It sounded like you were talking about. I had the Snuva and the Xizor, and then I went to the doctor.
Those are weirds. Those are words. Those are words that you can say.
Considering how bad Power of the Force 2 would be, that's not a bad body.
It's not.
Sculpt.
I don't love that she has the thermal detonator sculpted into her hand.
But they weren't really doing accessories that small at that point.
No. I understand it. I just don't love it. But the removable helmet was great. The face underneath was good.
The face is better than the Leia that we get at the same time.
It was just weird they made that a Shadows of the Empire It's clearly Return of the Jedi.
Oh, but it told the origin of how she.
Sure, but I don't think there was ever a scene where she's holding a thermal detonator, and it's been a while since I've read.
I'm assuming once you have them, you just probably just
Yeah,
kind of like
weird
Jareth and
yeah,
Labyrinth at that point. You
true.
you just get
No,
idle.
it's true. I would have rather had a Guri or Dash Rendar's droid. I don't remember what that one was. Guri was the sexy assassin droid that looks like a person.
Right.
That was Prince Xizor's.
It's so 90s.
Yes. So 90s.
The whole aesthetic of Shadows of the Empire.
I love there's been nothing like Shadows of the Empire since Shadows of the Empire, where
the wistfulness in your voice just now.
It's true that there was a whole multimedia extravaganza over a book.
It had a soundtrack album.
It had a soundtrack. I remember listening to the soundtrack and reading the book. I've never heard of a soundtrack for a book before, but it made sense at the time.
It was a multimedia experience.
Yes, it was. You had toys, you had comics, you had, and you can't even say, and you had a book because it was the book. The book was the main thing. Everything else was to showcase the book.
Yeah, it's just such a. And the video games. So like what, 2 games?
I had the N64 game, like for sure. Was there a PC version? I think
everything had a PC version at that time.
It's true.
Yeah, Super VGA graphics.
Yeah, of course.
Uses the Sound Blaster. The sound was incredible with using that Sound Blaster.
I remember when we got our Sound Blaster card in our
night
computer.
And day. You didn't get a CD player in your computer.
I remember playing Wing Commander and like the talking and the video and it all matched up and the voice sounded so clear.
Yeah, it sounded like Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, exactly. Kilrathi and all that. Yeah, like that guy looks like Luke Skywalker.
Hey, you're like a lion or something, right?
Did you ever play with Dr. Spatzo?
Was it Dr. Spatzo? Was it?
Yeah, so it was a program that came with your Sound Blaster card that was like a virtual therapist.
No,
where you would type in. It was like a very early.
I obviously
GPT.
Just installed the drivers and played my Sierra games.
Okay, yeah. So what
I had to get to
King's
Quest.
Go on YouTube, or I think you can even play Dr. Spatzo on like Wayback Machine or something like that. But it's literally just prompts like, what is your name? And you type in your name. And it's like, well, how can I help you today? And you just talk, and it'll just give you back phrases like you're actually talking to somebody. But the whole thing was synthesizing a voice. So it was a showcase for synthesize. But it was like an early chat, AI kind of thing, but not AI. It was just not smart. It didn't really know what you were saying. But it was interesting. It was fun to play with when you're 8. And then when no one's around, you ask it if it has any naked pictures.
And what did it respond?
It did not. It checked some error, actually, is what it said.
Please reinstall driver.
Yes, exactly.
Look what I found that I
there
had
we go.
In here.
That's my favorite. That was the jewel of my collection for a while.
Forgot that I had this. This is why I'm opening this up. You shouldn't have the collection where you forget that you have things.
Agreed. So I just cleaned my toy room, as there's not a lot of stuff around on the ground anymore. And to motivate myself, I put on Hoarders on YouTube. So I'm like watching it like, oh my God, that's rat urine. Like that's like a dead cat. I need to clean my toy room. Like
that's just a pile of lightsabers on the floor.
Basically, I'm like, I can't get like that. I need to.
Did their cat
clean this stuff
on a lightsaber? What happened?
I don't know.
I'm not gonna be that. It's not gonna be me.
It's not gonna be like that. I'm not gonna be like that. But yeah, that's kind of the thing is I don't want to just buy stuff and put it away and just forget I own it, or I want to.
Yeah, but that's an investment. You're saving for a house.
No one's buying Star Wars toys in past the 90s and saving for a house.
Unless you have like a katana.
Okay, yeah, but that's different. But you're right.
You
I
never
do
know
have a
what's going to
Unicron.
suddenly
Yeah.
be weirdly. Yeah, have you sold off your Sky Striker yet?
Not yet. Nope. I put them on I put
That
them on
touching
Facebook
scene.
Marketplace as touching. You know what?
Literally
I saw
touching.
something the other day. In that scene, there's blaster fire in the background of that scene. But who's firing the blasters? There's no other rebels on the There's no rebels on the Death Star.
I mean, if it's anything like they usually portray those kind of forces in defeat, it's probably some officer telling someone else they can't evacuate.
That's exactly what it's either people fighting over like escape shuttles.
And I can certainly see Lucas making a point of, I want them to be freaking out in the background. And
I never noticed it until someone pointed out, and I thought, no, it's not there. This is going to be like a Mandela effect or something like that. And I went back and watched it. Nope. While they're talking, there's blaster fire happening in the background.
Look how.
Oh, it's so yellow.
This could be from the Hammond collection. And look how faded that lightsaber is.
Oh, it's so faded.
Yeah, somebody kept this in the sun.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the few figures that actually had an extra piece of articulation because the hand is removable.
Well, let's see it.
Which also means that it swivels. Oh, and I think it also have an elbow articulation too.
It has an elbow swivel.
Yep. So it's got elbow and wrist. So we're moving up.
Oh no!
Look what you did. I'm actually pretty excited for the Black Series version of that figure coming out.
Oh, Hayden?
No, the removable helmet Darth Vader. We're finally getting a Darth Vader with like an extra hand. Okay,
let's see how the paint. Ready? Let's see.
Yeah, let's go.
It's the big reveal.
Let's see. That's not bad. I mean, he's playing the harmonica.
Oh yeah, it's Piano Man.
Yeah.
Oh, why can't we get Billy Joel for his Star Wars Day Madison Square Garden concert just to come out?
Let's do it.
I mean, he's still got the weird sculpt.
Yep. Well, his head does not look like it belongs to his body. It's too small.
No, it looks straight out of Beetlejuice.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, look how faded that thing is.
But for 1998, like that's
it is not bad. And to have the tooling to have a removable helmet, is still one that, let's see how flush it sits. This would be and it sits pretty flush.
Yep.
You could put that on and not.
You would never know
it was removable.
Yeah. I think I had that one and another one I really liked. There was one that was like the Dagobah version where he's kind of ethereal looking and the front of his mask comes off with the.
That's a Power of the Jedi release.
It's a Power of the Jedi one. Yeah.
Now this is back to the hard plastic cape, unlike the soft rubber of the other one. Same thing with the inner cape is also a hard plastic.
But it has an inner cape.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Once they fixed it, they never went back.
Nope.
He's not as bulky. If you look, and he's also they've highlighted the silver that you really get in Return of the Jedi on the breastplate. It is not at all on there. There is no.
I wonder if that one's meant to be a New Hope. Yeah.
You know what? It is because there's the sculpting of the cloth over. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, for what shows through, they didn't bother to put any paint.
Right.
But yeah, it's a better sculpt. It's not as bulky as the New Hope one. But look at the difference in that lightsaber.
Oh, it doesn't even look red. I mean,
faded.
Yeah.
It looks like it's those characters we're going to see in Ahsoka.
Oh man. That was sad about his passing. The guy I can't remember his name right now.
And right after completing
Right
Celebration.
after.
And
Yeah, you're gonna like your this is your big break basically. Like nerds are gonna know who
not
you
a big break.
are.
It's
Well, sure, but like I
but
would say what cements
a
him.
higher elevation, and who
There we
knows
go.
what
There
the
we go.
future was
Yeah.
planned for. That might have
His
been a steady
trajectory
gig.
was just going up. Yeah.
But still not terribly. The older I get, the more I go, not very young. I mean, not very old. It's awfully young.
No. There we go.
Got a little bit of fading on that. A little bit yellowing in there, but not much of that
Not bad.
is just the natural off-white of how they match those whites at the time anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a picture of him. You had options.
He's not even on the back.
You could have had the cockpit photo. Nope.
Here's the AT-8. Here's what he drove, just in case you didn't know what that was.
And speaking of the thing that you never got.
There's the binoculars. Yeah.
Still send in your order.
Oh, you think the address still works?
Yeah, try.
All right, I'll try.
It's the worst that could happen.
Send me a couple of those proofs of purchases. Just cut.
No, I'm not going to cut these up. Mail in a 3x5 card with your name, complete mailing address. Include one proof of purchase.
That's all it took?
Any Star Wars figure. Plus, a check or money order. For how much do you think this costs? Take a guess. So it's one proof of purchase. So we had to purchase a figure.
$15.
And the money is essentially your shipping and handling.
Right.
You could get, and this was not small. This was hold in your hand.
Yeah. $12.95.
Has a strap. $5.99.
$5.99? Right.
$5.99.
That's not bad. So basically the cost of a figure that you already would have bought anyway. And then $6.
So $10.
Yeah, $10.
About $10.
Yeah. I really want Hasbro to do something like this. Like give us a mail away option. Not an internet thing, but give us like a mail away option where we have to send in a proof of purchase.
You mean something fun? What are you
kidding?
I still think every one of their team videos looks like a hostage video, and I don't. None of them seem like they're having genuine fun.
Well, the Star Wars team doesn't.
Yeah, I will say the G.I. Joe team looks like it's a friggin' party.
Same with Marvel Legends, I would say. Like they
Marvel too.
Yeah,
and I don't know why. And I haven't looked to compare eras of Star Wars because I don't think they were doing a lot of live streams at that point. They did convention stuff.
Yeah.
But certainly having a live stream on the YouTube channel wasn't a thing.
No, it wasn't until the pandemic and they started doing live streams around then.
But the Indiana Jones live streams they just did, also just a weird energy.
It's such a weird Patrick. You know, I've talked to Patrick in person. And he's not. It's definitely like a stage thing he does, where I don't know if he's just really nervous or uncomfortable. And I think that's the big key is they've just got people on the Star Wars team that are just not comfortable doing that kind of thing. Exactly.
They honestly, and it's not a knock against them as people because
not
everyone's comfortable.
Exactly.
To be comfortable on camera in front of an audience that frankly is not the nicest.
Get a freaking YouTuber. Get me. Get Dan. Get Pixel Dan.
Or
Thu did it. The Hasbro
or
Pulse
multitask Steve Evans.
Or that the guy's got he's got Riz.
I mean, he just loves it. He loves it.
Yeah.
If he loves it, just let him be out there.
Just let him do it.
Just talking about. If it's just talking and showing off the stuff,
and
you're not volunteering.
Right. He's also the kind of nerd he could do all of them. Like he doesn't have to be, I'm the Star Wars guy, I'm the G.I. Joe guy or whatever. Like
and he's really good at playing the I'm not gonna tell you game. I can't tell you this game.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, it just I don't want to watch another hostage video. I don't want to see don't do it. Just put out a press release.
I was absolutely fine. All I need to know is what it looks like when it's available, how much it costs.
This is a super soft sort of
Oh,
paint
yeah?
job head sculpt on here.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look very sharp at all.
Like it's
The
fuzzy.
bottom lines look like they've got a lot of flashing on them.
That's not easily going into your
A lot of mold flashing.
AT-AT.
I did have the AT-AT for them to go into. I think I got mine from KB Toys when it was on sale one time.
Did Dan run in here just to tell you about a sale and then leave?
He's probably got it on. He'll have it on, and he'll be working on writing or something.
He's always working on writing. He's always producing.
That's his job. That's what he does.
So much stuff.
He's
it's a vacation, Dan. Relax.
He's writing his next script. He's writing for Toy Collector.
Him and Luke just churning out content. What's the deal?
He's writing in his diary.
Guess what I got?
Cataloging his 600th Boba Fett.
If I were to say one of the Jabba releases we've never gotten since.
Leia?
Since Power of the Force 2, a Jabba's Palace.
I mean,
or Denizens.
Okay.
Release.
It's not a Monoman because I know that's come out before. Effet Man? No, that was not in this.
You have said this name earlier.
Was it Reese?
It was not Reese. Reese is common and it's come out.
Potsnitkin. See, I was listening while he was posing animal warriors of the kingdom for Instagram. I told you he's working on stuff.
Listen, you know what? I knew you were, Dan. I was testing whether Mike was still loyal.
I don't have any loyalty to Dan. I'm already becoming best friends with Gregory Titus. I mean,
you've already moved on. You trounced him on the Force 5 numbers, and
we did have a little bit of a bro. You know, it's weird, because I don't know anything about the guy. I just know he drew things that I bought. Like that's the only information I had on him. But he ended up being a pretty fun guy to talk to. But also, we didn't get very deep into any like real issues or anything, so he could be like a total piece of shit, and I just wouldn't know. So,
well, when you have him back a few more times,
we'll
figure it out.
Yeah, give me your stance on apartheid.
but if he gets invited back before I ever come back, the hurt,
okay,
and also the wonderful Schadenfreude that I'll feel when he's revealed to be a monster. I'm like, you pick him, you got him. Yeah.
You know what was interesting about that interview though is I've heard from a lot of people that there was a lot of bad blood between him and Hasbro. Like they dropped him suddenly in exchange for the different style packaging, and he didn't know. But apparently, like he helped develop the new style packaging because it was done by the company he worked for. He was part of the team that was part of the transition, and it was his decision to leave because he was tired of doing it.
Yeah, well, I would never say part of the team that was part of the transition is necessarily always a good thing.
True. But we asked him, like, it's been years. Like, you can talk
replacement.
You can talk bad. Well, that was another problem. Is he had trouble training replacements to do his style artwork. Like he could not get people to accurately recreate that specific style.
I mean, it's a good thing for job security until they decide.
Well, the problem is he's like, I couldn't take a break. I couldn't take a vacation. Like,
I mean,
This is such an interesting figure. It's a great sculpt. There's a lot going on there. You have an overlay. You have just something we've never really seen before in the line.
He's got a heft.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get huge characters like this that often. I mean, this is something I could easily see in, the later lines a couple of years down the line.
Yeah. Does does it split on the sides, the little overlay thing? Is it like a dress?
It does. So you could pull it off. He's got a Cal Kestis jumper underneath.
A poncho, yeah.
Let's see, can we get this off all the way? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Oh, look how slimming it is.
It actually is pretty slimming.
Why do you wear the big clothes? Why can't you just be
He
confident?
has to look bigger than he is. It's to scare off predators. And he's self-conscious about his big hands.
You know what? And his head is not articulated at all.
Oh,
There's
interesting.
no turn to it. Well, it's got this collar, but instead of doing a split along, they just decided, nope. I guess, but there is a cut at
There's
the
a
waist.
waist rotation. Okay. I had this guy, but I honestly just have no memory of
No love for
interacting with
Post-Nitkin?
him. Yeah, like I remember his name was weird. I remember not really knowing where he was because it was one of those random Jabba's denizens, and I spent most of my life watching the old pan and scan versions. So there's a lot of Jabba's aliens you just never know exist. Like,
Or the fact that
know,
Dengar is in.
I was gonna say I didn't know Bosk or Dengar were hanging out in Jabba the Hutt's palace the whole time because they're always on the side where you just don't see them.
Let's see, well, that other hand did not want to hold the blaster. There we go.
He's got a blaster. That's a wicked looking bayonet.
You take that off an Inquisitor.
Yeah, right. And he's got his beat stick.
Well, mace.
Little
Or
mace
yeah, or
window.
his beats, or it's his karaoke mic.
There you go. It's a very big microphone. That's it.
Maybe he was part of the band. Maybe that's why we never.
He kept wanting to do Journey covers, so they kicked him out.
Yeah. Oh, he was always hoping for an open mic night.
That's
and
right.
He kept bringing his own mic.
Yeah, it was always it was Worlds Apart. That was his go-to.
You won't understand. Just give me the chance one time. I can really blow you away. Just,
here we stand.
that's why he has the blaster. You're gonna let me sing tonight.
Tonight is open mic night.
And Bib's like, listen, we'll give you a number on the katana. We're gonna go do this execution. You're gonna be, don't worry, you're in the set list. And he's just standing up, and then his big moment gone.
So he calls, yeah, he was up next when the katana when the fight broke out.
Snitkin,
That's right. Yeah. So he calls that blaster his Jedi mind trick because when he waves it around, it makes people do what he wants.
Oh, he calls it the Booker.
The Booker. There you go.
This is the point we get to where they all just start falling down.
This guy dominoes.
I'm going to send these over to Dan to pose.
There you go.
What do we got next? Oh, look, I must have gotten this entire wave. Because here is the Obi-Wan re-release.
That Obi-Wan with the hood up. That's
which I think is called the Duel.
Mm-hmm.
And we got the little...
Whoa, hold on. Obi-Wan turns into Obi-Wan?
Isn't that... Look at that.
What?
It'd be great if it was a puppet Obi-Wan.
It's actually it was CGI.
So do I have this entire wave?
No. Well, so far you did the Emperor on our first one.
Because that's that weird middle leg R2 that's like a stump.
It has is that the one that has the
sensor scope?
Oh, the sensor scope. That's right. And I think you did that one. You did the Chewbacca. I know you did that the first time. We just did the Yoda, and we did the Vader. And we did the Kenobi.
Did we do the
Palpatine? I don't know if you've done the Luke
time with the weird...
We did the Palpatine the first time, yes. That was like one of the first ones you did.
And this is another Kmart purchase. This entire wave, someone purchased at Kmart.
You bought at Kmart.
I bought somebody's Kmart purchase.
That's what they did, yeah.
From 1998, 99, 98.
I mean, were there a lot of Kmarts in New York?
I mean, I think in New York they would have been. Maybe that's why the price is so high. Maybe they should have checked at Keldor.
I know in New York you had the FAO Schwartz.
Well, that was in the city.
That was in the city.
I remember going to that. I remember going to, when I was at NYU, there was a wonderful Toys R Us directly across from my dorm.
Nice.
On Union Square. And it was a multi-story Toys R Us.
That's the dream right there.
And I had no money
for my freshman year. Because you were a college student, yeah.
And so the hurt of having complete access to all the toys you'd want to have access to right across the street. And I think it was open super late too.
Oh man. How often do you have the dream?
You have to narrow that down.
Okay. Well, so I call this the dream because every toy collector I talk to, they have the dream where they go into a toy store and they see things that they're looking for, and they either aren't finding them or they're finding crazy stuff they didn't even know existed. But it's a common dream that I've heard multiple people describe, where you're going into a Toys R Us or you're going into a KB Toys or something like that, and you're just walking down the aisles and you're seeing toys, or you're not finding what you're looking for. It's either one of those two things.
I don't know if I've ever had that dream.
Wow, I have it at least once a month, at least.
But there aren't things that. I mean, I generally have been pretty lucky on things that have been like Grail items.
Okay. Well, you know, and it's not even like there's a Grail item. I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. Because like
there's that like, I wonder if that's a generational thing for us.
Could be.
Because we've seen the disappearance of what it used to be.
That could be it.
And you know, like if you talk to a kid today, they don't know what a toy store is. Think about
there's
that.
the toy aisles, and
there's a toy aisle.
Yeah.
If it's even, you know, or a couple of aisles or a toy section.
Yeah.
But to walk into a dedicated, unless you're Canadian, to walk into a dedicated toy store, that's not something that kids know.
It's true.
To think, oh, everything in this store is toys. There's there's video games, there's trains, there's this, there's that, there's.
I remember when at Toys R Us they would have aisles dedicated to just a line of toys. So it wasn't like, oh, these are all of our, you know, action figures, and you have He-Man and G.I. Joe and all this. No, it was like
Star Wars aisle.
This is the Star Wars aisle. Yeah, this is the G.I. Joe
the
aisle.
Ninja Turtle
the Ninja Turtle aisle. Yeah.
And you just have to the ceiling.
Yep.
You'd have to call for help because you might see the figure you want up at the top.
And it's way too high. Yep.
And every vehicle, but also the fact that you could walk in and if it was in production, it was on the shelf.
It was on the shelf. Yeah. You have to like chase it around. You didn't have to. It was so different back then. Like
it's weird when we think back then. Yeah. It's within the past decade.
True.
That we still had that. But the fact that it is wholly gone now.
I don't remember what toy collecting was like in 2013.
A few months of clearance sales. That was just gone. Just absolutely gone.
Yeah, it's true.
Or the fact that you could find toys at more than just a toy store or a department store. Like I remember having toys in supermarkets. And
I bought Casey Jones from a Kroger when I was a kid.
Yeah, or you might see at like a 7-Eleven at a convenience store might have a couple of toys there.
Yep.
Just like the tiny little section, but they had some toys. You know, but I experienced the same thing as a comic book collector too, to see those evaporate.
Yeah, I remember going to the grocery store by our house when I lived in Memphis and picking up Spider-Man comics. I did like 3 or 4 issues in a row.
Yeah, because you'd have the spinner racks, the convenience stores.
Yep.
But the grocery store, sometimes you just put them in the magazine rack.
In the magazine aisle, yeah.
And to have that disappear, like I think that's better than the first release. It's still not too dissimilar from it.
I feel like his cheeks are too angular.
A little sunken.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't look like Alec Guinness.
No.
At all. He looks concerned, though.
He does look concerned.
Like he genuinely looks like he doesn't want to do this.
Can I fight Darth Vader?
It's like, did I actually listen closely enough to the whole ghost thing? Am I okay?
How positive am I that this is going to work?
This is a real leap of faith here.
So I just let him kill me. Is that right?
If you strike me down, I might be more powerful than you can possibly imagine. I guess we'll see.
If I disappear,
if it works, I'll be right over there.
Yeah.
Look for me with the rising sun.
On the 5th day, look to the east.
Oh, this is lightsabers and faded.
Nope. No, it's just that one Vader, really. The other ones have actually looked pretty good.
So this is not Yeah, this isn't the Force Ghost one. Force
No,
Ghost is just the original Obi-Wan
it's the
release.
original one. Yeah, but filled in because he doesn't have any leg articulation.
Well, there. Let's see. Will he stand
There
up?
we are. Nope.
Will it
Oh,
stand? I don't know how much he's. I don't think he's on his feet. I think he's mostly on
he's
his
relying
cloak.
on the cloak. Yeah.
What else do we got? We got more Power of the Force too.
Bring him out. Let's do him.
Oh, look.
You've already done that one.
Is this sad?
I mean, hold on. You should save it. It could be worth money someday.
What does the chat say? I'm not gonna listen to what the chat says. I'm just gonna open this.
We'll have doubles. We'll have Matt Berry and.
Oh yeah, I can make this into the Matt
Yeah, there you
Berry, the Book of Boba Fett appearance.
Yeah.
What do we need? Well, you just need some paperwork to hold.
Yeah, that's it.
Just a list of speakers.
That is a weird choice for the Mandalorian to take comedians and make them voices of robots.
I mean, they've committed to, and UK comedians.
Yeah, you got Richard Iowade, you got Taika Waititi, you got.
But
Matt
I wonder
Berry.
how much that is also. Listen, we're not going to pay to fly you in.
Oh, so we just need your voice. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, we want you to
Just go in
part
a
of this,
closet
but
and-
we're not going to pay
Yeah.
for you to be on set. Character.
That's actually probably.
So that's how we're
Yeah.
going to fill out our cameos of these folks.
Well, they don't. You know, they're not Jack Black. I guess Jack Black got to be on screen.
Yeah, but Jack probably drove himself to set.
100%. Yeah.
Was I the only one who was watching that? I was talking with someone about it. It was as we go. You know what? It must be wonderful and exhausting to work with Jack Black. Watching that
imagine
poor
he's on all
wardrobe
the time.
dresser
Yeah.
trying just to get him ready for set.
Just stand still. Just
And
stand still for like 30 seconds.
Just please, just let me. You're just and the dresser knowing that they were being filmed for the behind the scenes.
Yep.
And just Jack, stop. You
just hate. Just so I'm currently listening to the audiobook of Lord of the Rings, and it's the one that's read by what's his face, the guy that
Matt Berry.
No, I wish. No, it's the
on the fifth day.
but no, it's anyway. I got to the part where with Tom Bombadil. It's been so long since I've read Lord of the Rings. I just kind of forgot what it was like. The dude does not stop singing, even when he's just having a conversation. All of his dialogue is metered and it rhymes and it's meant to be sung. So in my head, I'm like, this, like if they ever do a version of Lord of the Rings with Tom Bombadil,
It's Jack
like
Black.
they have to make Jack Black Tom Bombadil. They just have to, because he's the same fucking person that just does not stop singing and prancing around. Like if there were a live action Tom Bombadil,
What's his
it's
wife's
Jack
name?
Black. Goldberry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just imagine him yelling, Goldberry!
Goldberry!
Lack Sivrak.
There we go. There's my
So we're
boy
holding
that-
steady with our Walmart prices of $4.76.
I was so mad they took him out of Star Wars. They did Lack dirty.
I mean,
Turned him into some turban wearing tusk guy.
it's a weird choice considering that they were creatures that look just as, if you want to say it was mass quality, look just as immobile.
Yeah.
That's right. I want justice for Lack.
Justice for Lack. I know people are like, oh, the Tonica sisters, whatever, but like Lack Sivrak got
Next
digitally
celebration.
erased.
We're gonna need.
Let's
Where's
do it.
Brian Ward? Brian Ward, we're gonna need you to design some artwork, some buttons. I like Lack.
That's right. We don't like the lack of lack.
Yeah.
Don't
No lack.
No lack. You can't lack the Sivrak.
Back the rack.
back to Sivrak.
Need to run this campaign.
There you go. It writes itself. It's just right there.
It could, because I don't have the time.
Right.
All these figures just fell down. They're all just.
Yeah,
we've reached that point where there's too many. We reached critical mass. This is the
this
same.
guy had some weird guns.
Wave.
He had like a weird chisel gun.
Oh, is he gonna beat Potes?
I think so. Well, I don't know if he beats it, but it's like a. I remember it like clamps onto his wrist. I think.
Oh, that's such a mess on the floor right now. So many freeze frames. So we got a little chunky blaster.
There we go.
Well, he's got weird hands, so. And they didn't do him any favors. But I mean, they gave him this weird sort of open paw thing that does not make it easy. Yeah, here's the clampy one.
Yeah. So it just clamps onto his arm. Gotta give him the clamps.
Oh, you see that new Futurama trailer?
Oh man, I'm actually pretty excited. I was not excited about it at all. I don't know. It's always scary when they want to bring something back from the dead.
Good news, everyone.
Again.
Listen, I'm just happy for friends to have work.
No, absolutely.
I'm glad they didn't settled with DiMaggio.
I'm glad they didn't replace DiMaggio because I don't think I could listen to
someone try and do a bender.
Yeah.
No, he's the only Bender Rodriguez.
Bender bending Rodriguez.
Yeah, he's not holding this thing.
But he's got that cool one.
Yeah, I mean it's a weird. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Maybe
but like it's a chisel
outside
or something? Like what is it, a sword?
No, well, this has like a blade shape to the muzzle.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it's a weird choice. Like this kind of looks like a G.I. Joe weapon to me.
Kinda.
But yeah,
it's just really weird.
But that it does look cartoony in figure form.
Oh, for sure.
Like this, if you doubled the size of this could be in the real Ghostbusters line.
Give him some like googly eyes that pop out or something.
I mean, he looks better than the werewolf we got in the real Ghostbusters line.
For sure.
Why did they do this with his hands? It's just okay. You're just gonna be there because I don't want to lose that. That's your blaster. Okay.
Oh, then everyone's falling. It's gonna have a pile of figures.
Just gonna push everyone away.
Nope, that's it.
They do.
You just push everyone away, Ken. You're just pushing everyone away.
I'm sorry. It's just one. I don't care.
There we go.
There's
EV99.
Look, and we get a console.
Yep, he's got a console.
I guess he's a $25 figure now.
That's
even
it.
in the vintage collection.
He's deluxe. That's right.
And he's also a Target exclusive.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. They must know. I know they know. Like, I would just love to have a candid conversation with Patrick about when you drop the announcement that says like it's a Target exclusive.
Yeah.
You know how fans
they
respond
know.
to that.
They 100% know how people are going to respond to it.
Have you ever been happy to hear so-and-so exclusive? Any retailer? Like happy. Not just like, oh, well, this is going to be as bad as this other retailer, at least.
There was a time where I didn't mind if things were Target exclusive because I never had a problem finding them. But also, like, I remember, I think the first Walmart exclusive I remember was the, I think it was the Shock Trooper for Battlefront. I never saw that. That's one of the few figures I had to buy off eBay because I just never saw it in store ever.
I mean, I still have on pre-order those different Boba Fett vintage collection repaints that showed up in stores.
Yeah.
And still are listed as, well, we don't know when they're shipping.
And that's the annoying part, is because all of that, I would guarantee all of those issues are on the store's end. They're on Target's end.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
on Walmart's end.
Or to say, hey, you have pre-orders.
Yeah.
You fill those first.
Fill the pre-orders first, then put them in stores. It's very simple.
Not that I find out that they were in stores.
Yeah.
And then I go, and I remember when I went to go check, and like, yeah, we got them in like 3 days ago, and they all went.
They're already sold. Yeah.
But I still have my pre-order.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And I'm looking at eBay prices. Or the people who were lucky enough to walk into the store and manage to grab it off the shelf and now don't have to worry about it. Dan. It is a Kenner version. And now I got a feeling jealous. Like, why wasn't I there on Tuesday?
I saw like 20 of them on shelf one day, and then the next day they were all gone. So
I mean, you could have picked them all up for a healthy profit.
I could have, but I didn't, because I'm not like that. I wouldn't do that. But it's ridiculous. Listen, I'm gonna sell it. Okay,
you have to.
I have to. I have to, because I've got
opening. Or is that this? He doesn't. Oh, maybe it's only the vintage Kenner does the flap.
Oh yeah, he doesn't open.
So yeah, I'm thinking of the vintage Kenner has the flappy mouth.
Yeah, he doesn't open.
Well, that's horrible. Ugh,
yep.
Junk.
Just throw it away. Just in garbage.
I don't care if you come with your console now.
Well, you get a cool console, accessory to use with other figures that don't suck.
Yeah, it's like a chiropractic table.
It's awful.
Oh, he tumbled. Yeah, he couldn't give him a flappy mouth. Could have been the ultimate version of the figure. Another one, we haven't gotten him again either.
Yeah, they really haven't done anything with that character. And he would be a fun one to have in the Black Series.
Oh, I got a fun one for you. You ready?
No.
Oh, okay. So, well, this is a weird bit of serendipity.
Okay.
It's a Shadows of the Empire figure.
Okay.
It is the main Shadows of the Empire figure.
So it's Dash Rendar.
And it's got a sticker on it.
Ooh.
What store is it?
Is it from Roses?
It's from Roses.
What are the odds? Oh my gosh. $4.99. Oh.
How weird is that?
That is crazy. It was the same Roses I bought mine from. That was the guy that bought the Dash Rendar ahead of me.
Right before you walked up?
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. That's crazy.
This is why I saved the card backs, because now I have...
There's stories.
Because Roses doesn't exist anymore.
Nope, not at all. Went the way of Woolworths.
I remember there was one Roses we still had left in town. There used to be 3. And then they all just slowly went away and became, call centers and other quick fill-in places. Call centers, the original Spirit Halloween.
Oh, yeah. That's what happened first. Yeah.
But there was one that was left. And it's the only store I've gone into where I guess they're either the way they saved money, either saved money by saving power or not replacing them. Only a third of the lights were on in the store. Like the banks of overhead fluorescence, only a third were on. So there were entire sections of the store, like it was a video game level.
Sure. It was like they're like flickering in the background and like.
And so you'd pass into like the dark sections.
Yeah.
And I remember the toy section. The last time I was ever in there, this is like probably maybe 15 years ago. Walking through, and the toy section was in like near darkness, and everything was just. It wasn't so much. It looked like a dumping zone.
Right.
Nothing was stocked on the shelves. It was more just dumped on the shelves. But they were like archaeological layers of releases going back at least 5 years prior. So, and it wasn't
just
even
of stuff they found, so they put it back on the shelves. Yeah.
Or as other stores closed, would be
they would
sent
ship
to
it
the remaining stores.
Yeah.
Until eventually there was like one employee and 50 boxes of stuff that
so it's like a Dollar General.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to check yourself out before self-checkout was a thing.
Yeah.
But it was just a weird, creepy feeling to be wandering around. Like, it was the first time I got a sense of this would be like a post-apocalyptic toy run.
Right. You're in the Last of Us universe.
Yeah. Oh, you telling me if there wasn't a Last of Us universe, you wouldn't hit up a toy store?
Toy store is the first place I would go. I wouldn't care about canned food. Wouldn't care about getting, medicines or anything. Straight to the toy aisle. We would break into the Target, doors. My wife and I, guns in hand with backpacks. And she's like, okay, I'm going down the produce aisle. And I'm like, I'll be at toys.
You're like, we got to go to Canada. I know there's a Toys R Us up there. We got to make it to the Toys R Us.
I mean, because it's colder and the fungus doesn't like the cold.
I hear clickers.
Yeah.
Oh, what kind of
weapon does he have? What is this? I remember when Toys R Us was closing. He has like a backpack weapon.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah. So it's like a Bill Burr. What's his?
Yeah. Well, I think the opposite, but yes, like I think they've designed the Miggs Mayfeld
to be
blaster
evocative of Dash Rendar.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember the last time I went to Toys R Us before the one by us officially closed, and it was kind of like that, where like there were only 3 aisles you could actually walk down because they had closed the rest of the store and pushed everything up, and all the lights were off on the back half of the store.
Oh, and they had all the price stickers on the counters.
Yes.
All the fixtures on the shelves. Yeah. Oh no, the fact that you want to purchase some of the actual
you want to buy a shelf
furniture. Yeah.
Right.
Do you want to pretend you're stocking your own Toys R Us at home?
Do you want to buy? I know a guy that bought the pegboard and some of those metal like peg hooks. That's one thing I don't get about people that collect inbox stuff. Like when your collection literally just looks like a toy store, like is that fun? Where you've got things just hanging on pegs or on shelves, like
I mean, just or if it's just never leaves a box. You have a box of boxes. What's
you have it, but like, how do you appreciate it? Do you really appreciating it?
I don't know. It's a weird.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pass judgment on anyone else's collecting.
Sure. No, that's true. Neither of us have room to talk, really.
Literally.
Yeah. It's true. I love Xizor's fans.
Come, please. His battle fans. It's such a weird line.
I did like that swoop. I remember the swoop pilot had head articulation that went up and down like this.
Oh, like a rocker.
Yeah. And then that was the first time the Slave One was in the newer line. And just like the Millennium Falcon, it was the same, and the X-Wing. They just took the original and kind of
the X-Wing, did they eliminate the electronics for that one?
No, the X-Wing had the electronics.
Or was it the TIE Fighter?
It was a TIE Fighter. They
took away the electronics.
Because it still had that weird bump on the back where the batteries go, but there's no battery compartment. Yeah.
Oh, join the official Star Wars fan club. Call today 1-800 True
Fan.
Oh, I wonder is there a message on that?
Way to gatekeep.
I mean, it wasn't 1-800 number. It wasn't a pay to call, so that's not.
That's true.
They
Let's
were
go.
paying.
A
Yeah,
true fan.
call it. See what happens.
What 100 true fan.
Hello, you've reached George.
Yeah, it's actually just George Lucas's home phone number. It goes straight to him.
You've unlocked the gift.
I've just it's like a what was that? What's that book? The one with all the 80s references that made it to a movie.
Ready Player One.
Ready Player One. It's like a Ready Player One situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where it's like, here's the crystal egg.
You now have control of the museum.
Right.
So,
except for you have to get a game of joust.
did we open Wooher last time?
I think we did. It wasn't.
So I have another
Club
Wooher.
exclusive. Yeah, that's your second one.
With his droid detector unit
Yep.
and horribly off-putting voice
Oh yeah.
clips.
Yep.
I don't think I have that Leia. That's the redo Leia.
Mm-hmm. With the hood up.
Yeah. Oh, I love that Dejaric. I just love because it's such an awkward pose if you take it away from the table.
It's such an awkward pose. Doesn't.
Like what do they think? Oh, there's
Is it
there's the
Chewbacca's
Mati.
birthday? There we go, Admiral Mati. Yep.
Oh, and there's Luke with the
and you
216.
opened up the Vader last time I was on too, because he has
with the little interrogation droid.
Yeah.
I don't have that. That's their redo Stormtrooper.
That was the first time they
slimmed
redid
him down.
Stormtrooper. Yep.
With like a rack. Is that just a weapons rack?
Yeah, weapons rack. Yeah, he's got a nice rack. If you know what I mean.
Is that to use all of those weapons that came with
right.
figures that didn't need weapons?
That's right. That's what you do with all the other ones.
Let's get this Wooher open.
Wooher.
Yeah, remember that song from the 90s?
Wooher.
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 Power of the Force. I did love when he got to the point you're releasing Wooher. This is when the line committed to just like, you know what, you're gonna get them all.
We're making them all. We're making every. If you saw them on the show on the screen, we're getting it.
Oh, and to think that there have been dozens of Woohers on a Toys R Us aisle.
I'm pretty sure this was a fan.
It started out as a fan exclusive.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like all of them, this is the regular release.
Okay.
So I think he was an early fan because I don't think he had the Comtech when he was the fan.
He was release. A true fan.
Yeah. He was when he called George. You want the Wooher figure?
Mr. Lucas, can I get one Wooher figure, please? Okay. Do you want a more monk
if you
as
want
well?
it, sure. We can send one to you. You got to say the magic word, please.
No, it's actually abracadabra. Don't you know anything?
No, it's just please. It's just can't you say please?
No.
Francis never said please.
I don't serve their kind in here.
It's such a weird, hateful character.
I don't freaking serve their kind, okay?
You know, we put a detector out front.
You think it's a holdover from the Clone Wars, or he just had a bad experience with like battle droids and stuff? So he's like, never again.
Oh, we need to talk about Wooher's trauma.
That's right.
You understand what they did to my bar? And by bar, I mean wife. I had a wife once.
I named her. Her name was Bar.
She left me for a droid.
She left me for a droid.
And that's why this drink never leaves my hand.
I drink to hide the pain.
So we don't serve their kind here.
So what he should do is find a droid and get revenge, like date the droid.
Also, as a kid who grew up hefty, anytime you got an overweight figure, I just
representation, baby.
I love that whether we got some variation.
Well, it's one of those things, when you're larger and you dress up as a character who's not fat, you become fat that character.
Yeah.
So, Fat Han Solo. Like, no, I'm just Han Solo, man. No, you're Fat Han Solo. All right, fine.
You're
But
Fat
if you're
Cooper
Woo
Commander.
Her, you're not Fat Woo Her. You're just Woo Her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like your
There's
Uncle
only
Buck costume. Oh, look.
There we
Speaking
go.
of Chunky.
There's the R2 with the
hell?
lightsaber, so he can shoot the lightsaber out.
Were they thinking?
He's got a big.
He's
third
like a
leg,
Pez
okay?
dispenser.
Yes.
And here, I love.
What is it? It's R2.
What?
Wait,
What?
it's R2.
How is he? I love if you had no context for this. She's like, he had a yellow body. When did he have a yellow body?
Yeah, I think you've opened up just about all of those now. I think we're
So
just
now,
missing Leia.
the Leia medal ceremony
Mm-hmm.
and the Luke.
Yeah,
Did I open up the Luke last
I
time?
don't know if you opened up the Luke or not with the floppy hat. The wormy Luke.
Oh, are we gonna lose this lightsaber?
100%. It's already
Is this gonna
lost.
just fly?
It'll never be as cool as the R5D4, okay?
Nothing
I
could
really
be.
want Hasbro to make a Black Series R5D4 like that Power of the Force 2 one.
Just a tricked out.
Yeah, give him a missile launcher, give him blasters on the sides. Like, it would have been funny
Give him
if
flames.
in Mandalorian season 3, you know, when
If he had launched a missile.
if he had launched a missile out of him.
Well,
like,
you know,
guns-
if John
guns
Favreau
came
had
out of
been
the
born
sides.
just 20 years later
Right.
and grown up with Power of the Force 2 instead, he totally would have launched that.
Yeah. That's all
He
he was
really
missing.
missed out.
Yeah. Just waiting for those blasters to pop out of the side and just.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they didn't even pop out. They just would have rotated
No, they were
up.
just there. They were just there. Yeah, but in the show, they'd have to pop out. Like, that's what made it surprising. You got it. You got it.
Oh,
You getting it? You getting it?
There we go. There we go.
Perfect.
I like how they made a nice little plastic frame
for
for
cardboard.
these. Yeah.
Because it could have just been cardboard. Like the Power of the Jedi files were just cardboard, or
Yeah, they're the little
Yeah.
fold-out booklet.
cardstock kind of thing. Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, we got a short version. Stubby. It's like Yoda's lightsaber.
It is shorter than normal, huh?
Okay,
I remember
so-
when they changed the length of the lightsabers. Because when they first came out, they were
they were like as tall as the figure.
as tall as the figure,
Okay.
so it doesn't go all the way down. It's like a pen.
Ready?
All right. here
Yeah,
we go.
it's like like he's got his sensor up.
So it like launches. Okay.
Yeah, that would have flown another at least 1.5 feet, 2
I
feet.
love that.
It's a strong little. Yeah, you can hear that thing.
And yet, Boba Fett can't shoot a rocket.
You hear it.
Yep, that's a strong click.
But you don't do this.
No.
What do you? I mean, that's see a
R2,
doctor.
well, he's well endowed. Okay.
Yeah. R2.
They call him the tripod for a reason.
Also
My
in front of the
goodness.
princess. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not a
not going
bad
up in
R2
there.
sculpt.
No, but the
It
problem is
just-
like you
that.
can't. Yeah, you can't put that away.
You should have the option of taking that off if you don't want to do the lightsaber function.
Yeah. Ooh, it's getting hot.
We're gonna put him there. Who do we have left in this bag? I didn't realize there was that many in here.
I'm loving it.
Oh, guess what?
Chicken butt.
Like the Uhura of Star Wars. Get ready for a fan dance.
Whoo, man, that Uhura fan dance was a sexual awakening for A very young.
Well,
Mike
wait
Kaess,
till you
let me
see
tell you.
Xizor.
Can't wait.
Look at the artwork. I hate this era.
It's such a 90s era of
This is the
artwork.
same sort of aesthetic that makes looking back on like Ocarina of Time so awkward.
Yep. Yeah, it's certainly a style, that's for sure.
Let's get Xizor open.
Get him open. Why did they? Why?
So did you have Xizor?
Oh yeah, I had both versions of Xizor. I had this one
the
and
battle.
the one that came in the 2-pack. Yeah.
I never had the carded version. I did have the battle one with Vader.
That one came with like a staff or something, didn't it? Like it didn't. I don't think it had the fans.
Yeah, the fans were only if you bought them separately.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the long,
like a weird staff. Yeah.
like that he got out of the trash compactor.
that he's fighting a lightsaber with. And I don't think there's a scene where they actually fight in the book. I think because remember those
since it came out that I read that book.
Oh, same. I think
I
read
had
the book.
No desire to revisit it.
I read the book when it came out. I played the video game.
I maybe have read the Wikipedia entry about it since then, just to remind myself what happened.
Well, I know Secret Galaxy did a video about it, and I was talking with Dan, and they put me in the video. He put my quote that I gave him about how crazy a time it was that we got a soundtrack for a book. And I think I looked into it because of that, where I'm like, oh, I want to go back and kind of relive Shadows of the Empire and kind of remember what happened and what it was about. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is real dumb.
Yeah, no, there's nothing worth going
real
back.
Dumb. No, it literally was a book that they were like, okay, we just want to show how you get from Empire Strikes Back to Return of the Jedi, and we have to make sure everything that starts here has to match here. A bunch of shit happens in the middle, and that's it. They just
none of these characters will affect anything after this.
Right.
In fact, isn't Xizor dead at the end?
I'm pretty sure Xizor dies. He has some kind of, I remember he had some kind of pheromone power to make to make girls like lust after him. And I remember him trying to use it on Princess Leia. Like he was planning on basically sexually assaulting Princess Leia.
That sounds like the 90s.
Yeah.
And instead, it only worked on Han.
That's right. But he was in the carbonite. So it was a really awkward boner.
Okay, so these
they
go
fold
together.
Yep. And you can put them in like the fist in the middle or whatever, so it kind of holds it like that. Or you can.
You know, when it's a sunny day.
I always love playing for a captive audience. There you go.
Oh, hold on. There you go.
Oh, look at that. Does that count as light piping?
Yes. Is that a euphemism?
Yeah, yes. I only know how to speak in euphemisms.
Yes. We have light piping and heavy piping with R2.
That's right. That's right. Thick piping and thin piping.
So horrible. So
Xizor,
you're just gonna.
So you're getting demonetized, right?
You can go right over there.
Yeah.
I'm not monetized.
That's good. All right.
Nothing to lose.
Xizor is a dumb name. I'm just gonna say it.
What would you have named him?
I don't know, not Xizor. I wasn't excited when they put his.
What about Milton?
Species.
Prince Milton.
This is Prince Gary. I wasn't excited when they put his species in Clone Wars. I wasn't like, oh man, they put they put Pauline in Clone Wars. I know them. Like it was just kind of okay, I guess.
You didn't do the whole pointing at the TV meme.
No, I didn't. I didn't have the Leonardo DiCaprio meme.
Is Xizor coming back? Yeah. Does he know Xizor? Is he Xizor's friend?
Xizor win.
He's a prince. He must be busy.
Are they gonna bring him? He's the Prince of the Black Sun, man.
He doesn't have time for a meeting like this. That's why he's not there.
Otherwise, Darth Maul would. I guess he might have been too young at that point because that was prequel time, and this would have taken place.
Yeah, like but how old is Xizor?
Years. I don't know. There's like a 13-year difference in between when that took place, and
I know, but how old is Xizor? I mean, I would assume Xizor is supposed to be in his 30s at least.
Well, that would have made him like 15 or 16 then, like, or 20 at most. Maybe he just wasn't cool enough to be there.
Maybe there's a whole what's his name? What's the I'm forgetting the name of the Corleone that Al Pacino plays? His dad's Vito. What's his name?
I don't know. I mean, I'm blanking right now because I've been drinking, first of all, and you're trying to make me remember names of Al Pacino characters.
Anyone wants to? Michael
from the God.
He's the Michael of the God. Maybe he's the Fredo. Maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe we don't actually see. Maybe that's why nothing ever is heard from Xizor normally.
Yeah.
Like the one moment he got the shine was Shadows of the Empire.
And
he Fredoed it up.
And he Fredoed it up.
And that's why the Black Sun can't have nice things. And they went back to the one we saw in Clone Wars, who was the Michael.
That's right. Yep.
Of the Xizor family.
But it was more like a Michael Bluth kind of situation.
Look at that.
There we go. First time, never before offered.
We got our Grand Buff Tarkin.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, never before offered in the Kenner collection.
Here's the sad thing about how I'm going to save these. Not only going to save the card, I'm going to cut that out.
You have to cut that part out.
Just because it's such a moment in time.
Yeah.
Never before offered.
Never before.
And only offered twice after this. Not properly.
Uh-oh. Is Dan, hold on. Dan, are you still on chat?
What happened?
I have a problem. Dan, I have a problem. If you're in chat, I need you to come to chat. I'll wait, but
I like this paging system though.
Yeah. I genuinely really hope
Dan Larson, white courtesy phone.
Yeah,
Dan Larson, white courtesy phone.
Courtesy phone, please.
Not the red courtesy phone.
No.
White courtesy phone.
Is this a Kmart blue light special? If he's not here, I mean, I'll give him a few minutes, but
I mean,
I'll
he might be in the middle of a pose right now. You don't.
He might be. I'll give him some time. I know he just posted the picture that he was talking about.
How's it look?
It looks pretty good. Did
it look like he was distracted?
I mean, it's always hard to tell. He's such a professional.
I know, it's annoying.
It really is. Like, be less professional. But they put enough farts in their videos, so I feel like it balances itself out.
Yeah, I do feel that there's a certain comfort level that's creeping into the videos.
Yeah.
You know, life's too short. Have fun.
So with these Kenner figures, like with this specifically, it's weird. I understand why they never made this figure before. Because at the end of the day, it's just an action figure of an old man.
Little could they predict the Indiana Jones line to go.
And that's exactly what I'm saying is like, the Indiana Jones line is all action figures.
It's nothing but Tarkins. Oops, all Tarkins.
Oops, all Tarkins.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the Star Wars line has become that too.
It's because there's only so many cool aliens. Yeah.
Or you know what? Or they're not they're not investing in the aliens.
Or that.
Like that's not the focus.
The line
they
has a serious problem with a lack of cool aliens in it.
Because it's not lacking for options.
No.
Like the fact that we're now 10 years in the line and we're just getting a hammerhead indirectly.
We haven't
obviously
Disney
coming to them going, we'd like a Dark Condor figure. And like, yes,
yeah.
Don't look under the robes. We're going to make this multi.
Did you see the picture of him under the robes?
I did. Yeah.
Because he's basically.
It's just Mominadon.
It's all
put an overlay on it.
And
not
then,
cloth goods because.
No. Well, and then when they make the Kenner version I will buy that too.
Oh, yeah. No. Without a doubt. But he has to have a side eye.
Has to.
No side eye, no buy.
Absolutely. Anyway, hi, Lazy Jawa. How's it going?
The retro collection is pretty good. It still
that one you had to buy a board game to get, didn't you?
Yeah, the original New Hope board game.
I just locking a figure like that behind a board game.
They did the same thing with the retro Snowspeeder Luke.
The Snowspeeder Luke, yeah.
And but they didn't do because the Mando one they chose to lock behind like a Monopoly game was just the remnant.
Yeah,
not a remnant stormtrooper. Was it the Dark Trooper? One of those.
I think something like that.
I can't believe you got 2 blasters for Tarkin.
No, Tarkin, he's got to run through the Death Star like just dual wielding blasters.
Kind of like the end of the Death Star in
exactly.
Return of the Jedi.
Exactly. He was the one shooting.
Yeah, should we have seen him like was it Pride at the end of
yes, just getting shot out
Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah.
Just to do that run down the
just the run. Yeah. We'll call that one Rootin' Tootin' Tarkin.
Grand buff Rootin' Tootin' Tarkin.
Grand buff Rootin' Tootin' Tarkin.
Sold. I'd buy that. Let's see. So, well, I mean, it's the one in the vintage collection is not bad, but it's got this weird cloth good skirt that doesn't match the color. It's like an olive, like a strong olive color. I do like the Black Series Tarkin a lot. I think the Black Series.
It's one of the best figures in the line, or one of the best early figures in the line.
I mean, I think it captures like it's not one that I look at and go, I wish I had a custom head sculpt for that. It's like, you know what? I'm fine with this one.
It's exactly what it should be.
There are certainly other characters I look at and go, that I wish I could go ahead and get a custom head sculpt on.
More Peter Cushing for the pushing.
Let's see. Let's pull up. I mean, that's Peter Cushing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's perfect. He's perfect. He's exactly what he should be.
Shrink that down.
Yep.
Put it in
the TVC
collection.
Yeah.
That way no one complains.
Yep. And that's really all they need to do. And I think I don't think that anyone would really complain if they did that.
No. I mean, what would be the complaint? Oh, you gave us the figure we want.
Right.
I mean, don't get me wrong. People would complain.
People will always find a reason to complain.
You're favoriting the Black Series, or you're favoriting TVC, or... I mean, I can't wait to see what happens with this Haslab announcement.
I mean, it's going to be the Ghost, for sure.
I mean, they pretty much have already...
It's got to be, yeah.
Are you getting it?
No. I didn't get the Razorback. I don't do TVC. I don't have.
You didn't get Razorback from Marvel Comics?
No, I think Razor Crest. But yes, Razorback. No, I didn't get the Razor Crest either. I mean, they're cool. I just got to pick and choose. I'm in on 2 of the Dragonfly GI Joes, and that's all I got in me right now. And I'm really
but
crossing my fingers.
If you don't get this Ghost, then there won't be any more Star Wars Haslab, surely.
You know what?
This needs to be a success.
I genuinely don't think the Ghost will have any issues. Like the Razor Crest.
I think the Ghost will have. I wish they would just come out, announce all the tiers.
Yeah.
No surprises. No, just to let people know what they're working towards.
Sure.
Because they need a win. at this
Yeah, I
point.
agree. No, Star Wars team needs a win.
It's now to the point where if this doesn't get funded, just don't do them anymore.
Yeah.
Let G.I. Joe have it.
Well, Star Wars had 2 very successful campaigns before the Rancor and lightsaber failure.
The lightsaber was poor timing.
100%. Well, it was not just. Oh, I think the Rancor was poor timing. I think the lightsaber was just.
Right,
I don't know
you
anyone
don't,
that's interested in it.
Well, yeah, you were offering that before anyone had seen the show.
Okay, that's true too. Yeah, that is poor
so
timing
regardless of anything, like it could have been, set the world on fire, love that thing, everyone wants that thing. You still don't launch it before anyone knows about it.
Yeah. Well, and it's not even that it's like a lightsaber that at the time no one knew anything about the character. Like I don't think
just
it would
an
have.
Inquisitor. Everyone knew Inquisitor lightsabers
Exactly.
too.
I don't. If it had been the Grand Inquisitor lightsaber or anything like that, I still don't think people would drop $500. I don't think the lightsabers sell well enough to demand something like that.
But
like
also,
in general,
you didn't offer anything really special.
No, there was no reason to buy
just
extras.
you just went. We doubled the price of a lightsaber. Here.
That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, that's it.
What are you doing?
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Also, why 100%. Are you advertising this with hostage videos?
That's true.
Please do this. Please
buy this. They're holding my family.
We haven't seen Emily in weeks.
Yeah. Eric, blink twice if you need help.
Eric, blink once.
Yeah.
I just.
He's like not... blinking SOS or whatever.
Yeah. Just rapid fire. Is that like REM while he's awake?
Is he having a seizure?
Please, somebody check on them. No, it's they need a slam dunk.
Well, the Haslabs that have done well have been Haslabs that people encourage people to buy more than one. The Sentinels, people bought a bunch of those to get a bunch of Sentinels. The Hiss tanks,
or just a knockout thing. Like if you look at that Galactus,
or that, yeah.
I mean, if you can't see it, but behind me, and if you look at my other streams, is that Haslab Galactus? And I didn't back it. I was a fool. Yeah. I had to get this from, thankfully, my local comic shop, shout out Memory Lane Comics, who actually did order a couple of extra. Because once I saw the thing, like people were getting them when they started going out, it's like, that thing looks incredible. That looks worth the money that they charged for it. Even without the extra figures.
Well, and even I feel like a lot of people forget that there were questions that Galactus would even fund, because it got to the point in the middle of the road where it was just stalled. Like it wasn't losing backers, but it just wasn't gaining them very fast, and it was like halfway done still. And it wasn't until they started throwing out the tier unlocks and they got to what's his face. There's like one Herald that everyone just went friggin' nuts for, and that's the thing that kind of pushed everyone. Yes, it was that one. I don't know anything about him. Look at that Han Solo with his Hunk Solo with his heavy assault blaster rifle that he never even once used or whatever.
This looks like his cousin, like Hank. This is Hank Solo.
Hank Solo. Played by Garrison Ford.
Hey, you ever met my cousin?
My cousin Hank.
I'm so tired.
You know what? I think growing up, I heard a lot of bad stories about Harrison Ford, about he was like a gruff guy, super mean, whatever. But now I just hear like the nicest things about him. Like people.
You know what? I think that he just, and I think this is unchanged. I think he just doesn't like the interviews. Has never liked doing that. Never liked that sort of small talk promotion.
Right.
But he's always loved the work.
Right.
He's always loved doing movies. He's always been enthusiastic about that. As the promotion, he's not, and I think he's one of those people that's not a fake person in that way that you have to
Right.
sort of put on a promotion face. I just think he just doesn't have time for that, or the artificiality of
I kind of
dealing with
respect
fake
that.
people.
Yeah, I respect that.
Like, and I, and certainly can get exhausted. He's also a guy who gets so high all the time. He's just so much over the years. I mean, we forget because we don't really notice it anymore. But do you remember the first time you went like, Harrison Ford has an earring?
True.
He's like that guy, the party guy who
No,
he's just chilled with his
I loved the scene in Shrinking when he got high and he's like, I want some cheesy chips.
And you just know that's Harrison.
It just seems like it's Harrison, yeah.
Like I imagine him
eating Fun Dip. He's like,
listen, I have a Harrison story.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Because Harrison is in a documentary I produced.
Okay.
And I had to hunt. So I produced this documentary because I was friends with John Milius.
Okay.
I did a big interview with John Milius, and then eventually we did a documentary essentially based on, wouldn't it be interesting to talk to John Milius? There are certainly some aspects of John Milius that, are problematic and sort of approach to things. But he has had a huge impact on film, and George Lucas and his contemporaries and Spielberg, and the films he's written and stuff like the Indianapolis scene and Jaws, and he's had influence. So Harrison was, a friend, knew him for years. But part of my thing that I had to do for the documentary was try and chase down these interviews. And there were people that you just were told you're not going to get.
Right.
And Harrison Ford was near the top of that list of just not going to do it. He doesn't do documentaries. He doesn't do interviews. He doesn't. But he decided to do this. And so I wasn't there on the day when they did the interview for it, but I was told afterwards. So Harrison, nice as can be, comes in, does the interview. And then when the interview's done, he's like, you want to go get a cheeseburger? Callista doesn't let me eat cheeseburgers anymore.
Oh, that's right, because he was married to Callista Flockhart. I forgot about that. Yeah. Oh, it still is. Okay.
You want to go get a cheeseburger? And the idea that Harrison Ford is like, I can't eat cheeseburgers.
That's so funny.
Do you want to go?
Get a cheeseburger?
Do you want to go sneak a cheeseburger? Because I'm out doing this.
We're gonna go sneak a cheeseburger. That's the only reason I did this interview.
Yeah, you want to go get a cheeseburger with me?
You say yes.
Yeah.
You go get a cheeseburger.
I just love the idea of conspiratorial. Callista doesn't let me have cheeseburgers.
Are you sad you missed that day, Ken?
How can you not be?
Yeah, I'm sad that I missed that day and I wasn't even there.
Just the idea of them being with like, I love having cheeseburgers.
That's so funny.
So that's my thought of who Harrison Ford is. A guy who just wants to have a cheeseburger, or be in his workshop. Like my ultimate dream, if I had something. Like I this is the letter I want to write is a letter to Harrison going, listen, I know a lot of people probably ask for an autograph or something. Can you just make me like a set of bookends?
Just a carpenter, because
just can I have like a bowl or like a key bowl or an ashtray or
just something.
Can you do some kind of woodworking?
This is my Harrison Ford woodwork. Yeah, I'd want something from
like
Harrison.
A birdhouse.
I'd want something from the guy that played Ron Swanson. I can't remember names right now. My brain is Swiss cheese.
I know you're talking about
Nick Offerman. Offerman. Yes. Like people that I know work
do
with
like
wood.
A workshop show.
I would watch. I would attend it.
Like New Hollywood Workshop.
Yes.
On PBS. And it's just the two of them.
Just the two
very
of them.
Taciturn, just not talking at all, just deep in their projects.
Two grumpy dudes. Just woodworking.
So what are you making?
Well, I'm making a canoe.
It's a nice canoe. You got a good style there. You didn't need help.
What do you got going on over there?
Making some assholes some bookends.
That's exactly what he would say.
That's it. That's all
That's it.
I would love Harrison Ford bookends. That's what I would
Yeah.
like.
All right.
So
And you know the main ingredient there would be whatever the opposite of love is for him.
you know what? I think he has a.
No, he would love it. No, he
Yeah,
would.
no,
Yeah.
I think I would hope. I think
Mhm.
he would be genuinely happy with that request.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get to make you something. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be fun. And you tell him how much I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah. Well, you know, I saw a video interview on him of TikTok, and someone was like, you know, my dad's a big fan, and he's like, it's always someone's dad. It's no one's ever a fan of me. It's always their dad that's a fan of me. Just,
I saw that, and I saw how
Yeah.
the interviewer didn't recover from that.
no, he did not. Like, you gotta just go with it, man. You gotta put your foot in that, and you just roll with it. But I did like he was genuinely surprised or interested in the question. Like, what's the smelliest place you ever been? That's a question.
Harrison interviews now are just so much fun.
Yeah, you
Or
got
him-
to that
or him
age where he
playing
just
with the
doesn't care.
toys.
Yeah, or that too. Yeah,
Like, give me that. Give me just. He seemed happy with his figure, Ewan.
yeah,
What should we do next? Want to do another Han?
yeah. Why not?
One Harrison?
Which
How
Han
about
is it?
this?
Oh, the thick bubble award there. I think that was the thickest bubble in the line. Such a weird toy where you just you just got some clamps that you put them in the back.
shove him in the back. I like the height, including carbonite.
Including carbonite. He's not really that height.
Yes, I am. It's only the carbonite that gets small. Also, I hope everyone's enjoying the extended Harrison Ford appearance tonight.
I mean, if they don't, then
I could always bring Mark Hamill back. I'm still here. You want to hear the Joker?
No, tell me more about Wing Commander or what was that?
There
other
were
game?
lions in it. They were alien lions.
Wait, was he in? It was in Red Alert, I think.
Oh, why couldn't he have done a game with Tim Curry?
That would have been great.
Yeah, crack out your Tim Curry impression. I'll keep doing Mark Hamill.
Oh, and I got no Tim Curry impression. I don't even think Tim Curry can do a good Tim Curry impression.
Well, I mean, now it's a little bit.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah.
I don't mean now.
You might want to
I just meant
clarify
in general. Yeah. That was not a dig at him having a stroke.
Yeah.
I was not doing that. That would just kind of came out wrong. Nothing but respect for Tim Curry. One of my favorite human actors in a Muppet movie.
Yes. I've heard some wonderful stories about how nice he was to work with on set. Just an all-around great guy. Have you ever heard his albums, his music albums?
No, I haven't.
Oh, he recorded a few albums in the 80s. You should check them out.
I did listen to the Christopher Lee metal album.
That remains a unique foray.
Yes, it does. I also listened to the Macho Man Randy Savage rap album, unironically.
Well, I mean, that's the only way to listen to it.
That's right.
Speaking of Macho Man,
yeah,
and unironically, where's Dan? Dan has not responded to your red alert.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he's still there. I did send him a message on.
Okay, did he respond to you?
He did. So my problem on that Big Bad Toy Store sale was a Super 7 Optimus Prime, which.
So this is in the Gen 1 cartoon style?
Yeah. But it's like an action figure.
Right, because
so
no other licensees can do transforming.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
so it's just him in his robot form, but it looks cartoon accurate.
Yeah, exactly. And those normally retail for $55, but they have it on sale for $30. And I have an Optimus Prime toy collection. It's actually right. It's right here. This shelf is all Optimus Prime.
What's your favorite Prime that you have in the collection?
Have one. Don't do that to me. I can't.
I just did.
I can't choose a favorite.
I mean, I just did, and you're thinking of one right now.
I am. I don't know.
Give me that bull. Don't have a
don't-
favorite. We all have favorites.
I want to be.
We lie when we say we don't have a favorite.
Let me go look real quick.
Any parent you ask that question also has a favorite. They just don't want to say it.
Okay. I'm not gonna pull it out because it's all the way in the back, but it's an Optimus Prime that turns into the GI Joe toy, the Rolling Thunder. That's my favorite.
So, what is it about it that makes it your favorite? Because it would seem like, is it?
It's the fact that it's just kind of unique. Like, it's clearly Optimus Prime, but he turns into a GI Joe vehicle that.
Is it a good Optimus Prime? First, and foremost?
No, it's a good Optimus Prime.
Because that's my, I want fidelity to.
Keep talking. I can hear you.
I didn't say it, but you kind of had to. And sorry, I do see the. I do remember to look at the chat. So yeah, you know what? I think. Waiting to see the Ghost in live action. I mean, it's going to look pretty similar to the Rebels version. So it's the way I look at the crowdfunding stuff now is if you think you might want it at some point, go ahead and get the thing. Because if it doesn't get funded, you're just going to get refunded your money anyway. Oh no, I've messed up. You did all that work in the room. And cleaned everything.
It's not even that you get refunded your money though. They don't even charge you unless it funds.
So, okay, so then you have no. So if you think you're going to want to get it, you might as well go ahead and just sign up early to get the momentum going. And
yes. And even if you get it and you decide you don't like it, you can sell it.
Oh yeah, you're going to get your money back on a Haslab if you can afford the upfront.
So this is the guy. This is the Optimus Prime.
So that's a solid Gen 1.
Yeah. But he has like these legs are extra. Like they get smaller. Like his arms get smaller because this is stuff.
Those are the extra bits that need to be there for the transformation.
Correct. And he has like this backpack with like missiles and stuff on the back and whatnot. Because they took all the bits of the GI Joe and they made it extra. But I just like because he's stylized.
How's the head? That's the one they always fell down for me. Is if the head isn't a nice Optimus or a nice, that's for me. For me, honestly, that's like 90% of the issue for me.
Yeah.
If they have a janky head that doesn't feel right, then I'm lost. Then it's like, who is this character?
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to look like Optimus. You're right.
I have the original Masterpiece release of Optimus.
Yeah, I've got that back there.
And Megatron.
I don't have that. I'm not a Megatron guy, but I do have the original
when he's still transformed into his original.
Yeah.
And I had the original Starscream
with all the extra bits and like.
Well, it was also when he was in green.
Yeah.
And then I got the second release where they fixed the coloration.
The red, yeah.
So I got rid of the green one. But I love the fact that it also comes with the what was the name of the G.I. Joe character that's the pilot in the one episode? Not G.I. Joe character, the scientist.
Dr. Arkeville.
Yes. That it came with the little doctor figure in there.
Yeah.
It's still not it was a much better Starscream head than the first time. I'm looking at it. It's over there. But then I also got what sadly comes with the best Starscream head. Hot Toys did an Optimus Prime release.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, and he had the wings
that came with a just Starscream's head ripped off his body.
Yeah.
But it's a great Starscream head.
Sure. Yeah. That was such a weird Optimus Prime, like a hot toy Optimus Prime.
It was a weird out of nowhere, not tied to anything,
and they didn't do any other Transformers. It
wasn't tied to the movie. because
Yeah.
it was clearly Gen 1 original Optimus,
Yep.
but he was like
Mhm.
severely battle scarred,
Mm-hmm.
like he was roughed up, and he had this Starscream head as an accessory.
Yep.
No explanation, like you said, just out of nowhere, never followed up.
Never followed up. No Megatron, no other Transformers, just that one Hot Toys Optimus Prime.
I mean, it reminds me of that one out of nowhere Snake Eyes that we got from
Yes.
Hot Toys that never had anything else.
No, they do weird stuff like that sometimes.
Like maybe it was clearly a line that was meant to have more.
Yeah,
and
maybe
just,
the sales dictated whether there's going to be more or not. Yeah.
and there he is in his
hands are lies. They're not like this.
no, it's
Yeah.
Don't look behind the curtain.
Don't look behind the.
It's
the
not a
carbonite.
very good sculpt.
It's not.
That's a video I want to see to anyone who is more productive than me and has all these, is comparing all the carbonite sculpts over the years. Because this isn't quite right. In fact, this looks to me more like Palpatine.
Yeah, I would see that. Yeah, with the head.
Yeah, he's got the little head
the
crease.
Dick head thing.
Butt head.
Yeah. Okay, Biff.
Make like a tree. Yeah, even from the side, he looks like Palpatine. Because you've had the original Kenner release.
Yep.
With the Slave One.
Yep.
Fire spray.
Yep.
So that was the first release.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had the figure release of Han in the carbonite.
There was one in retro, the vintage line, like the original vintage line.
Yeah, the original vintage Power of the Force.
Yeah.
The last 17.
Yep.
Then you had in the 90s, you had even before this, the Shadows of the Empire re-release.
And it was the same figure as the original one, wasn't it?
And I know the color is different, but I think it's the same mold.
The sculpt,
on everything.
the mold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you had this.
Yeah.
And then you had at least one version that came a few years later, and it was like it had the red.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was partially
like he was coming
thawing out.
Yeah.
And then we've gotten the ones with the re-release of the Slave One, which were whole new sculpt,
right,
for the new versions of the Slave One,
right, the bigger Slave One.
And then obviously we got the Black Series release, which sadly has not done.
Did not do
or
that.
this Han.
Nope. Yep. Yeah, we don't have that Han either. Absolutely not. Yeah.
That should have had a little door in the back that opened. That you could just
it would have been so fun if they had done that. Yeah.
That's the thing. I want fun things in the line.
Give me
an occasional goofy fun thing.
Hold on, Ken. These are toys.
I know.
They're not supposed to be fun.
I know. I've seen the hostage videos. I just want to know they're safe. I just want to know that they're not locked in a closet in the office right now over the holiday weekend.
You can't come out until you sell more toys.
You better figure out a strategy for that Haslab. We don't want a Ghost Rider car situation on our hands.
Oh man, I felt so bad for the
Marvel team.
For the Marvel team on that one.
And clearly weren't decisions they made. I mean, they don't pick the price
100%
point.
not. No, they don't pick any of that.
They made a car. They made a car in figures, and then
I
someone else
think they
went
made the best thing they could. Yeah.
Let's slip this price on it, and that price was ridiculous.
Yeah. Have you seen the Jurassic Park Mattel?
The Gates
Kickstarter Gates? Oh, that thing is not doing well.
Did it? I heard it was cratering. I saw. I watched Victoria's.
Yeah.
Jurassic stream.
Yeah.
Last night while playing Tears of the Kingdom. Because I like having something on that I can concentrate but not concentrate on.
But yeah, you don't have to like pay attention to it, but it's something going on. Yeah, absolutely. So it's I'm looking at it right now. It's got 25 days left. Okay.
Okay, so we've
and
got a healthy amount of time, but it's about to run up to against the Star Wars Haslab.
Yeah, it's 22% funded. So it's out of the 5,000 backers it's needed, it's at 1115, and that's just for the doors and the Ford Explorer. That's not any of the other.
But
unlocks.
Wasn't also the complaint like the Ford Explorer doesn't have any light features?
It's just a. I mean, the Ford Explorer is something they could just sell at retail. Like, there's nothing stopping them from.
I mean, to be fair, also. Jurassic Park doors, it's something that you could sell at retail too. I mean, that's iconic enough that if people just if they're Jurassic fans that don't buy figures.
I mean, is that much bigger than like the freaking Brachiosaurus and the Gigantosaurus they have on shelves right now?
And it's a couple of doors. What kind of articulation? I know it has a light feature
they're motorized.
For the torches.
They're motorized.
Oh, it's motorized.
It's motorized.
Mattel loves motorization for their crowdfunding stuff.
Yeah.
Because didn't that Eternia thing get funded?
It did. The Eternia set.
The thing that Phoebes is clearing out his basement to accommodate?
Yes. Yeah, I don't think it unlocked the last tier, but it got almost everything.
So, what was the last... Have we seen anything motorized in the Haslab stuff? I mean, they've had light features, but not. I don't think anything's been
motorized. No, the Hiss has lights. The Dragonfly has lights. The car had lights. Obviously, Galactus has lights.
Yeah, but not like anything moving.
Motorized. No, yeah. I just feel like motorized stuff is just something that can break easily.
But also, how often are you? I mean, even light features. To be fair, how often are you using them? Honestly, if you're paying this money for a light feature, it should be USB. No more batteries.
Yes, like rechargeable USB. I agree with that.
Give me, if it's going to have a light feature, make it so I can leave it on.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree.
What's the point?
The light features at the very least are good for photography. Like, what you can't show motorization in photography. Yeah.
But if you want a nice display piece to sit in there.
Yeah, just on. That was the same reason why I got rid of the Optimus Prime, the robot Optimus Prime, because you can't display it. Like, if it's not on, it is a limp noodle. Like, it doesn't stand.
That's the one that transforms itself, right?
Yeah.
Every time I look at that, I play with it for like 10 minutes.
That's all.
And then.
So Dan got one for free. And then he sent it to me. And then I made a video for it, played with it for a little while. And I sold it to Cliff Blazinski, the guy that did the Gears of War franchise and Jazz Jackrabbit. So he's got mine.
It reminds me of like the BB-8 from Sphero.
Yeah.
That came out.
I got one. I didn't get the BB-8, but I did get the R2-D2.
Which is like, it's fine for 5 or 10 minutes. And it's just, then what are you going to do?
We watched Star Wars, the original Star Wars, while he was on, and he reacted to certain scenes that happened in the movie. That was neat. But now I've got him next to my Hot Toys.
Yeah, it's like you go, we're watching Star Wars again. We got to get R2 out.
Let's go get R2 out. Yeah. Just so he can react to the same scenes every time the same way.
But, I have this beautiful R2 that I got from Hot Toys, the new Hot Toys release, which has the light features and the sound features.
Sure. Yeah.
It has a little remote control.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all the batteries, they burn out. In fact, just sitting off, the batteries that came with it, I went to go use it the other day, and I turned it on for maybe, if you totaled up the amount of time, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
The batteries were already dead in the dome. I was like, what?
That happened. I got the IG-11. Same thing. He has the light up head. Like, the batteries lasted 2 minutes. Max.
It's got to be USB.
Those stupid watch batteries, yeah.
Give me something to allow, like if you have a lighted base for something, it had better be USB.
You should be able to, it should come with a remote, and you should be able to plug it in. So if you want it to be on and just have it on, it's on. You don't have to worry about batteries. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
But if like those gates should absolutely have a wired connection option.
Yep.
Have a battery compartment, sure. If people just
if you want to take it someplace or
don't have the ability to run a wire up to it or whatever. But if I want to have those gates sitting on my desk or a shelf, that's near, I can plug that thing in and just let them run all the time.
The little flames
I
going
want the
on
flames
the
to flicker.
Yeah.
Or if I want to build a display around that, just have that. Yeah, without a doubt, that should be like, don't make it multifunction.
100%.
Especially if you're doing a crowdfunding thing and you're able to build that cost in, like this should be the ultimate version of a thing.
Correct. And people are buying these as a display. Like no one's buying these to play with them. Like
no child is getting these gates.
No. Or just
I would be shocked if there were a single child who would
Mommy, for my birthday.
I don't even think there is a parent who is buying these for their child.
No, absolutely not.
I would say the same thing about the Razor Crest.
Yeah,
certainly about the katana.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with like I don't know of any children that got a Galactus for their birthday. Like it's always the parents got a Galactus.
No. At the very least, maybe a teenager.
Yeah.
Got it. Maybe that was like the big thing they asked for. But there's no under 10-year-old who got gifted a $400
toy. Absolutely. I obviously, whenever I have a kid or if I ever have a kid or whatever, like I'm going to have daddy's toys. Like these are daddy's toys and you'll have your own toys. I'm never going to spend more than like $10 or $15 on my toys. Because I remembered how I was as a kid. Like I would immediately lose everything. Oh, you got me a Ninja Turtle. I took off their belt. I don't know where the belt went. Just,
they all had weapons once.
At one point. I don't even remember. I could not tell you as a kid what any of the Transformers blasters or guns looked like because I immediately lost all of them.
Oh no! Can you imagine the first time you found out, like when you came home from work or from the store, and you found out your kid had taken Galactus in the pool?
Done.
Which, as a kid, would be a cool thing to do. I'm going to take the 2.5 foot Galactus in the pool. Yeah. He's on a water planet.
Yep. He's going to eat this water planet. Nope. Absolutely not.
Chlorine getting into those electronics.
Yeah. Oh, the electronics would be dead.
Right. Gone.
Toast.
Never worked after that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And or they left it out in the sun, so now it's half bleached on one side, or his face melted.
Yep. No, it's you can't. I mean, unless you're just so rich, you do not care about that money. But even then, it's not even about the money. It's about like you can't get another one. Like if your Galactus breaks, like that's it. Like when you go buy, drop another $800 on one because
aftermarket. Was it Robo that I was talking with?
Yeah,
when we talking about the and you don't want to put it up on a shelf.
No, yeah,
because and this thing has, what feels right now like rock hard joints. Like it like the ratchets on this thing feel solid.
Mm-hmm. That's because the ones in the Sentinel were not.
Would die.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. But I still, even this thing is like 3 feet off the ground where I've got it. I'm still worried about it tipping forward. Because what if it decides to hit and one of those head wings just snaps off?
Well, I live in Southern California. We have earthquakes all the time. What was it? A couple months ago, I was flying to Seattle, and on my way to the airport, we had an earthquake, and one of my friends that lives in the area messaged me. He's like, "Hey, did any figures fall on the ground?" I'm like, "I don't know. I'll find out in a week."
And did they?
They, of course, they did. Nothing broke, but I've always got figures on the top up here that have fallen down, and they always take out a couple as they fall down. Like they'll take out the ones on.
Oh, the dominoes.
Yeah, the domino effect. Yeah. So it happens at least once a month or so. I'll just have some random figures on the ground because of earthquakes. So I remember with the Unicron, because I got that, and I went to there's a Hasbro, San Diego Comic-Con Hasbro preview party where it was a Vince DiCola concert and all the voice actors and stuff were there, and they were showing off in person, the Unicron figure, and they were going to transform it. And I'm talking to John
was this
Warden.
2019?
This was 2019.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in the display case.
Yeah.
And the
so
Cookie
they
Monster
had,
was there too, right?
Yes, they had the Cookie Monster there.
The infamous year of
yeah. So there was a Hasbro party at a bar around the corner from the Comic-Con, and I got invited to that. And the whole time I was there, I'm like, I don't belong here. I don't know why I'm here, but it was great. But I'm talking to like the Hasbro reps and stuff, and I'm like, what happens, if we live in Southern California? Like, what happens if this falls off the shelf and breaks something? And they're like, don't. It's like, okay.
Can you move?
I guess not. Yeah. I mean, he comes with a nice like stand, so it's thankfully not that big of an issue.
Have you taken any other precautions of sort of securing him in place?
No, he's just on a stand. I do have the shelf bolted to the wall because you do that in Southern California.
But I remember. Do you keep him in his robot form?
I keep that one in his planet form because it looks good.
Better than the robot form?
I think the Haslab Unicron looks better in planet mode than it does in robot mode because the robot mode has a bunch of kibble.
But
like
the other one mode was in Citizen Kane.
Okay. All right. Sure. He also sold steaks or whatever that commercial was that he was trying to get through.
Frozen peas.
That was it.
And what was the name of the wine?
Oh, the wine. That was the one where he was super drunk. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
So now what are the electronics on that? Is it just light feature?
That one has no electronics.
None?
Whatsoever.
Not even? I mean, you would think in the center maw that would be perfect.
Nope.
Does it at least have like an, oh shit?
Nope. No voice, no electronics. I mean, this was the second Haslab. Well, like the second successful Haslab. And even then, only because they extended the...
Yeah, they played a game they didn't play with the Rancor.
Right. They extended it out another month and a half because they wanted to get it into another... No. Because they didn't have tiers for it. They didn't have stretch
that's right. There
goals
was nothing
for it. There was... They added stuff as it went, but there weren't unlockable tiers that you could hit. He
should have come with a second head with no eyes.
Yeah, that would have been great. I mean, he did come with alternate chins. They added an alternate chin for a different look, and they added an alternate faceplate for, like, it's like cracked and stuff.
Can you remove the eyes?
You cannot remove the eyes. The eyes do move back and forth, and there is a third-party add-on kit you can get to put glowing eyes in there. But nothing. That's about it.
Can you put a tiny Starscream inside his head?
No, but he does come with a very, very, very microscopic Galvatron that you can like.
Oh, really? Like he's
eating him. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. At least there's that.
It's like microscopic. It's like this big. It's
to scale.
It's to scale. Yeah.
No,
it's nice.
I need those eyes. Give me the eyes.
Yeah, it would have been cool if he'd come with eyes that you could take out because that was the whole. There was like a whole thing about that.
Yeah, there was he gave Starscream a body.
Yeah, the ghost of Starscream. Yeah.
And come on, you got to throw some Orson Welles / Leonard Nimoy voice clips in there.
It would have been cool, but nope, there's nothing. I mean, it was only the second Haslab. I mean, and the first one was the Katana, so they were learning.
But they haven't done another Transformers Haslab since then, have they?
Sure, they have. Absolutely.
Which one?
They've done two very successful Transformers Victory Haslabs. So they did Victory Saber and Deathsaurus, which are from some Japanese only cartoons, and they did them as Haslabs because they weren't convinced
that there was the demand for them.
But they actually ended up being very successful. They're also only $180 each. Like they weren't.
But those also sound like they were were those from scratch or were those repurposed?
Yes,
they were released in Japan.
Those were 100% from scratch.
Okay,
like brand new molds, all that stuff. And in fact, the reason they got
Transformers haven't had a failed Haslab.
No, Transformers.
G.I. Joe hasn't had a failed Haslab.
Correct, they have not.
Ghostbusters
has just had the one. They
just had the one, but it succeeded.
They just have a failed toy line.
It's-
That's all they've got.
Those toys could have been so much better.
Oh man.
And then
I'm just not convinced that there's that much of a demand for Ghostbusters people outside of, like, if they had
I
done
think
more
Ghostbusters is
ghosts
like
and
Indiana
monsters.
Jones.
Yeah.
You have the same problem is you get the core out. Where do you go from there?
Where do you go from there?
Unless you're going to commit to the villains, then you just have a couple of guys in jumpsuits.
That's it.
And then what do you do from there?
Yeah, what do you do?
You know, and you can't, you know, you get your obligatory terror dogs.
Yep. You got Gozer.
You got your Gozer. You got didn't they do a
they did Dana.
But they also did what's his face from Ghostbusters 2, the villain.
Did they do Vigo the Carpathian?
Didn't they do Vigo?
I don't think they did, actually. I don't think they did anything from Ghostbusters 2. I'm gonna look it up now. I'm pretty sure.
Or did Diamond Select do Vigo?
It was Diamond Select that did it. So that was one thing I was expecting
also
to do.
That you had a 7-inch line.
Yes,
Diamond.
The Diamond Select. I was expecting Hasbro to, you know, they were gonna do the movie, then do the cartoon ones. Like, I was ready to buy cartoon versions. Like, I was ready to do all of this, but they just did the.
I think Hasbro has now made collectors wary of their commitment to any line.
I agree. It's like Netflix. Like,
right.
I don't really want to.
Do I want to commit to a show?
Right.
And yes, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you don't turn up and buy what's offered, then you're just playing into their lack of belief in the line.
Right.
But it is difficult to stare at, you know, all those Indiana Jones figures and go, okay, we have 74 indies right now.
Yep. How, like, seriously?
You couldn't even give us like a second Marion?
No. You had a couple different. You could do the white flowy,
but you give us another white guy in a suit. You give us another Belloc. You give us another.
They gave us the guy from Last Crusade who's using the legs from his character in Empire Strikes Back. Like, literally.
Yeah. Yes, Donovan.
Thank you.
And honestly, you know what? He had a better head sculpt than the Black Series.
Yeah, he did.
And you know, I will say for my plastic-free packaging, paint job not good on mine.
Yeah,
but I had no recourse.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? What do you do with that?
So now you know what you do when they're I don't know about you, when they're slightly off, then I'm like, okay, I guess he's looking to the side of the display. So
he's got that
fixes it.
Yeah. But what I do is I buy another one at the store and then I swap them and return it. That's what I do.
So the Target exclusives, are those the first announced plastic packaging returns? That the damaged
Vader? No. There's a wave of Book of Boba Fett figures
that are going to be official return.
Those are the first ones they announced. I don't know if those are the first ones that'll come out, but those are the first ones announced where they showed the original packaging returning to it. So it's the Din Djarin with the new sculpt and the Darksaber. It's
but it's after Cad Bane and
no, it's the same wave as Cad Bane.
Okay.
So it's the Book of Boba Fett Cad Bane, the Din Djarin from Book of Boba Fett with the Darksaber and stuff, and then the Tusken Chieftain, and then the Pike Soldier. It's a 4-character wave, basically.
But the 2-pack is not plastic packaging.
Correct.
That's still
the 2-pack with the new Cobb Vanth is still going to be plastic free packaging.
Yeah,
that's
the dual.
That's the one I'm getting because it's the same figure but with a slightly different face. So I'm not getting.
You're not getting the standalone Cad Bane?
I'm not getting the standalone one because I just.
You say that now,
can't.
but if you walk into the store and it's sitting on the shelf, are you?
If I ever see him on sale, I'm might pick him up, but I'm
So
not
if you
going to buy
if
him.
you're ever on a live stream and Dan pops in,
Yeah.
just to let you know there's a sale,
Yeah. If,
you'll hop on that.
I probably will at that point. If it's if it retails for 25 and it's on sale for like 17 or 16, yeah, absolutely. But I'm not going to spend $25 to get the same figure again just with a different face. I'm done with that phase of my life. It's that phase is done. Because there's a time where I would have.
I certainly think I'm reaching the threshold on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think I have a pre-order in for like the Pike Soldier.
Yeah.
It just like, what am I excited about? I think I'm done with clone battalions.
That's I feel like we've got a lot. And now, they've redone their clones for a third time. It's not a big change, but it is a change to where, they just announced the Commander Oppo, who's basically just a 501st clone with the new body. Not the new body, but the new body that has the clone chest overlay and the shoulders that are different and the knees that hinge properly so they don't have the pad hanging off the thigh. It's in the middle of the knee like it should be, and it's got the painted face underneath.
But the blue looks different.
The blue is wrong, and I'm colorblind.
So how
I can tell the blue is wrong.
Do they look at their? That's the thing where I don't understand.
I don't know. So they told us. I mean, they said it in a live stream. They didn't like tell me personally, but they they said when they announced the last clone trooper, when they started releasing like 501st and stuff in that, they're like, this is the blue we're using so that all the new troopers have the same blue. And now it's not. So I don't know. I don't know what to even believe anymore.
I mean, there's like you're going back to the Indy line, and the thing that I noticed was like, you don't mention the Dial of Destiny
at all,
and none of your figures come with it.
Yeah,
you have. I just got the shipping announcement for the Helena Shaw, the Phoebe Waller-Bridge, out of nowhere. That just came from Amazon.
And she should come with it, right? If any of them came with it.
Or Indy, but the fact that
either
both of them come with flashlights.
But I feel like Helena Shaw doesn't come with. Yeah, I feel like Helena Shaw doesn't come with anything hardly.
Yeah, she just has the flashlight and her backpack.
And a backpack, and
the
then
backpack
whatever
isn't
the
even
build
a big, super big plot point.
Oh, that's right, and she's part of the Temple of Doom artifact. So it's not even like a Dial of Destiny artifact.
No,
it's
there is no Dial of Destiny artifact.
Yeah.
Even the figures they just announced, the Voller and the Ronaldo, as the ostensible end of the Indiana Jones line, are part of a Last Crusade built-in artifact.
Obviously I haven't seen Dial of Destiny yet, but is Ronaldo a big enough character to deserve a figure?
No.
Okay.
I will say,
I didn't think he would be.
There is a character in the movie,
yes,
that should have been in Ronaldo's place.
I see.
And
that's Antonio Banderas, right?
That's Antonio Banderas.
Yeah.
And I swear to you, whenever he opened his mouth, all I could think was Puss in Boots.
Puss in Boots.
And it just took me out of every scene. And I love Antonio Banderas, but now he's forever it's Puss in Boots.
It's Puss in Boots.
So when you see the movie, tell me if that's the first thing you think.
I forgot they did a Marcus Brody and Renee Belloc like 2-pack. That's a random ass 2-pack. Do they even talk in?
They don't. You don't see Brody outside of the beginning of the movie.
No, he's just in the beginning of the movie. Yeah. And you don't see him again until Last Crusade, right?
No. We see Brody at the end when he's being told that he can't have the Ark.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
But still.
And then in the third movie, they do the whole joke where he can blend in with anyone or whatever.
He becomes a fool.
Yeah. Right. They dumb him down.
And we get a second Sala. We get the Last Crusade Sala. So we've had two Salas in the line. Although I would have liked to also have the Cairo Sala from Raiders.
Sure.
Like him in his suit in Raiders.
Yeah. That was a good suit.
Someone was talking about that you can't even really build scenes
No, you
out
can't.
of these because like where's the swordsman? Where's Sapito? Where's
But it's cool they gave us the staff of raw head piece that doesn't even.
yeah, or that
Anyway.
or that weird slap bracelet whip.
Yes. What a weird choice. But
It's
I'm
such it's an
so
odd
I'm
line.
seriously considering because I'm not collecting
And
the
the
whole
retro
line or
figures are
whatever.
awful. I'm
Oh,
sorry to say.
And I feel bad for the people that buy those to collect them because the bubble glue doesn't even hold. Like I've
Yeah.
seen on Target, like they're
But
just lying on the
but
shelves.
I marvel that they have the technology.
Yeah.
But someone was mentioning about the the scanning, and the scans were all done from Steve Evans
Steve Evans
has
collection. Yeah,
his
yeah.
beautiful, but uh if you scan from a painted figure, the reflection of whatever the scanning technology is what is causing it to have those softness that everyone is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So you either scan and tweak
Right.
the sculpts to fix them, or you sculpt a brand new thing.
Right.
Because the weird thing now, if you look up right now, if you're able, look up the retro figure Raiders Indiana Jones that Hasbro has put out, and look at that sculpt and what they did and how it looks, and compare it to the Gentle Giant Jumbo Fig they just announced. The Jumbo Fig looks 100 times closer to the original figure.
Yeah, I see that. Absolutely.
I mean, that head sculpt is a lot closer.
Yep.
You don't have and the other thing is that the whatever plastic they're using is super gummy.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a doughy plastic on those retro figures. And it's so weird that I can't see how no one on the team can't look at these things before they ever go off to production and go, oh, we need to make these a little bit better. We need to fix this. This doesn't. The level of excitement and enthusiasm internally for it is baffling to me, and also feels at least that hostage flair.
It's such a sad state.
And again, I don't knock the team. I don't know what's going on, but
yeah.
I none of the team seems like they would be ignorant to the fact that things don't look quite right. They don't strike me as people who don't know.
You know, I wonder if there was like a time crunch or something on there. Like oh, the movie's coming out, so we got to start it now, and it's not ready, but we got to go anyway, like kind of thing. Or,
I mean, to that extent, and the fact that you've already had those issues with the Star Wars retro line.
yeah.
I mean, if you look at, I did a video ages ago because I managed to find it when they re-released those main figures in '95,
Mm-hmm.
and they did that pack, which must have used the same Kenner molds, the original Kenner molds.
Yeah.
And you compare just how sharp the details and how accurate they look as reproductions, and just how soft. And it's weird. It's weird that Hasbro is putting out what looks like bootlegs, like what you would consider
exactly
bootlegs.
What it is. They look like they're knockoffs. They look, yeah, absolutely.
It looks like you should be buying them like in a corner stall at the janky flea market.
Absolutely.
And it should be Hank Solo on the packaging from the Starways.
Star Walls. Oh man,
That's it. That's the weird feeling.
Yeah.
About it, and the little things like the paint stuff or the Jesse helmet.
And well, it's the same mistake they made with the vintage collection too, and they didn't change it.
Like I can't be the only one who. Like I don't know how people get into the positions or what the qualifications are, so I'm making no judgment. And again, I don't think these are unintelligent people in any
Right.
way.
Yeah.
And they're obviously, professional as well. But watching that Indy live stream, the one that Luke posted about, I went to go watch, the
Yep.
sort of retrospective one. There's a lot that Patrick didn't seem to genuinely know about the Indy franchise.
And he's like, oh, I'm a big fan of Indiana Jones. I'm a huge fan of Indiana Jones. Like,
but there's like just basic story things or general knowledge things about it that undercut that statement.
if I were ever going to talk to anyone in an interview capacity that was in Indiana Jones, I would, at the very least, rewatch the movies. No matter how long it had been since I had watched them, I would be like, I gotta watch the movies. I gotta make sure I know at least the basics.
I mean, but I watch a lot of these times now. I'll watch the streams and watch the reactions of the folks around the person who's talking. Because we've all been in meetings. We've all been on things where you're like, I can't contain my feelings about what's being said or what's going on right now. And yeah, there's just something about that. It's like, again, then don't be the face of the thing. Don't be out there representing it because it's not like fans don't know and can't read the room on these things. Why self-inflict the damage to it when you don't need to?
No, you really don't have to.
I mean, you're very good at being silent and withholding information. Go back to doing that.
Yeah.
Or just do a slideshow with music and drop that as the live stream of the reveals.
That's really all you need. What I do
That's all anyone's there for. They're not there for the banter.
No, I don't care. As soon as the reveal stopped and they started doing the interviews, I'm like, I gotta go back to work. Like, I didn't watch any of that. I just didn't care. I barely cared enough about Indiana Jones stuff. Like, I'm not the biggest Indiana Jones fan, but I'm enough to be like, yeah, I want to see what's happening. Like, I want to know at the very least. What I do like, so like, and the G.I. Joe team is really good about this, is when they're showing off a figure, they'll go into detail about, why they chose certain things, what colors they even use. Like, they'll joke about, this is like gray number 2 or whatever. We did a wash on this to bring out this detail. I like that stuff because I like to know what went into.
We got more of that on the Star Wars line, in particular, from that ZBrush Star Wars Day thing.
Yes, and I loved that. I watched the whole thing. It was great.
That was genuine conversation. It was like, yeah.
I was fascinated by that. That's what I want. Give us the slideshow. Email everyone. Just have people put their emails on a list and just distribution email, photos, information. That's all I need. I don't need anything else. I don't want to see it on
press release.
Yeah, give us a press release. I'll be happy. And then have Eric or someone on the design team just be like, okay, this is what we did with these. And then the people that they're super nerds also, like me.
It doesn't have to be live.
No.
If you want to vet, or you want to have a couple of takes because you slipped and said something you weren't supposed to, pre-record it.
Easy peasy. So at my work, we stopped doing live webinars and stuff for that very reason. There's always an issue. There's always some kind of technical issue or something going on. So all of our webinars that we do, I pre-record them, edit them, throw them up. And now when there's a big webinar day, it's easy for me. In the past, I was like a nervous ball of just anxiety because I'm having to talk to a bunch of people at 9:00 in the morning about e-commerce bullshit that I just do not care about. But if it's something I can record and have, flashy effects and dialogue and something that can keep people's attention, like I just hit play and then I, hang out and make sure it doesn't blow
and you're
up.
also not there with the pressure of knowing that there's, all these faces staring at you in real time.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Again, not everyone is comfortable on camera. That's the bottom line for all of these Hasbro live streams is don't make them do it if it's not their bag. If it's not something they enjoy. Like clearly the G.I. Joe team is just a ball. Someone like Steve Evans is just friggin', candied ham, loving
Absolutely.
being out there, and he genuinely loves the stuff that he's talking
Yeah.
about.
Well, even so, like, I don't know if you saw last year's PulseCon with Thew Adams on the Transformers team. Like, he's a guy that's in front of camera. Thew's one of the bigger Transformers. Like, he's very entertaining. His style is it's hilarious. I love it. But live, he was clearly nervous. He was doing this awkward clapping thing like every 5 seconds because he was just clearly. There's a different energy when you're live and you don't really know what's going on,
and also depending on what you're talking about and knowing what the weird corporate secrecy.
Exactly. Like, what can you talk about? What can't you talk about? Yeah.
There's a lot of those looks. I love watching the live streams for the looks of you're getting close.
Yes. Yes. Or are you reading from a teleprompter? Because that's never going to sound natural. No matter what, that's never going to sound natural.
I hope, I hope there's no PulseCon this year. I hope they learned their lesson from last year.
I 100%
certainly not in the way they did it.
Yeah.
We don't need hosts or DJs or.
Yeah, I want a PulseCon. I want a PulseCon, but I definitely don't think they need to have. I want a PulseCon in a sense that, instead of having 1,000 different exclusives spread out over 20 different cons like they used to do, now it's all kind of consolidated into one convention. I appreciated that. I could budget for it. I didn't have to worry about different things.
Right. I meant the live event.
But yes, the live event, the spectacle does not need to exist. You have the guy that played Zero in Holes. It's so weird.
Yes, it was. And again, no knock against him.
No, not at all.
Gig's
not
a gig.
At all. Yeah.
Hasbro comes and like, pay me. Okay, sure.
Yeah, no. If Hasbro asks you to do something and it's a paying gig,
Hasbro,
you do
what
it.
are you trying to do? That's the thing that I don't know if Hasbro knows what they're trying to do.
Someone was like, who'd be really good? The guy that played Holes.
Also, should we have like a DJ live?
Right? Was it DJ Amen or whatever?
And should we throw to the teams to have their
throw them? And then they tried to shoehorn that weird augmented reality thing, and they had to pretend to be like, "Whoa, it looks like it's in the studio."
Also,
so crazy.
Let's not forget the Selfie series.
That is something that could have been really cool.
I think the Selfie series, if anything, in its best case scenario, is when we're going to look back and go, "Oh, that was just like 5 years too early."
Yes, I agree.
For the tech and the process, that is it just did not. It was not the right time, and certainly not the right economic environment.
Correct.
For the price point they were also offering it.
Correct.
It was a confluence of bad timing.
I bought one.
Did you go for the X-wing body?
No, I went with the Mandalorian body because I didn't want to buy a body that was 10 years old.
But also, how did you? And I'm sure you did a video on it. Just forgetting.
I didn't. No, I've not done one video because I hate it.
Because they can't do beards properly, right?
Yep. I'll show you. I'll get it. Hold on.
I mean, that's the other thing is that there's so many features that make definably someone.
There's no glasses.
So basically, it just looks sort of like the Miggs Mayfeld figure.
Yes, 100%. But he's a little chubbier.
So it looks like it. So you have stubble.
Yes.
And it went like a super orange on that almost looks like a marker.
Yeah.
Like that looks comically orange.
Yeah. It's not great. And I paid $60
for that price. Yeah, for that price.
And that was on sale because it was like, it's $80, but if you buy it now, it's $60.
For it to not even look like you.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be one thing if you paid that price and you could go, "Oh, look, it's me."
Yeah. And there are people that it does look like them. Like,
but that's
they have the right face.
Luck of,
yes.
Yeah.
They have the right face
to charge that price and sell people on a magical experience
Right.
that they're not going to get.
Right. Because I mean, even
It's
I've
like the
tried to
selfie
get
series,
glasses.
sure. Who are you taking a picture of?
Right.
Who took
and
the selfie?
The fun fact about this is this mic right here. This mic has COVID.
You took it during your COVID.
I had COVID, and I'm like, I gotta do it. So I'm like doing the face thing, and I'm like,
And you did it like 7 times because you get lost
Yep.
in the rotation.
Yeah. My that brain fog was real. I'm like, I've immortalized myself with the plague.
The COVID-DeLorean.
Yeah.
Well, we all mark time in our own ways. There's a little slice of history sitting there.
That's right.
Remember that figure I ordered in a COVID fog?
And that didn't help. Okay.
Is that supposed to be you? Yeah.
Well, it was me when I had COVID. I looked exactly like this when I had COVID. So
Yeah. Well, of course, that's one of the first things they tell you is make sure you shave.
That's right.
If you get COVID.
And
take your glasses off.
That's right, because you can't have glasses when you have COVID. I did shave my beard down when it first happened so I could fit a mask over it. And then I didn't care anymore.
Maybe you should do that. Maybe you should put the mask over the figure.
Over the figure.
Can you...
I've tried to buy glasses. In fact, you know what? I didn't try Donatello's glasses here. I've tried to find a good pair of glasses that fits my face. Whatever, Let's see. Nope.
Too big?
It doesn't work. Oh yeah. I look like a white Urkel.
Oh, I gotta see that. I mean, it probably looks closer to being you just by dint of having glasses, though.
Did I do that?
Oh wow. Hey, Jiminy Glick.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so that's not it.
Oh no.
Oh no. That's not it. That is not it.
Hard pass.
Yeah, so I bought I bought a Beast figure because he came with glasses.
What about the what about the glasses on the Voller figure for Indy?
I've thought about it. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of those things. I'm not gonna pay
I
full price.
I love that you're buying figures for glasses.
Just for glasses.
Your selfie that doesn't look like you.
I've seen some people online that sell glasses. Like they'll make glasses for doll figures. So
surely that's a 3D print thing. There must be a file that I'm sure Luke could print you off a pair of.
Maybe it could be,
or put you in touch with who's the Fett clone guy who did like the tech goggles and.
Yeah, maybe I'll look into that. I honestly haven't looked into that.
Put out a video that's just a plea to make your selfie series look like you.
And you know what? If someone out there could like putty sculpt me a beard on there, like that would
Is that a phrase you ever thought you'd be saying in life?
Nope. Never. And that's what it needs. If they ever do a selfie series 2.0, they need
good luck.
They need glasses as options, and they need
proper
sculpted beards. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be like, even if it wasn't exactly like my shape or whatever, if they had just like a big sculpted beard option, I would take it. Like, it's close enough.
Yeah, it's again, it seemed like it launched when it wasn't ready.
It wasn't ready. Absolutely not. Yep. But I still bought it. And because I felt that was one of those purchases I felt obligated to buy. And I didn't do anything. I bought it with the intention of reviewing it and all this stuff. And I got it. And I just couldn't find the energy. It was so bad. I just didn't want to make a video of me talking about how bad it is. Like, I just don't think that's interesting because
it's also already an outdated Mando body.
Exactly.
So it's not even.
And I chose that body because it was the least outdated body. I mean, I could have done the Princess Leia because that's close, the Hoth Leia, and I've tried putting that head on other figures' bodies. It's a weird like neck hole size.
Right.
It's fit on a couple of GI Joe bodies. Like I think the.
So it's not even compatible with other Black Series figures.
Not from my experience. I've tried putting it on a bunch of different bodies.
Are you gonna try it on Doc Ondar?
Why not? That'll work. That'll look perfect.
If it somehow connects and
You know what?
fits, promise me that then you'll make the video.
You know who I haven't tried? I haven't tried Dr. Mindbender.
I mean, that is a closer representation of you than the Selfie series.
It's not wrong. The problem is, yeah, he's got the weird neck head thing where you have to like heat it up to get it out. So I'm not gonna do that.
Hold it side by side. How does it look? Just general eyeballing it.
I think it's gonna be too small. I think the neck joint is gonna be too small.
Also, you know what?
Or too big. But
I want them to go ahead. Give me a Porkins body.
Yeah.
Give me different body shapes then.
Absolutely.
And also, you know what? Don't give me a Mando body. Like if I were to get a figure, for me, I don't want it to be cosplay of a known character.
That's
the X-wing
my problem.
is fine.
Yeah, because it's a uniform. It's not
give me a Hoth soldier. Give me
Yes.
clone trooper fine.
Yes.
Anything that's not a named character.
I almost went with the Stormtrooper, but it was the old Stormtrooper mold, and I just didn't want to. I didn't want to do the old Stormtrooper.
So
mold.
much again about this just seems like, is this how you got rid of stock when you changed over?
That was one of my thoughts. It really was. Is they just had a bunch of bodies
they just
laying around,
ripping open archive series
Yeah.
packaging and tossing these heads on them.
off, and yeah.
Because all the heads were printed domestically, weren't they?
Yes.
Isn't that also a point they made? So it's like they're clearing out an Ollie's?
Basically, yes. And it's also very clear that like they have like maybe two different base heads that they just wrap a portrait around. Like it's not a unique sculpted head.
Yeah, you're not getting you.
Yeah.
They're relying on the printing.
Yes.
To pull off an approximation of you.
Correct.
And it also seemed like the hairstyle choices were not big either.
And my hairstyle is easy.
But then also not to offer beard.
Nope. Yep.
It just seemed overall just...
I mean, for so many people, beard and glasses is like a defining feature of their face.
And almost all you need in some cases to go, yeah, close enough.
There, at the Apple store I worked at, there were 3 guys that had beard, a bald head, and glasses. People confused us all the time, and we don't really look the same, other than beard, bald head.
Do they also have disappointing Selfie series figures that look like that right now?
I honestly don't know. I haven't talked to anybody since I left, so
dude, like a shave just so I could have the Selfie series look more like me.
If I did that, it might look more like me. I don't know.
Well, the glasses still would then.
You still need glasses. I've had glasses since 2016, and now I just feel like it's a defining feature of my face. Like I don't like when I don't wear my glasses, I see pictures of myself without glasses. I feel like I look weird.
Yeah,
I like my face with glasses.
Well, that Selfie doesn't.
No.
That it just feels underbaked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole thing. It's one of those. It's a neat idea. It's a very neat idea that just didn't. The execution was a flop.
Like or maybe internal promises were made about where it would be, or it's fine to launch it like this.
That absolutely could be. Is that because I think there was a company they used or whatever, and it could be that they promised them so many things that it just didn't work out.
But then just the insult to injury of that price on top of reuse bodies.
Yep.
So you're essentially for even at that point, let's say high end, a $25 Black Series figure.
Yep.
That you've already got the paint. Everything is secured. You may even be ripping open overstock.
Yep.
To use. You're just adding a different head that you're printing. And that has tripled the price.
And you know what? I used that as a justification because I told myself when they announced it, like if someone was like, "Hey, Mike, $60, I'll make you a custom head that you can put on a toy. Like it's just the head, $60. I'll paint it, and it will look like you. I would do that. Like to me, $60 is worth a head that someone made to look like me. But the problem is that's not what this is. That's what I told myself, but that's not what this ended up being.
They sold you some generic.
Yeah.
They sold you Biggs Mayfeld.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what they sold. Yeah.
And charged you $60 for it.
Yep. Yeah. Again, if he'd had even, I don't even care if it's not a face that actually is sculpted to look like mine with just the printing. If it had some kind of sculpted beard they could glue on there and glasses, accessories, it would have fixed, I would say 90%
I don't know
of the
who
issues.
the audience. I don't know who that.
The audience is people that have always wanted a toy of themselves. That's the
but
audience.
But it doesn't serve that audience.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's the intended audience. Because I mean, I've always wanted a toy of me.
Oh yeah,
like you know.
Yeah. But if you're not going to fulfill that's the only reason for that to exist and to entice people to do it,
right?
And you know the technology is not there. Again, this goes to the other discussion we were having about them knowing that those retro don't look as good as they could look.
Yep.
Or that you don't have a dial of destiny in this thing. Things that they must know internally. You must know that these selfie series are not looking like the people who are sending in their pictures, but you're selling it. So you're doing an intentional bait and switch on that point.
Yeah.
You are defrauding people on the promise of what this is.
Well, and even, if you're looking at the people on the teams always showed off, this is my selfie series figure. And you're like, okay, that one kind of does. That one does not. Like Emily's on the G.I. Joe team didn't look anything like her whatsoever. And it's not just because, obviously she's a bigger girl, but like even without that, like it just didn't like
the only thing you're selling on just what the head sculpt looks like.
That's it. Yep.
That's it. That's the only thing, because you know their base bodies. You know they're not going to be, unless you're lucky to have whatever body type is the particular one. Then it all is just the fantasy of we're sticking your head on another character.
Yep. Well, and even they missed some other opportunities because with like Power Rangers, they only had, you could choose red or pink. That was it. I don't know why you couldn't choose yellow. I don't know why you couldn't choose black. What if your favorite was blue? Why can you choose red and not blue?
Well, they only had overstock on the red and the pink.
On the red one, and that's why. That's exactly why.
I would love, now in hindsight, I would love to know what the case component of those were, if those were legitimately produced in a higher quantity,
just overstock, or just like hanging out in shelves like in the warehouse. Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre. Or like G.I. Joe, they only had, I think, Snake Eyes and they had Scarlet, and that was it.
Because they didn't do a Jedi body, did they?
Nope. No. For Star Wars, you had X-Wing, you had the Hoth Leia, you had Stormtrooper, and you had the Mandalorian.
Why wouldn't you do a Jedi body? That was the other thing that we talked about.
Yeah, we talked about this. The skin color.
The other cost saving is you got to have characters with gloves.
Gloves. Yep. Because as soon as you have open hands, but they could have given it gloves. Like, make a generic Jedi that you could do that with. Like put some effort into this.
Or for $80, pick your hands that match the head.
Yeah. So I remember back in 2000, I want to say 2007 or so, there was this company that for like $150 would make a statue of your World of Warcraft character. And you got to choose what gear it had. What you would do is like take a picture of your character wearing whatever you wanted it to.
Right.
Send it to them and they would print it. I don't know. It was 2007. So I don't know if it was printing or not, but they would create it. And then after like 6 months or whatever, send you a little statue of your World of Warcraft character. Like, it should be something more closer to that. And there's no reason they really couldn't do it.
Again, they have the technology.
Yeah, like why can you make a black head but not black hands? There's no reason.
You have those hands, and they're all pegged, so you could swap out these things.
Easy. And unlike head neck pegs, I don't believe wrists have ever been a different size. I think they've always been the same size. Like, there have been different sized neck holes and head holes and stuff, so that's why they're not all universal. But I don't think that's true for the wrists.
I mean, I can certainly see where you'd have to have, like, if I'm looking at you'd have to have a different base body for the neck
For
and
the
the
neck
hands.
and the hands. That's it.
But offer it for
Yeah.
that price. And again, it goes into those decisions we were talking about in Hasbro. What increases your ability to sell things?
Right.
You know, make the choices to, if it's a slightly lower price means you sell twice as much. If it's making the offer of having the variations because people would actually then want to buy them.
Well, now I'm super curious about. Oh, come on. The base body for like the X-Wing Luke. Because I'm pretty sure
That it has neck.
there's a neck on it. All right, you have to do it from the stupid app. Hasbro Pulse.
Also, just an update on
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
We are at the 4-hour mark.
Neat. I got another hour to go to beat Robo.
I think I lorded over him.
Heck yeah, I'm gonna send him a message as soon as we're done. Like, I took your crown, buddy. I took it. It's my crown now. I got the best beard now, Robo.
You know he's watching this right now.
He's not.
Throw down
He's
right
not
now.
watching it. Robo, if you're watching this right now.
Robo's asleep.
Yeah, Robo's asleep. Like,
Yeah, the
Robo,
big
why
day.
aren't we better friends, man? We've talked one time, and that's it. I know it's my fault.
He had the weekly. Today was a weekly. It takes it all out of him.
He's got a lot going on.
He doesn't have the energy to unbox his Galactus after 8 months. That's right, Robo. I called you out on it.
You did. You
claim space. Make that thing an end table.
And there's so many options, man. You can have it holding stuff. You can just.
I don't. Even for me, I just can't see how you don't even just open it up to look at it and then close it back up.
Right.
To sit there like Schrodinger's Galactus.
Schrodinger's Galactus
in that box.
You both have it and don't have it.
I couldn't imagine spending that much money to have it just sitting in the box. Space or no space, just look at it once.
They hold on. They show her. Hold on. I understand the time they made this. Okay, I can't go back and show you, but they're like, take off hats and glasses, but they also had her wearing like a mask. Like, when would you be doing this in public? Even at the height of COVID, where if you're like super studious about wearing a mask.
Well, she was at a movie theater at the time.
Okay, maybe that was it. Like who's doing this in public where you have to remove your mask? Okay, hold on. Is it gonna show? No, it's gonna show the other part. Oh, it's so stupid. All right, I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna.
So this is no COVID.
This is. And I've got my glasses and I've got headphones on, so it's gonna look great.
This is low body, base body.
Ready to scan. Let's do it. Step 1: scan your face. 3, 2, 1. This is good content. Turn left. I'm gonna have my mouth open. Have you seen those people that do like a smirk?
No. Once I saw the initial stuff, I tried not to look because it all looked beyond uncanny valley. It's unhappy valley.
There's not enough image to process. Oh, I'll do this later. I don't even care anymore.
Was it because your headphones are on? It didn't see ears, so it was like,
maybe.
Where are the ears?
What if I don't have ears, Hasbro?
Again, half-baked launch.
Well, I think it was T-Man 5987 or whatever. I think he did a smirk on his. I think it looked pretty good.
Did Dan get one? Dan didn't get one,
Dan
right?
did not get one. No, Dan has actual figures that look like him.
Oh, that's right. I forgot there's so many people who have sent in Dan figures.
Yeah. Well, he has that, like, Hasbro made that Mr. Fantastic that just looks like him. It just does. It just looks like Dan.
Yeah. And even made one with a beard.
Yep.
So they got both bases covered.
That's right. It just... What they need to do is just make something like that who's a little chubbier guy with glasses, and I can have my own figure. It's not hard, Hasbro.
Oh wait, Robo is in the same boat with his beard.
Yeah, they've got people. Whatever, it's fine. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous.
It's okay.
What other toys do you have to open?
That's right. We haven't opened in a while, have we?
No,
got
we've
deep
just
into
been,
the conversation.
we've just been we've been gabbing like a couple of
you know what?
gabbers.
Sometimes that's great. That's what we're here
Everlasting
for.
gab stoppers is what we're doing.
How have we opened this?
Have we opened this? This is the original Monkey Leia, which I always feel bad saying, but that face is
it is not. We'll see it more when we open it, but
it is. It looks like the girl from Spaceballs.
Yeah, well, you know what? Oh, we can just go back to the Dark Crystal comparison,
Or that too. It's definitely Gelfling like. Gelfling. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's the problem always when you have a photo.
Yep.
Next to the figure, and if it doesn't match,
not even close.
Or if you're holding up your selfie series,
I would say it's a little closer than that.
It's that same kind of that's not right. That's not. Let's get this open.
Oh man, that princess. I remember, and that the worst part was that Princess Leia was hard to find. Because I'm pretty sure she was a late addition to the first wave. Like, she wasn't in it from the beginning.
Also, this is pre-hologram.
Yes. Yeah. That was, I mean, just, yeah.
No hologram sticker on the...
You ain't no hologram, girl. No, that's part of the first wave. She and Obi-Wan Kenobi were the two hard to get figures from that wave. Like, she's not even on the back. She's not even part of that. But she was part of that wave. I don't know, when Hasbro was doing the Black Series, I don't know why they just didn't release figures like in this order. Like, just go back and redo them all in order from the beginning.
Again, it goes into the I wanted this to be a fly on the wall for one of the meetings.
For one meeting, yeah.
Just I want to hear how the discourse goes.
Yeah.
Like
how do you choose
I want to hear
what
what ideas are in the room. I want to hear how they're shot down, why they're shot down.
Yeah.
Because again, I think there's genuine love for these figures and lines and franchises. It's just.
And no one. I know people like to throw around like, "Oh, lazy Hasbro" or whatever. Like the people that
this looks like a comedy sketch. Just.
It's definitely.
Let's get a out of package look.
It's what's so weird. I remember her skirt comes off, which is a weird choice, and like her cape comes off. I don't know what they were doing with these.
Yeah, again. Afflicted with the weird sort of it's a side skirt. Also has the same belt.
There's a belt under the belt.
I mean, she has not skipped leg day.
No, look at those. She's got thighs.
Like
I don't know what 3-inch waist.
I don't know what was. I mean, I'm trying to think of the other action figure lines at that time. I remember the G.I. Joe stuff looked awful.
When at the time
at that period,
I think
G.I. Joe the extreme stuff?
Was the extreme G.I. Joe or the Sergeant Savage or whatever. G.I.
So they were going.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wondering if this was a late edition too. You know, what is like the Scarlet look like from this period? What is the
right?
Did they also do that to them?
I don't even think Scarlet was in that extreme G.I. Joe. Let's look at that.
They were all new characters?
Yeah, I think so. Extreme. I know it was just an X. There's not like a... Oh, no, it was extreme with an E. All right, let's see.
Yeah, the X stuff came later. It was later in the 90s when he started getting... That was that whole X Games period.
They dropped the E. Yeah, you had things like Lieutenant Stone, Mayday, Black Dragon, Metalhead, Quick Strike with a Y, Harpoon, Ballistic, and Sergeant Savage.
Yeah. Is Dan going to back that? The Extreme GI Joe Kickstarter or Haslab? Is that gonna get his support?
Listen, if they make it, we'll talk. We'll see. They did say that nothing was off the table when it came to classified.
Man, that sounds like a threat. You think you're safe from it? It's coming back.
Here comes the septic tank.
So now we can compare him to the Force Spirit.
There you go. Is that okay? That's the full body one, so it's not really worth anything, so it doesn't matter. And it's a short saber.
It's the
so
short saber,
double.
yeah.
Short
Also,
saber,
you can see where they adjusted the bubble.
Yes. Well, and there's for a while there was a transition where they had short sabers and long saber trays, which I think those might be worth more. But I know there's a run on the back where Obi-Wan just has like a half picture where it's not the full body, and I think that one's the one that's worth the most, or it was at the time. I don't think these are worth anything.
None of these are worth anything anymore.
Yeah, I don't think these are worth anything.
I don't care what kind of circle or half circle is on your Boba Fett hand.
No. Yeah.
That's just a quiet desperation to make these worth anything.
100%.
You got the half moon. The half moon is worth all the money.
Yeah, and you still get those people, they see factory errors where like Hasbro will put the wrong card or whatever and the wrong figure, and they'll go, "How much is this worth?" Like, no, it's not worth anything. Nobody wants that.
But Mix Mayfeld has like the rank armband that he shouldn't have, or
no one cares. It's not worth it.
Okay.
There we go. So the hands are different.
Yeah, so they changed the arms.
Yep. I think it's the same head sculpt.
The stance is the same, just closed off.
Just closed off, yeah.
But these wouldn't have been, when we're talking about stuff like that, that's not a super easy change. This is not like they're using computer modeling to do these, and this could do like a fill tool.
They can just fill the mold, yeah.
Yeah, this is having to go in, so they probably sculpt. I mean, it has the same.
Well, they probably just made a mold of the whole thing.
And just did not carve out.
And didn't carve out yeah.
But yeah, the arms are wholly different.
Yeah, the arms are definitely different. Yeah, for sure.
Because he's rowing in this one.
Yes, he is.
Again, that face is just... I love how they just bulked out the faces, too. Like, the also has, like... Yeah, he's in his 60s, but he lifts.
He's one of those fit guys in his 60s.
Also, a little bit of the neighbor from Home Alone.
Little bit, although you have to put a fence. Oh wait, that was Home Improvement. I was thinking Home Improvement.
No, he's the guy
the Home Alone
Kevin
neighbor.
was
Yeah,
scared of.
The one that hit.
He needs a garbage can.
Yeah.
And a snow shovel.
And a snow shovel. Yeah.
Yeah, where's their Home Alone figure line?
I thought, didn't NECA make a couple?
Did they?
I'm pretty sure they did. I'm pretty sure. I mean,
NECA's done just about everything. So
I'm pretty sure I saw some back when Toys R Us was a thing. I'm gonna NECA Home Alone. I just Googled it. Yep, they made a Kevin McAllister, and they made a Marv, and they made a Harry.
But no neighbor.
No neighbor.
And no clerk at the grocery store.
No, and no weird bird lady. Oh no, they did make a bird lady from the second one. No, they didn't. That's not the bird lady. That's Joe Pesci. No, it's
easily confused.
No, they just.
I mean, they made a Danny DeVito Yoda, so
it's true. It's true.
Anything's possible. You know what? This is not a power of the Force, but I do have. Speaking of Dan, I have a Boba Fett.
Let's do it. Boba Fett, where? Nice.
So this is the Droids 50th anniversary Lucasfilm.
That's the one that was supposed to come out in 2021, but ended up coming out in 2022 because everything was a mess shipping wise.
And I'm assuming you have the Black Series version of this?
I do have the Black Series version of that. He did not come with a coin. which sucks.
They should have scaled the coin up.
I don't know. They could have just released the same coin.
Like when you get the novelty coins, like the novelty pennies,
the really
they should have.
ones. Yeah. What's interesting is that one is the Return of the Jedi one, and the one that the Black Series got was an Empire Strikes Back body. So, fun facts.
I mean, it's the better articulation.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. But they could have done an Empire Strikes Back or the Return of the Jedi body on the Boba Fett.
They could have, but they clearly don't like the Black Series, and they love the TVC, and TVC gets old.
Clearly.
And they clearly want to shaft the poor Black Series.
That's right.
Doesn't get anything.
Nope, never. Nothing. Absolutely not.
Except for all the things they get, and then TVC's like, why does Black Series get everything?
Yeah. If you don't count all the things that the Black Series gets, the TVC gets everything. And then again, if you don't count the stuff that Black Series doesn't get or does get, and then TVC doesn't get, then Black Series gets everything.
What they need to do is 1 + 1.
Yeah. What they need to do is just like you do with like a little kid who is going to a birthday party and he doesn't like that someone's getting presents and he's not. They don't
go to the party.
They have to give the same thing to everybody. You can't have an announcement for one thing without also announcing it for the other. The problem is there's always a discrepancy because TVC is a line that also can have things like vehicles and play sets that don't work in the Black Series. So there's got to be something.
Black Series doesn't get vehicles.
Exactly. Not anymore anyway. So, when TVC gets a cool vehicle or Haslab that funds or whatever, and the Black Series doesn't, that's a big that's a deficit on the Black Series side that gets filled with repaints of video game characters and whatnot.
Black Series pretty much did, though, quickly reach the threshold of what was practical to release in that scale.
I think they could have done a couple other things and gotten away. Like they could have done.
Do you think they could have done an X-wing?
No, I really don't think they could have done an X-wing.
I mean, granted, just like the TVC or the original, you'd have the tactical wings. The wings are not going to be packaged
right, but
out.
What they would have to do if they did an X-wing is they'd have to mess up the proportions like the original X-wing is, where it has short stubby wings and like a stubby nose, because if it were actually proportioned like a real X-wing,
like they did for TVC, where they got closer to
the wingspan would be like 3 feet, even if it wasn't packaged right. It's this still on your shelf. You'd have something that's like 3 feet wide by like 4 feet long. Exactly.
That's hanging from your ceiling.
Well, and they could do a thing, like I think McFarlane Toys did with the new Batwing they're doing, where it comes with like a wall mount stand, where you could hang the mount on the wall and just kind of mount the.
But that has a silhouette and also the X-wing has a silhouette like that.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
It looks good in profile. You could hang a Millennium Falcon the same way.
For sure. Yeah.
I do like that these coins do have a nice heft to them. Sometimes you get them and they feel like a cheaper aluminum.
It's just chocolate.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of wish it was right now. Oh, why'd you have chocolate.
But it's going to be that crappy dollar store chocolate.
Choco Fett. Choco
Fett. But no, with the Black Series, they could do like a battle droid with a stap. I would love that. That'd be great. There's a bunch of other just little like the speeder bike was easy, super popular. Everyone bought them. They never went on clearance. They could do other things that size, like a bark speeder or something like that. There's a bunch of little personal sized craft they could have done. Like give us an Ewok with a glider, things like that. I think they could have done.
But that's also why it's amazing how many doors are closed, it seems. Yeah. We just decided you can't ever do that again.
Yeah. And I don't blame them. Like, they're doing this to make money. Like, it's not an altruistic.
I mean, they're not doing it very well.
No, I agree.
I mean, it's a good, solid argument. Then do that.
Yeah.
Make the money.
Make money. Try to make money as best you
Help
can. The
me
problem,
help you.
yeah.
Help
But the
me.
problem is they made some interesting choices with some of the vehicles that where they showed fans, hey, if you wait long enough, these will go to clearance. So you don't have to buy them at full price. If you wait, you can get them $20, $30 cheaper. Just waiting a couple months. And as long as everyone does that, you'll be good to go. And then everyone started doing that. And then you've got Hasbro thinking, well, nobody wants to buy these at full price, and we're not going to make them and price them less. So we're just not going to make them. And that's just how it is.
But then they also, by that same thinking, continue to make things and just raise the price
Yes.
exorbitantly. I mean, it has. It's gone above and beyond.
I agree. I agree.
And what they are selling as deluxe should not. There's no Star Wars figure they're making right now that should be over 30. Like I can see, at even if it's a $29.99 price point for the higher end, quote unquote, more deluxe,
right?
And then like a $26.99 for your basic as a range. But once you cross 30, then you get into that psychology of, well, why don't I just get a figure arts? Why don't I just get this? Because then you're going at where the deficiencies in what Hasbro's doing, maybe in sculpts or the detail in the paint or the fidelity or the articulation, where some of the companies go a little bit better for the price. When people start going, what do I get the better thing for? Oh, it's worth paying the extra to get, a sculpt that looks like Mark Hamill more than this one that we have. Does
anybody have one of those?
Probably not. But you know what I mean? When like this one's closer. So like when people can start making that kind of value decision, you don't want to be, because the Black Series is always like, hey, this is the affordable thing. This is how you get it into your collection without breaking the bank.
So I've always told myself I'm okay paying more as long as the prices stay within the range of inflation. Like if I'm paying relatively the same now as I was. So for instance, to your point, the Gamorrean Guard, when it retailed in 2018 as a Target exclusive, it was $29.99. That was its retail price as a deluxe big figure, whatever. It had the furry pants, extra weapons, things like that.
Right.
Yeah. Now in 2023, and so it's been 5 years since that figure originally came out. The inflation calculator says that $29.99 price is worth $36.32 now, where you can, go to Target and buy a Gamorrean Guard for $33.99. That's the current retail price for a Gamorrean Guard. So I feel like that's fair, unless you take umbrage with the original $30 price.
Which I think
back in 2018.
I think that's where you're getting into where economics ties into psychology.
Sure. Okay. I see that.
That's the thing where as a company,
Yeah.
You need to start making value judgments on, hey, where do we lose our customer base?
Yeah.
Regardless of the economic argument we can make to them.
Sure.
That doesn't make a difference to someone now looking at a price going, hey, I guess I'll just cut these out entirely, or I won't do this, or I won't get this.
Yeah.
Because then you can cry up and down as a company, but we're keeping in line with inflation. This is the same rate of inflation. This is what doesn't matter if you've lost those customers, then you're not selling anything.
Well,
so you have but you have to strike a balance of
but if it's not worth them to make it in the first place because they're losing money on their end, like
but then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Sure.
Of you raise the price, you refuse to back off the price, you sell less, but then you say, well, we sold less, so we need to raise the price because we're not selling as much or not do those things.
Well, are they raising the price because they're not selling as much? Or are they raising the price because that's how much it costs now because of shipping
but
or
they're also not
manufacturing or whatever?
transparent in any of this,
Right.
so no one
That's true.
knows exactly
No
what
one
these
knows.
things
You're
cost,
absolutely right. Absolutely about that.
particularly at the volume of production. But then you also have
Yeah.
a company like McFarlane that's also dealing with licensed characters. They are a
Aren't they
licensee,
their own? I guess DC's not, but we also don't know how much a DC license is
but
versus Marvel versus Star Wars. But
exactly,
yeah, yeah,
exactly.
you're
But
right though.
but then that's the thing that you're
Yeah,
again, it's that transparency of not knowing
yeah,
what's going on, because you can also look at the GI Joe classified line is that much cheaper than
yeah.
Black Series. So
No, but you get a lot
then
more stuff for it. You're getting a lot more bang for your
right,
buck on GI
right.
Joe.
So then
Yeah.
if you're not offering as much, why are you charging more? Where
Well,
is
yeah. So it depends on why they're charging more. Are they
right?
charging more because they're including more, or are they charging more because they have to charge more? I have always been of the opinion if they raise prices by like $5, but started including like $5 more worth of stuff,
Or in
I would.
re-releases, the things that were there in the first place. You're
Yeah,
re-releasing that Han Solo.
yeah.
Where are the hands you offered? If you're
True.
re-releasing,
Yeah,
an R2,
yeah,
which they'll, obviously not doing now, that came with a bunch of stuff when it was originally released.
yeah,
If you're charging more for less,
yeah.
demonstrably, particularly when it's a re-release, which is egregious in its own way. If you're not doing anything to substantially change that, if you're not doing a new head sculpt, if you're not doing anything beyond, we're just putting this out again, but now with our face printing technology,
Right.
then where is you would think that lines like that are the free money makers that make up for doing the new things. That's why you're offering to the market that now isn't going on eBay to spend that money on these things. Hasbro's keeping it like, no, it comes back to us because look, here's the thing you want.
Yeah, because they're not making any money off of any of that. So, kind of to that point, I just bought these KO Ninja Turtles from NECA. They were 2008 releases from NECA. I've been waiting for NECA to re-release Turtles that look like the original comic stuff, like not the new ones they just did, but the older style comic stuff.
Right.
And they didn't. So I eventually just broke down and I went on eBay and I bought them because I figured like NECA's not going to get money either. Like if I buy non-KO versions, like from someone else that's
Right.
selling theirs, NECA's still not going to see that money. Like,
No.
why does NECA care if I buy these KOs versus the ones that are legit but still not directly from a store where they would get the money from it?
Yeah, they're not posting like a crying emoji on a video
Right.
you may post.
Right.
We lost Mike. We lost Mike.
We lost Mike. I guess I'm just saying I get that it sucks that you're paying more for figures than you used to even 5 years ago. I just also get that the line's been around long enough where this is just going to happen. Like I remember when you could buy a Marvel Legend figure for $10. I remember when KB Toys was clearancing them out for $5 or $6. I bought Nightcrawler, I bought Archangel, I bought a bunch of really cool ones like that. Like I remember when it wasn't standard to have a $20 6-inch action figure. Like that was not the standard price. And then it was a standard price and people were like, oh, it's $20 and it was that way for like 8 years. $20 was the standard for a 6-inch black figure or anything. Marvel Legends, whatever. It's $20, 6-inch figure. That's how much it costs. Like now it's risen by $5. So that's a 25% or 20% increase, I guess.
That's my understanding. There would be no math.
Sorry. That's a certain percentage increase. But for me, and I get the psychology. Yes, open that up. He's got a removable hand. It was one of the first things that Hasbro Kenner, it's the same thing back then, released that had more than just the standard 5 POA because of that removable hand.
I mean, it's right there on the...
It says it. Yeah, it says it. Hi, kitten. Hi.
I like how they designed
Come here.
the initial card. It was like best bet Luke Skywalker with lightsaber and blaster pistol. Like, no, you got to add the detachable hand thing.
Tell him it's got a detachable hand. It's important. You gonna say hi? You gonna say hi? Yeah. You gonna say hi?
Looking for attention.
Oh yes.
Never known a cat to do that.
No.
Now, how many accessories have been found?
Oh my god. Look, so my other cat, I've never had a problem. This one, if she runs out of my room, I know she has an accessory in her mouth. 100% of the time. I have found Indiana Jones' whip, the bundled one under my bed with little teeth marks on it. Rio Durant, I've had to glue his glasses back together because she chewed through the back little strap for him. Like I've lost a couple little arrows from some mythic legions because they fell on the ground and she found them. A porg ended up under our bed. She just likes to take them and hide them, and sometimes she'll chew on them a little bit, but she likes to take them and hide them. And it's
Well, at a
really
certain
annoying.
point,
Yeah.
she must realize it's not edible.
Oh yeah, but it's a toy to her, so she'll.
You or the toy?
Yeah. Both. Both. Isn't that right?
She knows. She knows what she does.
Yeah. Oh, she does, and she knows it's wrong. That's why she runs out the room. Like if it were one of her regular toys, like she wouldn't care. She likes to play fetch. She'll bring me a toy so I can throw it, and she'll bring it back. But like if it's something she knows,
No, she likes you to play fetch.
That's true. No, I don't go get it. She goes to get it. Like I refuse. She knows that, and you know that.
There we go. Pop.
What do you got? Pop it right out. Now pop the lightsaber in there, so he's got like a lightsaber hand.
I don't think we can get the hilt. Oh, we can.
Okay, let go.
Take that, Dad. You're not my real father.
That's so good. I love that.
I love his. Yeah, there's his look to camera. I got what? Oh. 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 Oh.
Womp womp. I kind of dig it. I wish that was like why if I had lost my hand in a lightsaber fight with my dad, and they were like, "You want a robot hand?" I'd be like, "No, I want a lightsaber hand." Duh.
And I want to work in a deli.
And I want to go to Tashi Station.
Need to get some power converters.
What are you converting, Luke?
Power?
For what? You live in a desert.
I just want to get home. I collect power converters.
It's so weird. He's like a weird hoarder. He's just like a bunch of different power converters. Like
yeah, why do you think the fire burned?
That's right. That's what happened. That's what happened. It's like, Luke, when are you ever going to use this power converter? I might need it. I might need it. You don't know.
You don't care. It's fun. You see how much power it can convert?
They're my treasures.
Jeez. Lay off me, Unk.
Don't tell me what to do.
You're not my real father. Did I have a real father? Am I going to meet him someday?
You're even barely my real uncle. Like by marriage.
I'm just going to drink my milk and go to bed.
I remember back in the day when it was supposedly like when Luke and Obi-Wan and Uncle Owen were supposed to be brothers. Like that was a thing back before the
Legends, right?
That was a Legends thing. Yeah.
We have a Revenge of the Sith. We'll open real quick.
There we go. Let's do it.
Luminara
Unduli.
Which sounds delicious.
I would 100% eat that.
I would totally order that in a restaurant.
Yeah. Can I get some Luminara Unduli?
But not like a 4 on the spice?
Yeah, no.
I can't
It depends on where you go.
Right now.
No, but it depends on where you go. Sometimes they make it a little
I know,
spicy.
but my stomach now, I can't handle. Yeah. I mean, can I just get like the starter Unduli?
Can you make it a 1? So my wife has zero tolerance, like for real, for spices. With heat. So when we order like Thai or a curry or whatever, like I have to put a 1, and then in comments or whatever, like 0. Like whatever you do for spices, like put nothing in it.
Like, can you just add mayonnaise?
Yeah, basically. And she's like a quarter Mexican. Like she's just not good at.
So is it just a bad gut reaction?
I don't know.
Or just the pain of the heat is I don't want this to be unpleasant while I'm eating.
Basically is what it is. Yeah.
Like, why am I torturing myself?
Yeah, she did surprise me. So there's a little Oaxacan Mexican food restaurant across the street from us. It's actually really, really good.
Oaxacan here.
Oaxacan. It's fun to say Oaxacan, but they had this really spicy salsa, and I took a bite with a chip. And I'm like, whoo, that's the stuff. Like, don't even try. And she like looked at me in the eyeballs, and she like ate a chip with it on there. And she's like doing her best to not show any pain. And to her credit, she did it. I was impressed. But it was a lot. Did that come with a base?
It came with a base. Yeah, these figures came with bases.
That.
Oh yeah, all of them. I think
all.
every one of
all the
Revenge
Revenge of the Sith ones.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's something that.
I mean, I know that some hallway sections.
Yeah.
Yeah, not only just it's not just a base; it's a themed base.
Yeah. Does it connect to other bases like it?
It does not.
Okay.
Technically you could shove the hallway sections together.
Sure, yeah, because it's just a hallway. It's just
I mean, she has cloth goods that are the same sort of cloth they use on the Tuscan. That sort of ribbed.
Yeah. This was back when they started doing that like energy effect on the bottom of the
flare
of the sabers. Yeah, I always liked that.
Which never made it into the Black Series, did it?
It did not. I was just talking about this in the video I made today. I really, really wish that they would do lightsabers in the Black Series like they do in the vintage collection and stuff, where there's one that's just a solid piece. It's painted. It's like all clear, and they paint the handle or whatever. And then there's a separate hilt that's just the hilt, and you don't have to worry about a removable blade that snaps when it falls because there's no weak point. On that. That's really good. That's actually really impressive.
And that's textured as well.
Yeah,
I mean, that's sculpted.
That is impressive for the time. Even for the time, that's impressive now.
I mean, the closest we've got. I mean, not even I know Asajj Ventress has.
Yeah.
A piece like that, but
that's close to Asajj Ventress. Even I would say the soft goods is probably.
You know what it looks like? It looks like that ribbon candy.
Okay, yeah, like my grandma had in her little jar on her end table.
Yeah, they had that nice little sheen to it that you're like, oh, that's that pearlescent.
Like, where'd you even get this? Has this been here the whole time?
Is this like a art? Or is it?
Is this edible?
But
what does it taste like?
Same paint job on the gauntlets.
Yeah.
I mean, that's for 2005.
Where do you even buy ribbon candy from? I've never seen ribbon candy in a store. Amazon?
I bet Amazon sells ribbon candy.
Let's try ribbon candy. Ribbon candy by price, old fashioned. Let's see. Yep. So you could buy a 2-pack. So 18 ounces of ribbon candy is $18.
2 ounces. How much is?
So 18 ounces.
So that's like a bulk bag.
Yeah, it's 2 boxes of ribbon candy. It's 2 9-ounce boxes. Let's see. There's a little tin here of Swiss.
I mean, it's like eating stained glass.
Yes, and you'll break your teeth.
Well, not stained glass. It's like that weird sort of porcelain.
Yeah. Oh, they also have Necco wafers. In case you're curious here.
Don't do that.
Necco wafers are disgusting.
They're awful. But now you got me thinking of Nilla wafers.
Oh, I love a good Nilla wafer. No, you get a good Nilla wafer, you're good.
You've had banana pudding, right?
Of course.
Yeah, with vanilla wafers in it.
Yeah. Come on, I grew up in the South, man. That was
when you go to Rose's, then get yourself some banana pudding.
You get some banana. That and a good peach cobbler. with
How does One
a
Piece
scoop
go?
of vanilla ice cream.
And it's got to have a nice crunch
Oh yeah.
to it.
Oh
You
yeah.
don't-
There's like those hard strawberry candy things, where it's like a package looks like a strawberry. I don't know. What is this old people candy?
I don't know, but you need to get you and your wife a box of ribbon candy.
I'm not gonna get ribbon candy.
Yeah, just so it's
I'm not
yeah. And you got
I'm
to
not
get a
gonna.
little dish that'll sit in,
Nope. And then just sit there. This is an honor
and
of my grandma.
it all fuses into one hunk.
This is it.
Like these were separate pieces once, but
Nope. Now, yeah, you pick one out, and the whole thing
Yeah.
comes out. Yeah.
it's got a
It
little
actually
hammer and
lifts-
chisel beside
lifts
it, so
the
you
tray,
can knock
yeah.
off.
It's like, you have a little mortar and pestle to kind of break it up a little bit, so you can.
Your wife would be like, "You got to stop live streaming because you just order this weird shit from the conversation that you were talking about. This has got to stop happening."
Honey, I've got 2 pounds of ribbon candy coming in.
Honey, I just ordered ribbon candy from Tashi Station.
I want some ribbon candy converters.
We gotta get it, please. See, I don't know if I want to open this.
Oh, honestly, I might not. That
Because it's got
So-
the weird 3D.
yeah,
So this,
it does. Yeah,
can
the
see-
the whole back opens up. Yeah. So I never got any of those. I never saw them in stores. I wanted them all. I wanted the Kyle Katarn most of all. I wanted the Thrawn. I wanted the Mara Jade, obviously, but I never
you don't
once
see
saw
the
any of them.
Palpatine, the
Do
clone
not
emperor.
care. I do not care about
Wasn't
the
even
Clone Emperor.
Palpatine then.
No, it was Clone Emperor. Oh no, his
When did they ever-
regular action figure said Palpatine. It was Emperor Palpatine still.
That's right. We didn't know she.
Yeah, we didn't know Sheev. That's such a stupid name.
Stop.
Um,
It's too late now. Just accept it.
I know it just is.
Oh, look! It's the single pilot cloud car.
That's right, and then also the
And this
little
little
air
snow speeder.
Yeah,
Air speeder. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Also,
I didn't even
go on
I did,
the Salamari.
yeah. Yep, you Salamari thing.
Your Salamari. It looks a
That was
little bit like Pete Davidson.
Kinda. I'll give it to you. But I feel like Pete Davidson has one of those faces that anything can. It's like he's like the human version of chicken. Like everything tastes like it.
Look at that. How yellow that bubble.
Yeah,
And-
that's pretty
and-
yellow in there.
Glue leaching.
Oh yeah,
Is that glue or is that?
But
Oh, that's the runoff of the plastic.
but that is a piece right there, man.
But yeah, the 3D play scene.
Yep. And those are the only ones they did that with. All of those expanded universe figures. That was it. They didn't do those with anyone else.
I love this. Grand Admiral Thrawn from Heir to the Empire novel as seen in comics.
As seen in comics, because you don't see it in a book.
He looks kind of goofy, just having his
does,
little
yeah.
Usalamari
With his-
backpack, a live creature with straps,
He just looks like he's about to go camping.
and his buddy.
Yeah. That was one of those things. Like, I know people talk about how much they love the Thrawn trilogy and stuff, and while there were good parts of it, there are a lot of things that they didn't even age well past the prequels. Like, they didn't even make it 10 years before parts of it were just like, that's dumb. That's not how that works. So, like, the Clone Wars, Luke Skywalker and Joruus K'Bath or whatever his name is, like, none of that stuff held up past.
Oh, let's see if we can get
the prequels.
the goofy little face on the Salamari. He's got a little
Does he have
smirky
does he
smile.
have like 4 eyes, or does he have like, is that nostrils?
No, he's got eyebrows.
He's got eyebrows. That's what he looks surprised.
I mean, it's a good figure for that period.
Sure.
Just lacking articulation. This could be a modern 5 POA. This could have been from Rogue One.
He just looks like they took a Grand Admiral Thrawn, not a Grand Moff Tarkin, and painted it white.
No.
Is it different?
Nothing like that. That Tarkin.
Hold it up. You got one there. He just opened
weird
one
buff.
up. Hold. Oh, you're right. That's true. They did have a weird buff body. You're right.
Yeah, he does not have the buff Tarkin. Yeah, look, the skirt is
Yeah,
different.
you're right. You're right. You're right.
This looks like normal human proportions.
Yeah.
This looks like he is an older stuntman who just wrapped a Hal Needham film.
He's one of those old guys that got into MMA fighting way late in life.
Yeah. He's like, I used to be bulkier than this.
Yeah.
Age will do this to you. So
Okay,
yeah, maybe I'll save the throne for a little bit. This seems weird to.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I would
Maybe
pin
when
up
I
on
get
a
the
wall
rest.
somewhere. Yeah.
Then I'll make it a point of.
Well, if you do, you gotta save.
Then
the
I gotta
box
cut it with the
or
scissors,
package.
right?
Yeah.
I gotta.
Yeah.
No,
'Cause
I
you
would
gotta-
never. But I love the fact that they went to try and get 3D elements to build out. But this is
it's
around the
neat.
time they were doing the weird cardboard play sets.
Yes.
Like the Cantina
Yeah,
and
they
the
did a
Jabba's
Cantina,
play
yep.
set.
Yep.
Wow, it's so smoky. I bet it's the Calamari sort of hot boxing.
That's what it is. Yeah.
They-
He's just high
Pour
as
a Thrawn in
balls
there.
in there. Yeah.
You know what? I think we're gonna end on an Anthony Daniels
That's fair. Let's do it. Oh,
original
yeah.
release.
That's right, with those thick thighs.
Thick thighs. That was a
Look
hit
at
in the
those
70s,
thighs.
wasn't it?
It was the thick thighs. Yeah, absolutely.
It's by the band
tank.
Legs, right?
That's right. Good old
Carefully.
vac metal.
Oh,
That was his feature, a realistic metal body. No accessories, just a shiny ass body.
can't we get just one Vac Metal Black Series scale 3PO?
Just for fun. Just for fun.
Just to see how it looks.
Yeah.
I mean, the retro release, they use the Vac Metal again.
Did they?
The
Yeah,
one that just
okay.
is at the Disney parks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still a process they can do. That's for sure. It just doesn't last long. It always rubs off.
Well, I mean, how often are you just moving?
Well, so
C-3PO
now it
about?
would last longer. Yeah, you're right. I'm not like playing with it like I did as a kid. I'm not throwing it around, sucking on his head or whatever.
And what joints does
Not that I
the
ever did that.
does the Black Series have? Does it have articulated
It
knee
depends.
joints?
It depends. No, they all have articulated knee joints.
But the
The
elbows
only
depend.
the original one was missing, and the red armed version was the
Was
elbows. But the body for 4LOM, whatever, and the C-3POs and other figures they made based on that protocol droid body does have articulated elbows. They're not great articulation, but they are articulated.
And what are the wrists like on them?
It's normal wrists. Like this, they do the thing. Like what? Because I know.
But they don't have. Do they have? They don't have cut legs though, right?
So here's 000. He's got legs that kind of come out to here. They're kind of like a Y joint.
Right. So it's not on a.
Yeah. And then it does have legs that kind of bend to there. And then the feet have normal
Rocker.
articulation rockers. And then these hands actually come off because he has hands that don't have the little
Implements.
appendages and implements on them.
Oh, hi, Hank the Tank. Sorry, I just missed a comment that just
Yeah.
came in. Let's see. Hey,
Hey,
welcome
good tank.
aboard.
How's it going? Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't released more protocol droids in the Black Series line. Like the molds, if they use this mold, the mold's fine. Like
Or
they could do-
re-release that one.
or that, or that, because you don't. That's one of the reasons why I chose.
I do have BT.
Yeah, but you're missing 000.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like they could do K3PO, TC14. Like there's at least 4 protocol droids I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, solid ones of just
Yeah, they have the mold. It's just a paint job.
they have the tools. Why
They
don't
have the tools. That's right. We can build it better.
and give us a vac metal option.
Why not?
Make
But
it a
yeah,
retailer exclusive. Make it like a fan channel exclusive, so it's clearly for the collector's market.
Yeah,
And no kids get to shove it in their mouth.
like a PulseCon exclusive or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, kitten. Hi. I remember buying that specific figure. I saw it at Rite Aid by my high school. I was walking through and I'm like, whoa, C-3PO.
And he's shiny.
He's so shiny.
Also, it's weird because this was very stiff. It stuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this thing hasn't been moved.
You're going to break it? Didn't you open up one? Was it the cinema scene one that broke?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing.
I think partially is because of that plastic they use for the vac metal
is brittle.
Yeah.
But this figure now is 28 years old.
Yeah. That was 95. So
that arm hadn't been moved.
Right.
In the 28 years since its creation.
Right. Hello.
And he's doing droid is loose.
He's doing the Grail Knight thing too.
Yeah. You bastard.
I was going on vacation.
Finally going to see Paris.
How do you get trapped in the Library of Alexandria? There's no books.
He had one book. Oh,
that's right.
At a certain point,
right.
The Bible again.
I guess I'll start over. Wonder if it ends
happens.
Differently this time. Yeah.
Still stuck here.
Yeah. It's time to read the Bible.
Also, can we talk about the other knights who obviously left and didn't come back?
Yeah. He's just the one. Were they like,
three brothers, wasn't it?
We're gonna go get something from the 7-Eleven down the road. You want something?
Look after the Grail. We'll be back in just a minute.
We'll be back. We'll pick you up. What you like? You want some Sour Patch Kids? You want
some mutton? You want some? We'll bring you back some mutton.
We'll get you something. We'll pick you up something.
You cool? Be back.
We gotta go out for some smokes.
Yeah.
They never came back.
And I'm still waiting.
Any day now, they'll come back.
They chose wisely.
They did chose wisely. They did. So yeah, I was looking at the different figures, and it's Elsa that comes with the actual Grail, according to the packaging.
Yes, and that entire wave is the Grail table.
Right.
But not the. I would also like the bowl that they dip the Grail into to fill.
Right? Why isn't that on the table?
Oh, it wasn't on the table. It was on the pedestal. Why?
It was on the pedestal. You're right. Yeah. I kind of want the Henry Jones Sr. just because I do like the. You
want to try and get his glasses on your face?
Well, also because so that's one reason. But I was just thinking, with my cantina scene back here. It would be cool to have like some fake grails like the characters like drinking out of for any pictures that I will probably never take anyway, but it's kind of fun to have.
You're going to get that wave. You might as well just go ahead.
I'm not going to get the wave.
You're going to get the wave.
I don't have it pre-ordered. The Grail
Knight something tells me that wave isn't going to sell through.
I don't think so, honestly. I'll wait. I might get it if it goes on sale. So the Grail Knight comes with some fake grails, but he doesn't come with the real Grail. And you'd think the Grail Knight would come with the real Grail.
Well, once again, short end of the stick.
I mean, other than the fake grails that Henry Jones Sr. comes with, his accessories are a suitcase, a closed umbrella, a book.
I mean, those are his key accessories.
Absolutely. But it's also it's not toyetic at all. No 8-year-old.
To be fair, most of that line isn't.
No, and it's not. And that's the thing is, like, who is Hasbro making this line for? It's not kids. No kid.
But that, well, that's. I mean, I argue in some ways, the Star Wars line has also become that.
I agree.
And
But I feel like sometimes they trick themselves into thinking that kids still collect their stuff.
Right. But what's the point of all this articulation? If you go back to the origins of the Star Wars toy line.
Right.
And why they were made smaller was to world build with vehicles that were the big part of the thing, of this, the Star Wars world.
Right.
For playability.
Right.
Which then says, okay, if you can't scale that to this larger Black Series, the Black Series then is your adult line. That's your adult collector line. It's got a higher price point. You can't really do the vehicles. They're more display pieces. Fine.
Right.
But then in TVC, they're not doing vehicles either.
Not anymore.
They've stopped doing that world building there as well.
Right.
And when you do get a vehicle out of them, it's ridiculously priced. Well, even the re-release essentially of the Book of Boba Fett Fire Spray,
right, or the ATST
is that ATST is what, $130,
something like that,
for a TVC scale. So again, then you're not selling to kids. What parent is going to pay $130 for a vehicle that is still finicky and fragile?
Well, hold on. Let's look. Vintage ATST. I'm just curious. Original price. What did the original ATST sell for?
I thought the original price was like $15.
I think that's probably right. $15.98. And that came out in 1980. That's a fun fact.
So there's no way inflation gets you up to 130 for that.
I'm super curious. Let's so there we go. So we go 1980. Well, we say 1592, 1598.
Let's say
weird
$16.
Price. Let's say $16. You're right. $16. 2023. That puts it at $59.05.
Which is a reasonable price.
A reasonable price.
Not $130.
No. Well, hold on. Let's see. Is it 130? Now, keeping in mind, it also comes with I think a Chewbacca figure, but
that's
ATST. But let's see. It's $90. It's not 130. It's $90.
It's still almost twice what you just said.
It's $30.
That's where they are shooting themselves in the foot.
So even if we, let's say, like, we take out Chewbacca, is, let's say, $15.
Right.
90. That's $75. That's still $15
more.
Much.
Right.
Yeah.
So who is this line for?
Yeah, I don't know.
When they're making these decisions, they're selling to an aging fan base,
right?
That they're also now pricing out of that because
you know what they're seeing though, and this is a problem they've had with Transformers and stuff. But they're seeing toy lines like these Joy Toy figures, the 3 3/4 inch, highly detailed. Like there's a 4 set here, for $150 that people are snatching up, and Hasbro is seeing, like, people are willing to pay $150 for 4 3 3/4 inch scale figures, like, and it's the same thing with Transformers.
But it's about context.
Exactly. No, I agree. But
right.
I feel
that's
like
the thing that they're not seem to be
that's
resolving.
What they're not seeing. Exactly. So, like, for instance, when Hasbro started doing, like, Masterpiece Transformers and stuff, I think that original Optimus Prime Masterpiece was like, what, $70, whatever. I got mine from Walmart. I'm pretty sure it was $70.
Was the Walmart one the Transformers the movie 25th
No, it was like battle damaged
or
one. The
20?
transform. Yeah,
They did the
the
Transformers the movie base one, the one
yes.
that
So
had the talking with the lines from the
that
movie.
was the second one. I'm pretty sure that one was about the same price.
Right.
But that was the second version of that they made.
That might even have been cheaper. I think maybe that was like a
It,
$50.
it might have been, honestly.
Yeah.
But it and for a while, you could, like, most Masterpiece figures, even if you ordered them from Japan, like the cars were like $60, $70. I think my Ironhide was $90, and like that was kind of creeping up. And then I think it was like $80 for the Ultra Magnus I got, and $100 for this and that. But then they were like, hold on, third-party Transformers are selling for $150 and $200. Like, if these nerds are going to spend that much for these third-party Transformers, why wouldn't they spend that much money with us now? And they started, the second Megatron they made to kind of go with the MP10 was suddenly $230, where the original MP10 was like $120 with a trailer and all that stuff.
Right.
And then they released a Dinobot for $250, and then there was the Masterpiece Beast Wars Megatron, which was like $350, and they just and then the second Optimus Prime was like $500 with the trailer and stuff, and that was like the retail price was $500, and that's all because they saw that the collectors are willing to spend more on third-party stuff. And
but
yeah,
what were the runs of those third-party releases?
Oh, much lower.
Right.
Lower.
Right.
Yeah, much lower.
You're far less.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Like Hasbro,
and
are you a mass market
teams,
toy company?
Right.
Or are you a niche?
Exactly.
Because you're not going to make the profits you think you're going to make if you
and
go
neither
the
are
niche
they.
route.
They're seeing those higher prices, but they're not making that much. Like, they're
no,
not making the
no,
same
because
level
also
profit.
those companies don't have the scale factor
Exactly.
to lower their actual costs. So the margins that they're making on that, they're making their money back and hopefully some profit.
Yes, and then they put that profit into whatever the next figure they're going to do.
They're just rolling that over. They're basically they're a sustainability is what they're getting. They're not making hand over fist.
That's exactly what it is. But Hasbro's not seeing that. They're just seeing the raw dollars. They're seeing that fans of these properties are willing to spend that much money on it, so they want in on that action.
Which they very well could do.
Mm-hmm.
But the other things that hobble them consistently is that, okay, are you putting forward the same care and attention that these third parties are doing because they care about the product? They get how the paint should be, how the sculpt should be, that they're looking for a fidelity. Are you going to put that same effort in? Are you going to have someone that's on the team that's looking at this thing going, oh, it needs to be this?
Right.
You can't charge those prices unless you're putting in the effort, and largely
because they're still putting in the lowest dollar they can.
Right, they're cutting the corners, or they're not getting the fidelity that you need to justify what you're going to charge them.
Yeah, and again, that's not the fault of like the Star Wars team.
No,
like Patrick's not or Eric's not making those decisions. He's not like,
and neither is Patrick.
Yeah, he's not. You're right.
Yeah. I don't blame him. People just look at who's the face.
He's the face. Yeah.
Right. It's, but it's some middle management somewhere further up the line who's going, right. No, you don't need to do that. Stop doing that.
No, you don't. Yeah. You don't need to spend that much money on that, but we need to raise the price to make more money on the bottom line.
Yeah. And do people care about this character? Who is this? What is this from? They don't.
Yeah.
No, they don't. They're not. This is not Kenner or Hasbro of 25, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Or frankly Hasbro of 15 years ago.
So I've only seen exactly one episode of The Apprentice back in the day. And there was an episode back around the time that Revenge of the Sith came out where the teams had to design a marketing cutout for the like the DVD release
Dear
to
Lord.
go into a Best Buy. And one of the teams chose, one of them had like Darth Vader on one side and Anakin Skywalker on the other side, and it looked really cool. And then another team picked the Utapawan alien as like the main focal point of their display. And someone asked, like, why did you choose that alien? He's like, I just thought that looked cool. Like not that had anything to do with anything in the movie, like how much they were in the movie. They don't know anything about Star Wars. They just picked a character seemingly at random because they thought that it looked cool to make the main focal point of their display. And it's kind of the same thing where like they don't really know anything about the properties. There's someone that's like, oh, that looks cool. The kids might like this or whatever. They don't know anything.
And you know what? And sometimes that's a fine way to do a thing.
Sure.
I mean,
and there's nothing wrong with picking things because they look cool.
Yeah.
But none of the Indiana Jones figures look cool.
You know what?
And as much as I like Andor, none of the Andor figures look cool. I love Andor. I will fight anyone. They're cool in Andor.
For me, they look cool in the way that I love having the Luthen Rail figure because I like that actor, and that's
Stellan Skarsgård was incredible.
I guess the thing to look at it is Hasbro. Are you making toys or souvenirs?
Right. Yes. Absolutely.
If this is just a display, and there's a market for both, you can do both. But then that goes into how are you balancing the waves?
Yep.
Like if I'm a kid and I see a Hammerhead, a Moma Nadon.
Yep.
That's cool and fun.
Cool looking alien.
But also not if you're charging $35, $45 for it. No.
Nope.
Like that's going to be the other test of this.
Yep.
We know this Moma Nadon is the base of Doc Ondar. That exists.
Yep.
That Shop Disney price is ridiculous.
It is, but that Shop Disney price is also because of the extra.
But that's a Shop Disney Parks price of what you're going to be paying in the parks for that thing because there's an upcharge to that.
But it also
we
comes
know
with
this base
all
body
the other
exists now.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
We know this base body exists. What are they going to charge for this?
I mean, I don't see how it's not going to be a deluxe price. I'm guessing. I would put money down that it's going to be a $35 figure.
And but it is not it's not like we're talking the Endor Rebel. It's not a complicated paint job on this the same way.
Yeah. I mean, they could surprise us. It could be, Chewbacca's a big character and they still haven't made him a deluxe. The only deluxe Chewbacca we've had is the one that came with C-3PO, and that's a legit deluxe. Like you can't say that's not a deluxe.
That's why I'm curious to see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious to see where they go. But also Jabba, that re-release of Jabba is ridiculous. That price.
It's not that far off inflation wise from the original release. But it's really not.
But it's still a ridiculous price. But that's where we're getting in the when we talk about the psychology of where we stand now.
But it's also cheaper than buying a San Diego Comic-Con version. Still, you're saying the San Diego Comic-Con version. It's the same thing.
But if you're just wanting to buy the standalone release,
okay, yeah, that
you can get that. You can get that for cheaper.
You're right. If that's all you want is Jabba the Hutt, you're right.
Not a lot, but you're not. But they're not giving you a throne.
No, but so I've had that. I paid $40.
Right, yours is still unopened, right?
No.
I'm talking about you have the San Diego one, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I never got the San Diego Comic-Con version, and that was one of the things. Like someone made me a throne, but I could never find like
that
a
Black
little
Series box
part.
is one of the worst Black Series packaging they ever did.
It's terrible. It's awful. I love to have that San Diego Comic-Con set for the armrest for the little hookah thing, but I could never find one that I was willing to pay a price on for those extra bits. And now for $90, I'm getting a whole new Jabba the Hutt and a new Salacious Crumb and the armrest and stuff. So for my collection, I don't mind doing that, especially because I can probably sell my Jabba the Hutt for like $30 by itself and recoup some of that money.
Yeah, but you want a backup Jabba for when you just want to have.
No, well, you're absolutely right. Because what happens if that soft rubber tears? Mine hasn't yet.
Or you're making it talk too much, so the mechanism breaks.
I hate that gimmick. I don't want gimmicks on my toys. I don't like them. I don't like it when movement on something is reliant
Hey,
on
Mike,
something else.
why don't you like it?
I hate it so because I'm an adult.
You're making me sad.
I don't like it. I don't.
Why?
It doesn't need it. It doesn't need it.
Why don't it?
Because you should be able,
Jabba.
You should be able, Jabba, to move your arms independently of your mouth. Because I can. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
What?
Oh, we get salty tonight.
Oh, you're so salty, Jabba.
Well, I am. Yep. How can you not love that? Come on.
I hate you a little bit.
Yeah,
but it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Wampa, where like he's missing all the articulation of one arm because they wanted you to be able to take it off. You know, like I would rather just have a normal ass arm on that Wampa. I don't want to be able to take it off.
Now he's just mimicking you.
Now he's mimicking me. Yeah, I get it. I'd slap the slime right off of you, Jabba.
Try it.
You get Han Solo to walk over your tail again.
And there's the salacious crumb. So these are existing things. We're talking about molds that they have. I mean, this is
release, that release of Salacious Crumb. I think if I could have given Hasbro some advice, I would have told them if they want to sell Rancors and if they want to sell a Jabba the Hutt later, don't release that Salacious Crumb. Because that's one of the things, like if they hadn't released that Salacious Crumb in that creature pack, he would have been a reason people would have bought the Rancor. Because he was a tier.
They would have.
It would have. If that was the only way to do it, if it was the only way to get it, it would have been a perfect reason. But now people are like, I've already got a Salacious Crumb. I've bought the creature pack.
Well, this is all I want. This is all I just.
You just wanted that. You like that feature.
I love it.
Now, what if he had little frogs he could put in his mouth?
Well, then I need my mouth to open.
Do you have the? Yeah, you're right. Do you have the episode one that has the ooze with the frogs in it, so you can throw it up?
I don't. I have Jabba's over here that I haven't opened. I'm saving them for. I don't know.
Oh, you don't have to open one. You don't have to ruin it.
I was gonna reach over and grab them though. If I go up. Let's see. I have the episode 1 from the pod race.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one everyone should check out. The lovely little short I did.
He spits out the little thing.
He does.
Yeah.
But this is the one I made a lovely video that this should be gifted to Diego Luna. Because all he wants to do is touch Jabba.
Oh, that's true.
And this is the one that comes with the real feel skin as the selling point. You can touch Jabba and feel it. How Jabba feels.
So apparently, Lance Peter Luke recorded me arguing with Jabba the Hutt and just texted it to our group.
You're welcome, group. I think I won that argument.
I listen. I'm not ready to concede, but I will say you made some compelling points.
You may not concede, but you lost. Oh yeah, admit it.
It's only because of the charm you ooze, not because of the actual.
You
figure.
know it. Oh boy. Oh, this doesn't work too well.
I cannot believe I'm arguing with a toy.
I can't. Oh, there's a whole spin-off series. This is what happens when we get into the sweet spot. We're in what, nearly 5 hours? We're over 5 hours.
We're at 5 hours 18 minutes according to the top corner, and I have beaten Robo's, at least his actual recording.
Yeah,
time.
you've not beaten the Dawn Run yet.
No, but his actual recording time I've beaten, and that's all I care about. A technicality on paper.
Luke, where do you stand? I love this.
Thought I was watching them. Nope. No, Luke, we are live.
Yeah, ask me a question.
What was it like working with Harrison Ford, Jabba?
Oh, we got very high.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah, I had to ask for my hookah back.
I don't know what to say. I'm not drunk or high enough for this conversation.
You want to try the hookah?
Yeah, why not?
I don't have it.
Oh, so that's why you need the deluxe version coming
got
out. It's only $90.
You got me. Luke, I need a hookah. I need a Luca. Can you...
Luca, the Luca hookah.
He must have, before that re-release. Look, you must have done the Jabba accessories or been working on that, right?
He did he's done the big
the
palace,
throne.
and then he's done the throne, and he's done the actual palace. I don't know if he's done like the armrest and stuff.
Yeah, what do you have left? Now that we have sort of like the base example of the TVC Jabba's Palace diorama, or whatever they're calling it, Boba's Palace, Bib Fortuna's Palace. What could be made from that diorama? I mean, the spit,
yeah,
is something back there. What else exists in that sort of display space? Black Series never got the trophy wall with the Tauntaun head and the
correct.
What else haven't we got? I can't believe we still don't have. Speaking of aliens and things that needed to be done, Max Rebo.
That whole, at least the core three.
What? Why? That's there are questions. Those are the kind of questions I would love a genuine answer that isn't a s-eating grin.
Yeah.
Answer where they're like, I can't. Well, you never know.
Yeah. Like,
it's like if it's never going to be done, or this has been a discussion that's been shot down.
Yeah.
Just let people know.
Give me a Droopy McCool. Give me a Size Snoodle. Give me a Max Rebo. I don't care about Zhao Yowza or whoever the other two people are.
Charge an extra $30 and throw in 3 microphones.
I would honestly, legitimately, if they came with like the instruments and stuff, I would pay $100, maybe even $120 if it came with.
If it was a 3-pack with his organ,
yeah, exactly,
with the horn on it that's normally left off, like it's proper screen accurate.
Exactly.
Yes, that would legitimize that price point, because there are 3 unique sculpts they can never reuse.
Heck, make it a Haslab.
Oh, Max Rebo Haslab, but not $500 then, because
no.
Look,
and there's precedent for this, because like again, they did the 2 Transformers ones were $180, and those were basically just normal Transformers figures. So like $150 if it's a smaller run, and maybe they can put more money into like the budget for paint and whatnot, so they don't have to skimp on anything. But $150, you get the Droopy
put Droopy in camo if it
sure. Give us the Droopy, give us the Psy, give us the Max Rebo, give us all their instruments, give us a little stand for them to be on, like just like a little spot for them. $150 easy. I don't even care about like add-ons. Don't care. Like, just give it to us.
Yeah,
I would pay that.
Done. That legitimizes.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to do the stretch goals and make them like the other members of the band, like Zhao Yowza with his little harmonica, melodica, Rappertoonie, maybe those big drums, like
you'd have to get the 2.
Yeah. Like those could be stretch goals.
You get the dancers.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know where.
No oola, no moolah. No oola, no moolah.
Yeah, that worked. But
Make
again,
a
that goes
Rancor
back.
one of the stretch goals.
That goes back to the conversation of just be straight. Let people know.
Be straightforward. Yeah, it's the communication that really is.
When you're talking about the Hutt
heart of
Slayer
problem.
Leia,
yeah,
come out and just definitively say it.
Say it. Yeah, because right now it's always like, I've heard this. I've heard this. I've heard. No one knows if it's true or not. They're just saying it because they've heard it.
I think maybe it's one of those things that someone just has to go and ask Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
And say, hey, what's the deal? Because then it gets around.
Hey, Kathy.
Yeah.
Come on. Just let us know. Is it?
Let it be a celebration question. Let's let it filter on up.
I should have asked Eric while I was there. So we're going.
You're going to be at San Diego soon, I'm assuming, right? San Diego?
I don't usually go to San Diego Comic-Con, but we'll see. I might be able to sneak in. I know Luke's going to be there. Yeah, Luke's going to be there. I know that for a fact. But we're also.
So he'll ask, right?
He can ask. He can totally ask.
Yeah.
But
also ask why Mike's selfie series looks so weird.
Please. It's because I had COVID.
Now that we have Luke, has Luke seen your selfie? Have you shared it?
I think so. I'm pretty sure I've taken pictures of it for the
So
boys.
Luke, you weren't here. Maybe you'll watch it on the replay. Maybe you won't. I don't know. It's a long slog to get through. If we talked about the selfie series, how difficult would it be to resin print glasses
or a beard?
Oh, can we have like a Crix Maydeen kind of? Can we give you
obviously
beards?
A fake beard?
Yeah.
It's like alopecia Mike, where he's just got different levels of facial hair.
Looking at it, can we just like sort of cut off Obi-Wan's
that one? Honestly, yeah. If we could, I could use
pretty
Obi-Wan's.
close to your beard.
That's pretty close. Absolutely.
In fact, can we just take this head and take the hair off and put glasses
just remove
on
the
it?
hair?
That might be the easier.
It might be close. Yeah.
So that's what I would like to know. He's already left.
Yeah, he's already gone.
He just popped in.
He's
You're still here?
Yeah.
And then he's like, I'm out of here.
He can't watch the replay. Yeah.
There we go.
Better off commissioning a full head with beard and glasses.
Who did Robo's toy head? Who did the one that did the toy head for Robo? So Luke, please recommend to Mike where he can go to commission, because that selfie that can't be allowed to stand.
No, that's pretty bad.
I don't know what you do with that, unless you send him like on a Duncan run with Miggs Mayfeld.
Hey, me and Miggs, we'd be good pals.
Put him on that Miggs body. See how he looks on the.
See how I look.
Yeah. Then you'd have a little Dash Rendar.
Oh man,
gun pack.
Mike Rendar.
Oh, Mike
Dash
Rendar
Mike
figure.
Dar. Yeah.
Dash Case.
Dash
Case sounds like a Star Wars name.
It actually does sound like a Star Wars name. What kind of a name is Dash? That's a dumb name.
Kind you get for running away from your problems.
That's right. They call me Dash.
I avoid situations.
I went out for smokes and never came back. My kids don't know.
I'm the guy who never gets involved.
Actually, I was hanging out with this Grail Knight guy.
I'm emotionally closed up.
I dash from everything.
I don't engage. I don't have adventures.
I'm all surface level.
Something's happening. I'm out of here.
This is getting too real. I gotta go.
But what if Jabba said all that? I'm out of here. I'm emotionally disengaged. I never see my kids.
Dash by the Hutt.
Oh boy, I'm so lost. You want to be my friend?
No, I don't.
Oh boy.
I don't want to be your friend. You got that stupid gimmick.
It ain't stupid. It's the only thing I have. I don't have no throat. I don't have a hookah. I don't have a railing. I have nothing.
You don't got no rancor?
I ain't got no love.
No Ula?
Don't bring up that rancor. I wanted them bones.
I wanted the bones so bad.
That's all I wanted.
I wanted those stupid ass bones.
Villain's biggest selling point ever.
Honestly, I really did want those bones.
Oh, Make no bones about it.
I'm not.
One of those bones.
I don't care what anyone says. Those bones were a perfect tier. That was a good tier.
Yeah, but at that point,
As a tier,
you'd lost everybody. So anything that they were going to do like that was going to be seen as a
but
really?
As a tier, it was fine.
If they had just revealed everything like that up front,
yeah,
and not made it a big special reveal, like
agreed. No, I agree.
It was, you get bones.
You build it up. You build it up, and people are like, "I waited all that for that."
And that should have been a base level reveal anyway. That should be like, and you get some bones.
I mean, I still wanted those bones. Those are cool looking bones.
I mean, all the files.
Tauntaun skull.
Also, it's weird that there's been no revisiting of any of this stuff.
I mean, that's kind of that's what they said. I feel like as soon as they do revisit it, that just opens up the door for, well, why don't they re-release this Haslab?
But then why don't you? Like, if you take that katana, because
that's the whole point of the Haslab.
But I don't think that's the case. I think if you have a Haslab, that exists as it does within the box, the way it does, that had specific exclusive pack-ins, like those figures that you could identify as being for the original release of the Haslab, I say the vehicle itself, re-release. Doesn't come with the exclusive figures. Maybe change the packaging. Maybe put a plastic stamp on it that identifies it as the second run. But don't kill off the fact that you have a huge secondary market that is selling that for like 5 times the price of the original Haslab. The demand's still there to have the thing. It also was early enough in the Haslab that collectors have come in since then. People who couldn't afford it at the time. It's still desirable as a thing to have. You are leaving money on the table for an arbitrary thing that could be addressed in the re-release by saying the exclusives aren't there. It's identified easily that this is a second run of the thing. This is being made available. It's not losing the value of your initial run beyond the ridiculously inflated price that exists. And also, we're not taking away that exclusivity, but you're not guaranteed that this thing is going to be worth 5 times as much when you buy a thing like that. That's not a guarantee they're selling on. They're just saying you're getting this version that exists in this state as the thing that you're investing in. And also, bottom line with it, you're getting it. Ultimately, that's the only thing that's just guaranteed to you. You're making this thing exist for you. We're not guaranteeing you an investment. They're not going to going, well, you buy this now, in 5 years, this thing will appreciate and you'll send your kid to college. That's not what they're selling you.
But I feel like that's what they sold it in the first one. I feel like that's one of the appeals of the original run. Is that they're saying this is a limited time piece. If you don't buy it now, you won't be able to buy it later. Like that's half of their sales pitch for any Haslab.
But frankly, anyone who takes issue with that, otherwise of other people getting a chance at it later, you're a jerk. I'm sorry, you're a jerk. You're an absolute jerk. If you're sitting on your throne of Haslabs and you're looking at this going, no one else can have this. This is for me alone. How dare they?
It was for everyone at the time. It was for everyone.
But again,
to do it, to back it. It was those people that put down their money to back an initial thing that got it made.
But they got it. They did not get it. Also, if they release that thing now, it probably cost at least, again, if they don't.
Yeah, it would be $500.
Right. It might be like a $600, $700 piece, let's say.
Let's take a look. Hold on. 2018? Or was it 2019? 2019. Let's say 2019. No, it was 2018. It came out in 2019. It was $499.
But also, factoring in the tooling exists.
$604.36. Yeah, but they're not gonna factor that in. They're not gonna sell it for less.
Let's say $650.
Okay.
Again, if you're taking umbrage with someone else getting the opportunity years down the road on that thing, you're a jerk. I don't care about you. I don't care about your argument on that.
I think that it would hurt future Haslabs for the people that buy these things. I mean, I don't buy the.
But the concept of the Haslab is that you're making it exist for you.
Correct.
You've achieved that once you get it. You're not
there's
making an
also
investment.
but they incentivize that investment because if it weren't for people that did buy it for investment, there's a good chance it wouldn't be made at all.
But the investment thing, that the only thing they're giving you as an exclusivity and investment are the tiers of the things you unlock, like the figures that are included, the ones that they go, this is only available in the set, or this figure is only in this packaging, like the yak face.
Mm-hmm.
That Power of the Force coin yak face that's in the sail barge. Did they release a yak face after that? Yes, they did. On the TVC card.
Mm-hmm.
But by the argument of they should never have done that because that was part of the Haslab, we never should have gotten a yak face. My argument is why they released that yak face. They changed the card to where the exclusive part was how that presentation was in the Haslab. But the folks could still get a yak face. I think the katana, drop the collector's book that came with it, drop all those things that are anything but the vehicle itself. Then I say release that thing.
So I think
everyone still preserves the exclusive stuff that they got, because otherwise the Haslab is a project for jerks. Selfish jerks. It really is.
There's nothing selfish. There's nothing selfish.
Only I get a Razor Crest because I had the money at the time. And also that factor. I happen to be liquid enough to afford to get that in that tiny window that thing existed.
But it's also a big enough window where if you really wanted it, you could make it happen. You could sell things to make it happen. Like if you're in a place where you're collecting toys.
Shitty approach to go.
Isn't it though? Like right now,
with your life in that moment.
Well, for the Dragonfly, I'm buying 2. I'm selling things to be able so it doesn't affect
I know,
anything.
but you're also in a position to make those moves to make it happen. But I'm saying, you're also unlocking exclusives with that are going to be exclusive to that beyond the base vehicle. I'm saying, I think the base vehicles should be available down the line, even if it's a couple of years down the line. The base vehicles should be available as a thing for people to get.
I don't have a problem with because I don't think they should lock figures behind Haslabs. So making Yak Face available outside of that, I think is fine because locking a $20 figure behind a $500 price tag is the shitty part. And I agree with that. I don't have any problem with them releasing that, especially if it's not in the same card because all of the tiers for the Rancor, the Gamorrean Guard, that's been released before. None of those were exclusive figures. It was the presentation for them that was exclusive. That's the exclusive part. But for the project isn't for the tiers. The project is for the main thing. When you're backing a Rancor, I was dropping $350 for the Rancor. I didn't care about the bones. I didn't care about.
But you were dropping it to make it happen, so it came into your collection. That was it. I mean, that's the baseline of your approach.
But I also backed another one so I could sell it to pay for the one that I wanted.
But you give that window of a couple of years, as we've seen with all these things, of people who are impatient.
But then the people that know that's going to happen, they're just like, I'm just going to wait.
But I would say no one knows.
But if Hasbro makes that a precedent.
But here's the way you handle that. But here's the way you handle that precedent that also leaves that possibility of it not happening still there. Is they offer it again as another Haslab. It's been changed to differentiate it from the first one, so it's stamped in a different way, packaged in a different way, whatever. This is Mark II release of it, but it's the same way a Haslab works. If it doesn't reach the threshold, it doesn't get made. So there's no guarantee, even if it's offered again, that it happens. But it gives the second opportunity for people to step forward and go, oh, I want to get it. Also, the people who had one who want to get another one, who broke it in the time, or it lost it, or whatever, sold it because they needed to make a car payment in the interim. But it is different from the first one in an explicit way that people can go, that's the original release that you own. This is the second offering of it. So it's got a stamp in the mold. It's whatever that that no one could pass it off as the other thing. But to just lock away that much work, that much great work that was done and go never again. We have all the tools, we have the ability to do it, but we're never going to do it again.
They actually destroyed the molds.
Yeah.
No, I actually agree with that sentiment. If they did it as another Haslab,
I didn't say mass market because, again, you go back into the same issue with mass market.
Yeah.
Of no, they're not going to take the risk of
no one's going to do that.
10,000 katanas with the hope they'll sell.
But if they're like, here's Katana 2,
it's got to reach this to be made.
It's got to reach. Yeah, I think that would be okay. And if they did again, because I want them to take another swing at the Rancor. I still want a Rancor
because all the work is done. All the design work is done.
Yeah.
It was just the production threshold.
And I do agree. I think that probably won't affect the original pricing, because if it is different and it is going to be another Haslab thing, it'll be its own thing at that point.
Yeah. And again, if you're not getting the figures, or you're getting a different figure, maybe that's the way you're Hasbro and you incentivize people getting Mark II.
Yeah.
And I want to get the other figure too.
Yeah.
If you're a completionist, then whatever, that's your choice and your disposable income. If you have that flexibility, more power to you. Thanks for getting us to the goal. And stuff like the Rancor, they were all tooled up, obviously, and ready to go into production on that. The design work was done.
It was done. Yeah, they sunk. I mean, it's a lot of money to create molds and things like that.
So
that's not nothing.
Why not give yourself another chance?
No,
and also wrong. Maybe time it better to where you didn't have competing Haslabs.
That was stupid. That was hubris. That was nothing short of just absolute hubris.
I mean, that's why I'm looking at this Ghost Haslab coming up, and looking at this Jurassic Park doors and whatever else Mattel might announce or Hasbro might announce at the same time.
Well, we know there's going to be some kind of Avengers themed Haslab from Marvel Legends. We know there's the Ghost.
Well, there's the potential of like a Quinjet, maybe a vehicle on that.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, it's not going to be another car.
No, it's definitely not going to be another car. And the Dragonfly is doing super well. I don't see it not hitting all of its goals by the end, honestly.
When does that end? How many days does it have left? You said 20? So it ends.
The 20 was for the Mattel
one.
Doors.
So
this one ends in 15 days.
So it ends right before the San Diego Comic-Con announcement.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah. So it won't be going at the same time. It's just back to back. But it's at 14,483 backers out of 10,000. So it's definitely getting made.
And 7 of those are Dan.
Yeah. 2 of them are mine. But I know we've unlocked the first tier. We're working towards the second tier, and then we don't know what the third tier is yet.
But with 15 days left, so
yeah.
A fair
and
shit.
There's always
but
that
also
and push and stuff.
But also that is a reasonable price.
Yeah, $275
for what they're offering, and the fact that these tiers are unlocking.
Yeah,
and that's what, 3 feet.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah. So I don't know where people are putting that, but that being that scale, going back to the X-Wing discussion,
right?
For a Black Series scale. I mean, I would love to know, again, those conversations just behind the scenes.
So I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard that there is like a Black Series X-Wing that exists that was done as a concept.
They can't not have done it.
Right.
Even if it's probably weirdly enough like Poe Dameron's X-Wing.
Yeah.
Because to go with the fact that they released a First Order TIE Fighter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which that goes back to, for that scale, you're not selling that to kids.
No, that's for people like us.
Yeah. That should have been a classic TIE Fighter to sell at that scale.
I know why. Yeah, I know why they chose the First Order TIE Fighter. Like, I get it, because that was the hype of the Force Awakens that was coming out. But your first big vehicle for a line like that 100% should have been a classic
the easy layup of
yeah.
This is gonna get your super collectors who have the disposable income.
Go on. Go on.
But also it goes back to that discussion about like the Reva lightsaber. Like it was
Right.
no knock on the lightsaber, no knock on
Nope.
the character. It was
Nope.
purely the timing and who you're trying to
Timing
sell
and-
to
yep.
for that price.
Yep.
And
Well, also, I think it hurts the brand for Black Series that they're labeling the role play items under Black Series. Like I'm a Black Series collector. I collect all the toys, whatever. If it's a new toy, I'm buying it. Don't care if it's something I care about or not. I don't care. I don't do role playing items. I don't have any of the helmets. I don't have any lightsabers. Like it's not something I care about. But seeing like, hey, we have this Black Series Haslab. Like as a person who's a fan of the Black Series, like I want to support
you're
it.
excited.
I'm excited, but it's also not something I care about at all. Like I just do not care about it.
I mean, imagine that we were in a brief window when the Ghost could launch and also be called Black Series.
Oh my god, yeah.
When that 3 3/4 scale
when
overlapped.
When it was
and
Black
like,
Series
what
still,
is the what has
I'm
more
so
articulation? But wait,
I'm
what?
so glad they changed that it wasn't. It's not. Oh,
those are probably the worst packaging.
Agreed.
There's just something that looks janky, low rent about.
I agree.
The those weird just figure floating in a void.
Yeah.
And the boxy. Like I look like soap should be in there.
Yep. It was not a good look. It's not. It was not a good look.
So I don't know what Black Series would instantly get people on board for another offering on Haslab.
Honestly, I mean, I think the Max Rebo band thing we had going on was pretty good.
I mean,
an AT-ST I thought would have been perfect for a Black Series. It's not too big, but it's still big enough. They could have lights on it, like his tank.
Whatever
and stuff.
they should, I think it should be 200 and under. Whatever they offer next,
I agree.
To slam dunk it, just.
Yeah. Well, so one of the things they did with this,
and frankly, their argument about, well, these are things that never make it to retail. There's so many things that don't make it to retail anymore.
Right.
So what is your threshold for that?
Right.
Jabba's not making it to retail.
That's true. Actually, he's not.
He's an exclusive through Hasbro Pulse.
Yeah. So like with the Dragonfly, it's cheaper. Instead of being $350 like his tank, it's $275. But instead of being, needing 8,000 units, it needed 10,000 units. So they just upped the amount of backers it needed to go versus how much it cost, which I think was smart. And I really think they should have done that with the Rancor. I think it should have been like 12,000 units for like $300 or $275 instead of 9,000 units or whatever it needed for $350.
Well, that speaks
like you were
to
saying, it's
the same hubris of also that the Ghost Rider car.
Yeah,
for Marvel Legends.
Same thing. Like the people aren't. It's the psychology, like you were saying earlier. It's the. Am I really going to pay $350 for a car? Am I going to pay $350 for a big monster? And it was a monster. The Rancor. People are comparing it directly to like the Sentinel and Galactus, which were like 30 inches tall, 34 inches tall, and this guy's 27 inches tall. So it's still
hard
big.
to sell the scale.
Sorry, not even that. It was 18 inches tall. So it's not like it's small, but it's not as big as those.
I think the thing that it also suffered from, was it was a pandemic issue.
Correct.
That's in that true. There was no San Diego. There was no in-person way to actually see the scale of that. And so the only thing people are thinking about is what the Black Series or all the previous 3 3/4 scale Rancors were like.
Yep. And I saw people, comparing it to that. They're like, well, this is good enough. This looks pretty good. Like buying with the old 3 3/4 ones. And
which also is stupid expensive and hard to find.
I remember going through Frank and Son, and someone had the Black Series, like the 3 3/4 inch.
The also ugly box.
Yes, and it was $350, and I was like, I would have just rather bought this.
Was it just the Rancor in it, or did it have? Because that came with the Jabba.
It was the whole thing. It was the Jabba.
I mean, but also that Jabba. Again, they're baffling decisions. So we have this palace coming out. The people are going to want to throw a Jabba on that throne. There has never been a TVC release.
Right.
a standalone TVC release of that modern Jabba sculpt.
Yeah.
It has only ever existed with the katana, back to that nonsense, or that Rancor box set.
Yeah.
They've never re-released that.
And they should. They 100%. And they should have this year. Like, it's dumb.
With that throne. I mean, that palace. With that palace should have been a TVC.
100%. 100%.
And sell it with the swap out parts you need to adjust that throne to be the fact that if it arrives and there's not some kind of built-in ability to plug that stuff in, like they thought ahead and there's some plan, I don't know what's going through their heads.
Yeah, it's definitely not forethought, that's for sure. Like there had
to have been a discussion. You don't make a throne room, Jabba's throne room, and not have that discussion in your team. At least, are we going to make a Jabba? Are we going to should we plan for it at least? Should we?
Well, I mean, they found enough to do one in the Black Series. Like, I don't know why they didn't do one in the TVC as well.
And to have again, and also the alignment of the 40th anniversary year of Return of the Jedi is the same year releasing this Book of Boba Fett throne room.
There's a lot of cross synergy right there. Like it's a
and you don't drop a TVC a Jabba that you've never released independently. That the molds exist for, that it's ready to tool, that you don't have the talking mechanism that I love so much and you hate so much. That is just a straight Jabba figure that should be like maybe at most a $35 figure if you really want to push the top end of how much you should charge for that thing.
Yeah.
What is going on, Hasbro?
I don't know.
Where's the communication on this?
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I don't get it. Somebody get it? Somebody must get it, right?
Someone somewhere. I mean, it makes sense to somebody, and that's why they did it, which as far as I can tell, that's all I've got, really.
So, yeah, the Rancor, offer it again. Offer the Rancor again. Straight up the exact same. Everyone knows what's coming with. The bones, everything, the exact same tiers, the Malakili, everything that you try, the Luke.
Yep.
Let him come in the pack as a tier that unlocks as well. That you get a Luke with it.
Well, and you know what? They still don't have plans for that specific Luke because that Luke was different
also
from
40th anniversary
Luke.
year should have been in the retro carding.
Yep. I mean, we're getting the Jedi Duel Luke, and we got the Mandalorian Luke, and we're getting the Book of Boba Fett Luke, but we don't have that Jabba's Palace Luke,
which is the card back.
Yeah,
which is the classic card back that would have been. That's the only card back that existed in the Kenner run.
Yep,
for Jedi Luke
with that weird like arm out pose and the
and the Jabba blaster that now seems to have to come with
everything.
One of those.
Everyone. It's a standard. It's a staple.
It's baffling. It
really is
so baffling.
Yeah.
But it's only made infuriating by the lack of communication.
That is the biggest problem. That's Hasbro's biggest problem. That's
because as a rational, mature adult, you can understand corporate decisions or why things are done.
Yep.
It's not being told why, or give a definitive answer that it's not happening.
Yep.
So don't leave this vagueness of, well, maybe they'll do it by the end of the year. Maybe this will happen. Maybe this. Come out and say it's never happening. Come out and say that Hut Slayer Leia is never happening. Just don't ask. It is absolutely never going to happen.
Right. That's all they have to say. Yes or no. Like, but no, they want to play it coy. Ooh, but it might.
Or say definitively, it's not happening now. We keep hoping that it's going to happen or could happen, but it is not. It's not on our schedule at all. It's not in our plans at all. It's aggravating sometimes just to deal with the lines because you want to be enthusiastic. It's toys. You want to
love them.
You don't want to be stressed about ordering them. You don't want to be stressed about finding them. You don't.
They're supposed to be fun,
and it's increasingly just not. So I'm finding like eBay's fun. Then I find the ones the unique weird things that I want to get and have fun with.
Yeah.
It's not, wondering about the weird Game of Thrones intrigue that's happening at Hasbro right now,
It's ridiculous. It's
and
absolutely
and
ridiculous.
worrying about a hostage situation being resolved.
That's true.
I just want them to be safe. I want them
Again,
to
Eric, blink twice. if you
yes,
need
yes,
help.
just please
Yeah.
let us know. Hold up a note, or today's newspaper. Let us know that this
Yeah.
wasn't.
Yeah. We need proof of life.
Yeah, I just want to know that he's happy. I want
And
I want to
healthy.
I want to find them a place where they can run free. And just
Yeah.
not have to worry, not be stressed out about toys. It's all toys.
That's all it is. It's just toys.
Why do we do this to ourselves? What is happening? Why are we?
Can't believe we've been going for 6 hours.
I can.
That's fair.
You, Mike.
Yeah.
I had to make the joke eventually. So what are you excited about? I mean, you haven't been
I'm
making
excited about?
videos for a while.
That's
You
true.
made the Ewok video was the last one?
Yeah. I actually I recorded one today. I recorded Darth Malik. Did you know his real name was before his Darth name? His name was Alec.
Alec Malik?
And he's like, I'm gonna be Darth Malik. Okay. Sounds a lot like Alec, but okay.
Do you think it was a slip?
I don't. It's like that.
Do you
office
think
joke,
he was like in his mind?
it's
Do you
a-
think he was thinking Darth Malgus? And he was like,
Yeah,
"I'm going to be
maybe.
Darth Malik."
Malik. It's like, oh, your dentist's name is Crentist?
This is why I'm a Sith.
Yeah.
Stop making fun of my name. Are you how big is he? Are you impressed by him?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed by him. He's pretty tall. He's not like deluxe size Darth Malgus tall, but he's pretty tall. But what's impressive about him is his head sculpt and his jaw. I'll get
Yeah,
him.
Malgus is the one that has the jaw, right?
Well, no, Malgus also has a jaw. So
What was happening in the Old Republic with Jaws?
Yeah, the Sith specifically were just getting fucked up all over the place.
Is that just like their uniform weak spot? Just go for
Yeah,
the jaw.
I guess go for the jaw. Go the jugular. But yeah, his little mandibles come off. And you get
I think
this
you mean his malectables.
malectables. Yeah, you get this deformed, grotesque.
So he's got basically like a voice box.
Yeah,
Just
kind of. Yeah.
like a speaker,
Yeah.
voice synthesizer there.
Yeah. But yeah, he's pretty big. I like him. He's got a cool little spot in the back of his belt for his lightsaber blade to kind of just go in.
How are the cloth goods?
It's fine. I mean, it'd be nicer if it were like, had some weight to it, or were wired. That's one of the changes to the line. Like, so, I've gotten pretty into Mythic Legions, and one of the things with their soft goods, everyone, doesn't matter if it's underskirt, doesn't matter if it's a cape,
Has a wire.
Everything is wired. Even if it's like a full-on robe, all of the things that go around a body, like a neck, shoulder, arms, whatever, everything's wired, and it looks so much better because it looks like it hangs properly.
I mean, I wonder about that. If you take like, some of the cloth goods that they're doing,
Yeah.
and I wonder if there's a process to like maybe starch something to thicken up the material,
Yeah.
that maybe it'll drape differently. I haven't tried ironing. I mean, I think stuff like the hood, like if you lock it in place, I've even thought about doing like a little stitch
Yeah.
just to hold the hood
So
back.
I'm not gonna go get him because he's on his little chariot. I got the GI Joe Serpentor, and the way they sewed the edges of his cape, there's literally just like a little thin like hole. It goes all the way up, and I bought some really thin gauge wire
And fed it up.
and just fed it up that hole, and it works super well. And it was like $6 for like 200 feet of that wire. So
So that's an option.
It's easily an option.
So it's hemmed. That's a hem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a hem. Yeah, and you're feeding it up the hem basically.
But they have it open in the bottom, so you didn't have to
Yeah,
adjust.
no, I didn't have to cut anything. I didn't have to do it. I just slipped it right up the edge of his hem, and it works super well.
I'm gonna get me wrong. The cloaks are getting better than they were.
Sure. Like that original Obi-Wan one from 2016 is a terrible cloak.
Yeah, or just when they're swimming in them.
Yeah, yeah.
That's I'm not a terribly big fan of the Luke that just came.
Yeah, that
his
cloak.
hood is weird.
That cloak is the exact same one from the 2018.
So no change, no update, no difference on that. No.
The cloak, it's a different color, but that's it. It's the same cloak otherwise, as far as I can tell.
I certainly see
same pattern, same material.
Like I've gotten like a decent look with my Emperor. Like I've gotten him to sit reasonably well with how the cloak sits and such. He's back there also, I get him. But, and I'll show the 3 3/4 that I think is probably the best 3 3/4 in sculpted. Even though the modern 3 3/4, they went with cloth.
Mm-hmm.
The one they released after this. But I think, to Luke's thing, because he likes the figure arts.
He likes the details and
Like I think you get a great look. I think it also depends on just what you want from your displays.
Well, like for instance, that one, the nice thing about molded robes and whatnot is that they always look good. The downside is he's not
going to sit in his throne.
Yeah, he's not going to sit in a throne there. But the other problem is if you have one that does sit in the throne and it's got molded, like he's never going to stand. Like you don't have the option of swapping it back and forth.
Or for this, perish forbid you raise his arm
yes, and what's his face from Endor has the same problem. They have those big flared Luthen. He's got the big flared sleeves, and as soon as you move them up past a certain way, they just look ridiculous.
Yeah, he's got little wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's. Yeah, you kind of have to go back to their figures and just have to.
That's exactly what it is.
It's going to be a trade-off one way or the other.
Yep.
And if you like the one pose that it looks great in, great. You're very, very happy.
Yep.
I will say that, at least if you have soft goods, you have the potential, certainly with 3D printing and custom stuff being done, to do a swap out if someone were to make a hard goods version of some of that.
Right.
I think it looks weird when they mix and match. Like if they were to do a hard goods top of the hood, but then a soft goods rest of the cloak.
Yeah.
Then it's sort of like, that's...
Well, there's a couple that I think kind of pull it off pretty well. Like Asajj Ventress has got a little bit of a mix and match. And I don't think it looks too bad.
I think she looks great.
Yeah.
It was... Again, when I saw Luke's video on that, it's like, I didn't think the original was that bad, but okay.
Yeah.
But again, when it's your own collection, you do
it's your collection. You do what you want. Yeah.
I did buy an extra Saw Gerrera at Ollie's that I'm going to try and customize. Following his method. I mean, they were $10.
Yeah, they're not expensive at all.
It was surprising. Did you see what the Evazan and Ponda Baba also hit?
No,
Ollie's?
were they? Yeah, no. I mean, I don't have an Ollie's around, so.
I was surprised that those hit.
I'm not surprised those two hit.
They were both what, Best Buy exclusives?
No, those were part of a main wave, but a lot of people didn't buy them because they got the Cantina Showdown. Like, why would you buy them and then also a Cantina Showdown?
Yeah, speaking of which, we're getting this Spirit Obi-Wan. Where's just a regular Obi-Wan from that set?
It's a good question.
You gave us the Kenner colors one.
Yeah.
You have not gotten just a standard Obi-Wan Kenobi released in the Black Series.
Well, yeah, you did. It was a 2016, and it also came out in 2017.
No, but not the modern face printing.
Not with modern face printing.
Like, why didn't that make an archive series release?
No, that one definitely should be an archive series release.
The fact that you did it for the Cantina Showdown, which has the face printing and looks great.
That 100% should be an archive release. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about that. That's stupid. They haven't, but they're releasing X-Wing Luke again for some reason.
Completely unchanged.
Yep.
That's the things where you go, just don't.
Just don't. Yeah, just don't do it.
Don't do it, or do it right and make it a main wave release. Like charge the extra couple of bucks for a main wave instead of an archive release, and do it right, because you're going to get reuse out of it. You're going to have that redone version and release it 50 times over. Give us a new Wedge, give us a Biggs, give us all the other pilots but Porkins. You have it available at that point.
It's ridiculous.
So, who do we need to talk to? Is pretty much what this entire conversation is coming down to.
Who's Patrick's manager?
Who controls what Patrick is forced to say?
Yeah,
that's who we need to talk.
They have his family tied in the basement, which is why.
Again, that's the whole vibe from all these videos, is that no one on camera feels in a safe position.
No, they're not safe
to say anything.
Yeah.
And Paris forbid you get them cornered at a convention in front of a camera phone and ask them a question and get that nervous laugh.
Yeah.
Wait, you never know. You never know. Just
who knows?
Keep
your time will tell. Can't comment on.
Eye of the skies. May the force be with you. Well, look over there. Is that a dog? What? Bye.
Bye.
You just like crouch down. You're not hiding or anything.
Yeah,
you can't see me. I'm invisible.
You're just behind the desk. I see your feet.
I have my cloak of invisibility on. You can't see me.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
You're just holding your arm over your head.
I still see us.
No, you can't say it. No, don't ask me the questions. They're coming for me. Oh, dear Lord. I'm never going to see my kids again.
My wife.
They know I talked. I said too much. I said we can't do Leia. Why did I say that? Never be definitive. So
that's rule number one. That's rule number one.
Oh, look. I think this is... How many more comments like this can we get before...
Well, I probably should get going.
You did it. No, you achieved.
I did it.
I
achieved my goal.
So now you need to let Robo know.
Yeah. Send him a message tomorrow, first thing. Like, yo.
You were always welcome.
Shalom.
As a guest on here. It was a delight to talk to you. I think we covered a great
many
things.
We had a great conversation. And
I hope people enjoyed it. I enjoyed just talking to you. Everything else is extra. It's all bonus.
Yeah.
I had a wonderful time opening this mess before me. We got to see so many things. We talked about what I think is a solid case that they held back the Jabeam Obi-Wan to fix that sculpt.
Could be.
I
think they were also, I didn't talk about it, but I think they were also holding it back because it was part of the same wave as the Knights of the Old Republic figures, because they were waiting for the game to get released, and I think it's got canceled now, but I think they were waiting for it to be closer to release.
But I needed to do a deeper dive on those original press photos, because I saw some of them in passing from the announcement, and I swear that sculpt is different. It's not what was in those original press photos.
I'd have to look too. I'd have to look again too, for sure.
Because also it makes no sense why they would just do a different sculpt on just one.
You're right. You're not wrong.
Because it's also the new hair tech, isn't it? Where the hair...
It's a separate piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a separate piece.
So there would be no change. It's not like he, did full beard grooming before he...
Right.
We also need a new young Obi-Wan.
Yep.
When are we getting the Revenge of the Sith?
We definitely need a new Revenge of the Sith. Both Anakin and Obi-Wan.
Well, theoretically, I guess we have an Anakin ready to go now.
That's true.
Because that's Revenge of the Sith Anakin. That's going to be that Force spirit.
Absolutely.
So if you don't get an Obi-Wan to go with it, I mean, how?
You've done something wrong.
Now that they're just doing overlays.
Yep. It's super easy.
Can that body be repurposed for?
Probably.
Because that's Jedi robe arms, right?
They are. And they're new. That's not reuse. That's new.
So you would think.
Yeah.
But who knows? Because they don't tell us anything.
Nope.
So for everyone who's watching, thank you
Mhm.
for watching. Thank you, Mike, for
Of course,
being
it
on.
was my pleasure.
Where should people follow you now that we're all in a state of flux and
Sure.
transition?
Yeah. Well, I'm on YouTube, Mike Kaess. I'm in Instagram, Trusty Sidekick. I'm on TikTok, Mike Case 82, for as long as that is a thing. I am on Twitter for as long as Twitter is a thing.
I haven't checked what's
At
happened in the
Mike
time we've
Case,
been
yeah.
talking.
And then I'm on Blue Sky, Mike Case. I just Mike Case, wherever, it's fine.
So another new video coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably edit it and post it tomorrow or Monday at the latest, since I've got my work. Since the 4th is on a Tuesday, my work's like everyone's got Monday off. Like everyone's gonna request it off anyway.
No one's coming in. No
one's coming in
checking
on Monday. Yeah.
No one's taking a 2-day vacation with a break back at work
Right.
for another day of vacation.
Right.
Are you doing anything special? Are you cooking out? Nothing?
Nope. Nothing.
Just relaxing?
Not feeling particularly patriotic. Just gonna probably play some video games and watch some movies. And
doesn't mean you can't have a good hot dog.
Yeah. Oh, we will do hot dogs. Love a good hot dog. Give me a good old wiener.
Where's Luke? Luke, save it for the soundboard. Send it to the group. Have that we needed a here. I'll give you the cut shot.
There you go. All right.
Now say your line again.
Okay. Give me a good old wiener.
He said wiener.
Love
this feature.
Jabba, you are delightful.
Oh, Jabba.
Oh, Jabba.
Yeah, so you'll take that away. I'm not paying $80 and lose that.
That's fair.
And for everyone watching, please subscribe. I hope you've already done both of those. Yeah. Again, the tipping link, the Amazon wish list. Might do a birthday stream on the 10th. I'll let people know if it happens. Yep. I don't know if it'll be quite as long as this. We'll see. But who knows if anyone gets anything off the Amazon list? There might be stuff that could open during that. But there's a lot of stuff also that just need to get open. So I need to clear off my desk now. So thank you all for showing up, for being here. Thank you, Mike. And
of course, my pleasure.
Shout out to Land Speeder Luke.
Yes.
Dan Larson.
Yes.
Go follow
all the above.
Their stuff too. So bye everybody.
Bye.